Mexico. So again, a lot of moving pieces. Full credit to the staff behind the scenes, making the calls, making these pieces fit. Thank goodness we don't have to do that job. It's a lot of math, geometry, physics, whatever it takes to do it. ISA staff does it at a very high level. This is one of the bigger surf competitions you'll have through the year. 55 nations, over 400 surfers, male and female, from all over the world. Logistics are pretty vexing, but luckily we've got a team of experts behind the scenes doing it. So thank you, the ISA staff, for making this event possible. 7 minutes to go here. As expected, a nice number comes through for Tiara Vanderhulst on the strength of one big snap on a hefty closeout section. She's now in second place. In the lead for now, Rena Rodriguez from Team Peru. There's some of our ISA staff in action right there, beach marshals. What are they saying to these competitors before they go out? They have to say, kind of, it's almost like when, not that I've ever been pulled over by the police when they read you your rights, but what did what do the beach marshals say to each and every surfer before every heat they paddle out?
Well, they explain what the rules are, obviously, how much time they have, how many waves they need, but they also explain the hazards and how to come in and out of the contest area. As we know, this is a urchin-infested area. So one of the deals that we did look at is we put a map with the hazards and everything, how people can kind of familiarize themselves where they're at, and the beach marshal also explains that, but also lets them know the easiest and best way to deal with the spot. But the rules are always told when you get your jersey, how much time you have in the water, what the conditions are, and the rules basically. 2 waves, no interference. This is what. So pretty much it's like a preliminary briefing,
right?
Before every heat.
And that's in the spirit of fair play. You don't want to have any, local advantages or any teams that have been kind of insider guided. Everybody gets the same info on the beach, and that happens in every type of surf event, whether it's your regional amateur event all the way up to the Olympics. Kelly Slater even gets that news every time he paddles out. Top 2 waves advance, top 2 surfers move through, etc. That is our Miranda rights of surf competition. 5 minutes, 13 seconds to go. Team Peru in the top spot for now, but just with a precarious set of 3-point rides. Tiara Vanderhulst does have the highest single wave score, 5.67. Isabella Gomez, representing Team Colombia, has a 4.67. So this heat, which is now inside of that 5-minute mark, is going to be decided by a 1-point wave. As you see, Tiara with a 1.8 jumps into the lead. This is a tough wave to surf.
Yeah, and it's very important, Chris, to have those high scores to open your campaign with a solid wave. We saw yesterday a lot of 8-point rides came about, and it's being kind of normal that the surfers have like big scores, and then it takes them a long time to get that second score. But like we always say, you're building house, you're building a foundation, and it's been really cool to see how these girls managed to get those higher scores and then back them up. And I think Izzy Gomez might be doing that on this one.
Ooh, that was a nerve-wracking backside snap. Just came up a little late, but powered through. So, if you kind of look at the equation right there, speed, power, flow, even in the span of that was about a split second of a wave. She had a lot of speed, straight off the bottom, up into the lip. Obviously a lot of power to be able to hang on. But the judges will look at flow as a bit of a weakness on that wave just because of the mistimed turn. She's going to be rewarded. Only needs a 2.23. I feel like it's going to be right there because that was a pretty impactful snap done in a critical part of that wave.
Yeah, very vertical, very impactful, a lot of water coming out. I did feel like a little bit of flow would have been, as we see this next heat, Awana Cabrero representing Puerto Rico there with Kanoa Igarashi. In red, Anat Lenore from Israel, Francisca Velasco from Portugal, and Luana Silva. So that's going to be an interesting heat for Brazil. Wow.
That's a big one. That is a big heat right there. So I'm seeing Team Japan, Kanoa Igarashi, and okay, well that answers my question.
There you go.
Surfing power couple right there. Maybe that's the reason why Kanoa Igarashi's been spending so much time down in Puerto Rico. I know the waves are great here, but that answers another question of mine.
I guess where they went public.
Yeah. That's even more than, Instagram.
Well, Kanoa's been
Real.
spending a lot of time. Alana's been, spending a lot of time traveling, doing the QS and the Challenger Series back in the day. And we had the pleasure of having Kanoa surfing waves here in Puerto Rico. As long as I know, he likes the mofongo. He likes actually trifongo, from what I hear.
He's the biggest Big Bunny fan on the
Bad
beach,
Bunny
too.
fan.
Big Bunny.
Big Bunny.
Big Bad Bunny fan.
That's what he listens to before he goes surfing. And he's not a rare head out in the lineup anymore. And it's kind of cool to see them. There are definitely some good times, lovebirds roaming around this beautiful island, and I know he's enjoying the waves as well. So I think Kanoa's a happy guy. Good food, good music, and good waves.
And that's Boricua legend Carlos Cabrero's daughter.
Yes, sir.
All right. 146 to go here. Kiara Vanderhols does get that number, a 3.83. Isabella Gomez drops a big score, a 3.6. So for Isabella, spot on for that turn. Credit to Otto and I for making that call. That turn was powerful. She needed something above a 2, and she got it. Judges giving her a lot of credit for surfing under duress and making it look good. And here she is trying to get around this big section. Doesn't really pan out for her there, so it's going to be about defensive surfing now for Jasmine Michelle Studer, representing Team Indonesia. Still well within striking distance, needing a 4.61. Arena Rodriguez was in the top spot for the better part of 18 minutes in this heat. But Arena, now in second priority, needs something of note, a 4.61. No easy feat out there. I mean, that's probably right around your high average score we've seen in the morning. But you're going to have to earn it from the judges. I mean, threes, one turn. 4.61, a little bit different of a story.
Yeah, the clock is winding down. Arena's super capable, and so is Jasmine to get the score. They have first and second priority as we see the Indonesian surfer trying to get this one. Chris, the clock is winding down, and I'm going to have to say that last maneuver from Isabella Gomez was crucial for the outcome of this heat. Let's see what the Indonesian surfer can do about that.
Will this be a 4.61? Little setup wrap to start. There's the impactful section. It was a good turn, but I feel like the judges would want a little bit more. And, how she kind of got to the lip right there. She was already a little bit behind that section. So no real chance for a speed burst. Here's Arena Rodriguez needing 4.61. That was a big turn. That right there is going to make things interesting. Did she get up in time?
Yes, that's the big question, because that maneuver definitely, if you were to put a comparison, I'm pretty sure the judges are going to compare it to Izzy Gomez's wave. And to my taste, it had a little bit more speed, it had a little bit more flow, and the wave looked a bit more lined up as well. So, it could be an angle thing for us. The judges have every angle. They could study it every which way, and we're going to have to see how this turns out. But in my mind, I think Arena might have gotten the score.
All right, well, Tiara Vanderhols is safe, so Team Netherlands will be making it through that last heat. It all comes down to this.
And Chris, those last two waves, as we see on screen right here, the replay of the Indonesian surfer, she had a little bit of cutty. She also had a nice little hit off the top. So I think these two waves have a potential to turn the heat around, as we see Arena's right here representing Peru in blue. And I like the way she bottom turned, hit it straight up.
Yeah, I may have spoken too soon, because Jasmine Michelle Studer now jumps up from third to second. That last wave comes through a 4.93. Really all on the strength of that last turn. You're absolutely right, Otto. She had some ferocity to it, added some spice to the turn. There's Tiara coming through. We got a spinning wheel of death waiting for blue. Arena Rodriguez, Team Peru. Will she do it? She does. A 5.10 for Arena Rodriguez, a buzzer beater, just edging out Jasmine Michelle Studer. Isabella Gomez, unfortunately, was sitting in that second place spot all the way down to the wire, but she is dropped down to fourth place. So we lose a big wave threat from Colombia, Isabella Gomez. Jasmine Michelle Studer had some light at the end of the tunnel, but the door was shut by Arena Rodriguez. Moving through with Tiara Vanderhols. Expect a lot more edge of your seat action just like that. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We will be back with more repechage action. Do not go anywhere. During this break, you're going to learn a little bit more about Anat Lelior. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I grew up in Tel Aviv. The surfing here is not that great. I live in a sea compared to an ocean, and a sea is almost like a puddle next to a pool, I think. Waves are not really consistent, and it's really hard to be an excellent surfer next to all the world champions and all the other contestants. So I just try to keep pushing harder and harder, even though I don't have the conditions that they have. When I started surfing, I kind of started by myself, and then my brother came along, and then my sister, she's 2 years younger than me. She saw surfing, and of course she wanted to come as well. So since then, we kind of pushed each other to be better. If it was my sister doing this turn, I wanted to do that turn. And surfing in the water, it was kind of crowded, but it was only men around. I was the only woman or kid, I was a young girl surfing in the lineup.
We have returned to competition for the ISA World Surfing Games. Olympic qualification is just out of reach. We are approaching the heats where it's all coming down to it. Within a matter of a couple rounds, we're going to start to be able to see those surfers that will find that qualification, which is just crazy to think that we're already at this stage within the conversation heading towards Paris. Heat number 5 for repechage round 4 now hitting the lineup with Puerto Rico, Israel, Portugal, and Brazil in the water. And this is going to be a great heat with Havana Cabrera, the local, out in the lineup. Anat Lelior, Olympian from Tokyo 2020, representing Israel, now surfing to try and gain herself a position for Paris, up against Kika Vasilko Francisca, as her formal name is, out of Portugal. She's now a world junior champion from the WSL Junior Championships at the start of last year. Very exciting to see that. And Luana Silva, out of Brazil, now up and riding, and she's a championship tour level surfer. So this is a really heavy heat to be witnessing as Luana gets ready to go on that opening ride. She's going to start out with a great looking score after something like that.
Yeah, Luana, living in Hawaii, Brazilian parents, and that's been a mix that, a lot of Brazilians living in Hawaii and using it as an alternative, a great place to live, great waves, and creates just amazing opportunities for your children. We know that Havana Cabrera, as we see Tiara there after that last heat, incredible young surfer for Holland.
Exciting surfer to watch. And she could be one of those getting the call up. She was one of the surfers that participated in the ISA training camp that ran at Teahupo in Tahiti to prepare surfers that haven't had those opportunities before, as we take a look at Kika on her backhand.
Couple of nice turns. Start was a little bit slower, but it was a nice size wave. She got a couple of really nice turns towards the end there. Luana gets that snap out of the top, fading it down, waiting for this wave to stand up in front of her, re-angles the board with pressure on the back foot, drives into this steeper section, snaps it back beautifully, and you can see gets down low. You can see the back leg. Look at that weighting and unweighting on the back foot. Great example of that right there. Into the closeout turn off the whitewater, kicks the board up really nice and high. Important to get the completion. She did that, so that's going to be a good score. Perhaps a little bit better than Kika Vasilko's first ride, but for those two ladies both having scored, good opening rides to start this elimination round.
Oh, a paddle there from Kika, unable to get into it. And that's because Anat Lelior down the line is finding her footing as the goofy foot. Nice looking finishing turn. I'm going to say she rode out of that, although we lost it for a moment. She's chasing a 5.51 on her opening score to get her up into that advancing position as the scores are in from the first 2 waves ridden. Luana Silva with a 6.33 and a 5.5 for the opener of Kika Veselko.
Yep, that makes sense. Here's Kika again.
Up and riding. And just a quick kick in and out.
It's interesting. I've done some work with Kika in Hawaii before her World Junior Championships, and it was so great to see her go on and win that. Fantastic young surfer, and the mindset of an athlete, always working towards success and always conscientious about trying to maximise her opportunities. Great young athlete for Portugal.
Great young athlete. Exciting future ahead of her. Already living within it as well.
Yes.
We've got another young surfer who's had some outstanding results at the World Surfing Games, taking away a win in the repechage round. The Netherlands moving forward with Tiara Vanderholz is with Mitch Salazar.
That's right. We also have Oliver Zietz, who moved through, winning his heat in the repechage on the other podium. He dropped a 9.0 the other day. We want to get him some airtime, too. We'll start with Tiara, though. Congratulations. You know, at such a young age, you're not even 18 yet. To be able to have the success that you had here at the ISA World Surfing Games, how important is it to have the camaraderie of your teammates to be able to do that, too?
Well, the team is the most important thing because they're your support and in the good and bad times, and it's really nice to have them all cheer you on in your heats. So it's a big part of, the surfing.
Ollie, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I agree. It's really important, and always getting that cheer and support from the team can really boost morale, and it helps a lot.
So you're still in the juniors. Ollie just graduated last year. The development of Team Netherlands is not only vital to the success having you guys on the team, but also as the growth of the sport as an Olympic sport too. The dreams of both of you guys obviously want to get to Paris, but beyond that, what can we expect from you?
I just want to showcase my surfing and get better every heat. So get more experience and learn so I can do better the next competitions and heat.
And coming into this event, I just kind of have no expectations, just trying to make a name for myself and do the best I can. And if I make it there, then sick. But if not, then there's always next time. And I'm ready.
Anything you want to say in Dutch?
Dankjewel voor het kijken. Hopelijk gaat het volgende keer ook goed. En evita Tico, ik zal ervoor zorgen dat ik me niet hou.
Dankjewel voor het kijken en Hop Holland!
Woo!
That was great to see the two of them together, both finding some success out in the lineup, battling through those repechage rounds. Luana Silva had an opportunity during that interview. We'll track now with Anat, who dropped a 6.93 for her opening wave. Looks stealthy as she kicks out of the final maneuver there. And she's going to be putting herself in a great position. Luana Silva chasing a small score at the moment, but we do have scores to drop through for both Anat and for Luana that are going to really change the situation for the bottom half of the field.
Yeah, we didn't see the start of Anat's wave, but the end was powerful. It looked authoritative. There was a strength in the rail transitions that was a difference. It looked different to what we've seen from the other ladies. It was fast and furious, had that energy in it. 6.93, the best scoring ride of the heat so far, and another potentially better score even to drop, although we didn't see the outside work. So speculative there, but the inside work was definitely, authoritative and looked like a winner.
Anat, after her debut at the Tokyo Olympics, found herself requiring hip surgery from a long-time injury and was able to get that done in the last couple of years, which has set herself up well on the track to qualification for Paris coming into this season. We missed her competing across the European qualifying series, across the Challenger series, and a few places that we would have expected to see her name in the conversation, just keeping those skills sharp and working on her other professional hopes and dreams within surfing. But now it looks like that rehab that she put in, the time she spent back at home, but also in California, working on her rehab has all paid off now with the type of strength within her surfing that we see moving forward. Scoring for Kika Veselko, a 3.5, but a 5.70 on the board now for Anat Lelior, has her sitting in the top leading position. As we take a look, Barton, at some of those names who have already found themselves with qualification leading up to this event.
Yes, and from the World Championship Tour, you've got 2 Americans, 2 Australians, Brazil, France, Costa Rica and Portugal already with athletes booked in, and then you can see the Continental wildcards that were won, or not necessarily wildcards, but allocated spots for those continents. Vahini Fierro, Shino for Japan, Sarah Baum and Safi Vete for New Zealand booking their places. And then from the Pan American Games, Sanoa Dempfli-Olin. And there's those spots waiting for our eligible surfers from this week. And Nat having a look at this one, not going on the right.
Have a look now at Havana Cabrera. She's been a little more quiet within this heat. This wave is going to kind of put her back into that conversation. Currently chasing a 7.29 as Luana just gets stuck on that frothy section off the bottom turn and can't find that speed that maybe a cleaner wave would have given her. So she'll fall down. A 4.73 for last of Luana, though, does set her up with that second place position. A throwaway score to drop behind that. Kika now for Portugal down into third, and Havana opened on a 3.77. She's now got a potentially better score to drop for her last wave to be chipping away that 7-point requirement. And it's cool looking at that list. I love that kind of just off to the side, reminding us of who has already qualified, and then the fact that there are still spots available. We're specifically by name going to be qualifying 8 individual athletes. As long as there is not already 2 surfers per country qualified for that nation, then they are able to walk away qualified. It seems likely that from tomorrow we could be deep enough in the draw to start seeing those first qualifiers announced. Not for sure, but by the end of today we'll have a pretty good look at how the situations unfold between these repechage rounds happening on both podiums, as well as the main rounds, and our field of competition just continues to shrink down enough for us to head into just a single podium.
Which is going to set up for the final days. And if we get the swell as predicted for those final days, we're imagining we would leave Rastrial and El Pico and go back to Margara as our single bank for those final days, or single reef break. And at this point in this heat, Israel strong, 2 best scoring rides of the heat for Anat. And then Luana, she's got 2 solid scores as well that she could keep at the end. Havana needs to get going, really. She hasn't had a score to kind of keep her in this. The 4.53, the last one, as you said, better than the first. So that's a score that she could keep if she had to. So that takes some pressure off. So both Francisca and Havana looking for a second solid score. 5.57 for Kika is not such a giant score. And I'm going to have a guess that that's the 5-time world champion's head, Carissa Moore, by the look of that surfboard there, the USA flag. Can't wait to watch her surf, and amazing that but she had a tough heat already in that elimination round, but she had a tough heat yesterday afternoon that put her there.
Yeah, that's right, Bart. We were talking about it this morning, even just reflecting on that. That was a solid battle. Soligari got the win in that heat with an 8-point ride that she opened up with. I did bump into Sol yesterday afternoon and just congratulated her on it. And she said she felt so lucky that one of those moments finally happened for her, where she was, in position. She actually happened to be in position on the start of the heat because there's no priority. To be able to take off and have the authority on the best wave coming through at the start of the buzzer. So that never happens to her. It always happens to someone else in the lineup, it seems. So she was really stoked to have that opportunity to drop an 8-point ride right away. And she ended up taking away the win over Caroline Marks in second. Carissa Moore, with a well-fought battle, still landed herself in third, which finds her in the repechage round with a few other women paddling out next.
Getting ready, putting the leashes on.
Italy, Chile, and Germany with Daniela Boldini in the blue, Estela Lopez in green, and Rachel Presti in the white. Coming up in the final 2 heats of this round, we'll have Vahine Fierro and Sarah Baum and Tyler Wright. Those 3 women are all already qualified for Paris 2024, either through their championship tour results last year or through their World Surfing Game results. So we've got a few women that are already, have that kind of ticket next to their name, but they're wanting to do all they can to help with those team points heading towards finals day.
Yeah, and if you win the men's and the women's individually, separately, you will get an extra spot. And we know from Huntington Beach that went to Japan in the men's, and so that's what an advantage to have 3 people in the game. An extra spot is just massive. And then Team USA in the women's from Huntington, so that's a big part of this event. And look at this set heading down the beach, one of the bigger waves we've seen. No one really choosing to go from where those 3 ladies are, perhaps a little flat on the face. Francisca with 5 minutes to go from Portugal. Kika, as she is known. She needs a big score right now.
Chasing a 5.57 on takeoff, wraps it around in that sort of mid-face carve back into the foam. Really slopey, doesn't quite have that speed and power just yet. Managing a bit of white water, a bit of lump and bump on the face. Now setting herself up, though, for a whippy turn on the finish. Unfortunate the way that wave just kind of didn't give her much to work with in the early stages, Barton.
Yeah, it was not the wave she was looking for. I'm guesstimating, you know, it didn't have the outside big turn. The inside work was beautiful. The last turn, powerful, but you need a big first turn. If you can get a big first turn, manage that middle of the wave and a big last turn, so finish with a big impression, it's always a good way to get a score, as we see the ladies doing the rock dance.
Tricky to get in and out of the lineup while avoiding sea urchins. There's been more than one surfer that have come in and had to go to the medical tent and sit there with, you know, the crew using some tweezers for an hour or two to make sure that everything's cleaned up and out of the foot.
No fun, that.
Always a challenging aspect, and that can happen in cold water and warm water. It's not something that's just those tropical kind of locations. You can find sea urchins in a lot of different, you know, anywhere that there's kind of those little reefs, those crevices growing over those rocks, that volcanic rock, whatever it looks like, is the potential to have some urchins in the conversation. Absolutely.
And a 3.4 comes through for that last wave of Portugal, so not enough, didn't even improve on the situation, so that 3.5's got to go.
Cabrero now up and riding, and she'll have to kick out. I mean, you can tell by the quality of that wave that it's not going to give her that 6.5 point ride.
So our first and second place surfers in first and second priority with 3 minutes on the clock, and the opportunity to control this heat for Puerto Rico. Great that Havana is down and away from those other surfers here, paddling furiously in the bottom of the screen.
Oh, and just ducking underneath it. Kika was having a look. She would have had top priority over... Oh, sorry, Luana had top priority over Kika in that situation.
That's why she's sitting where she's sitting. She's not sitting there because she wants to sit there and she thinks that's where the best waves are. She's sitting there because that's where Francisca is, and it's her opportunity with the priority above Francisca that she can control her. Maybe Francisca needs to be paddling. Sometimes I like to paddle aggressively to get away from them and make them paddle after me and make them look like the bad guy. And if some people don't like being the bad guy, and you could shake them that way by confronting them and going, "What, you're going to follow me? Let's go. What, you're going to tag me? You're going to look like the bad guy?" And sometimes they would back off because they didn't want to look like the bad person. So that's what I'd be doing right now. I'd be on the move. I wouldn't be letting that clock click and tick over without me doing something proactive at this point in time. Because the longer Francisca just sits there, this is to Luana's benefit. She's like, well, let's just sit here until the siren goes. This is great. So you need to challenge Luana in some way to try and shake her off your case. For Havana, she's in a good position down there on her own. If Mother Nature sends you something because you've got that distance, you've created the opportunity, that's what you need to be doing at this point in time. Francisca needs to shake Luana. It's not going to be easy. Luana's, you know, when you consider it's a matter of advancement or elimination, you're not going to shake her easy, but you may as well try something. And even sell her a lemon, make it look like you're trying to go something, you want something, and she'll use the priority to block you, and then you get your chances. Either way, look how close the two surfers are together. Either way, the cat and mouse is alive right now. Here we go.
Right now, our surfer in blue, Anat, has first priority. She's not going to go, so Francisca's going to have to sell Luana into this wave. There Luana goes. Now, will this be a wave that Luana potentially could grow her score line with? She needs to improve on a 4.73.
Nope.
First turn, second turn, not going to factor into her top two. That's going to leave 45 seconds on the clock for Vaselko out the back to try and get herself into one more. And here's the opportunity. Well played into this final minute. Chasing a 5.57 for the WSL World Junior Champion, now looking to book herself a spot to the Paris Olympics. Should she continue advancing through the rounds? And powerful backhand surfing. Barton, what are your thoughts on that 5.57 requirement?
Well, I love the fact that she was able to shake Luana and get the chance. That was first base, and she managed that. She did that. I don't know if she even wanted that wave, but it was a sale.
Yep.
And it was purchased and bought by Luana. That opened the door, but I don't think she gets it. The first turn was just a wrap, and then it went flat through the middle. If there were a couple of turns of the volume of the last turn, I would think that she was a chance, but I don't feel like that's a score enough at this point in time.
Well, Anat Leilior from Israel walking through with a win. She'll be taking it into the next round as we see scores starting to drop for Luana Silva. That last wave was the 183, so she'll maintain her top two scores as a 6.33 and a 4.73. And just waiting for that last score now to come through for Kika out of Portugal, chasing down a 5.57. This was a really solid heat for Havana Cabrera, just unfortunately didn't quite find the rhythm early enough to keep herself in the conversation. So she will bow out in fourth place. We're still waiting for this last score to come through as we take another look at the replay here.
Yeah, it was a nice deep bottom turn on the first turn, and it actually was a better turn than I gave it credit for in real life when I got to see it on the replay. Here's the score, not quite enough. Very close though.
Very close. So 4.53 for Kika Veselko sees Portugal and Puerto Rico out of the conversation. Israel and Brazil advancing through with Anat Leilior and Luana Silva keeping their Olympic dreams alive this week. Coming up next, the Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore is hitting the lineup.
I spent 22 years thinking about this. I'm arriving in Tokyo, turn my phone on, look, and it's like the waves are gonna be great on the first day, then better, and then best. So I said, somebody's looking at us. Somebody wants us to be successful.
As Olimpíadas, claro que me tornou pouco mais forte. Não maior que ninguém, mas me deu pouco mais de vontade de continuar buscando evoluir, de continuar no mesmo nível, crescendo e inspirando pessoas ao redor do mundo.
I went to the Olympics with this bigger sense of pride and purpose. It felt just really special to win the gold medal in surfing for the first time and bring it back home to Hawaii. I've never been more proud to be Hawaiian than I am in this moment.
And in many ways, we gave a surfing hug to the Olympic moment.
Straight into it, the Olympic gold medalist finding a run on her backhand on her opening heat for repechage round 4, heat number 6. Pumping down the line, setting it up on a softer size section. Didn't really have any speed generated into that final maneuver. She is in the lineup up against Italy's Daniela Boldini, Chile's Estela Lopez, and Germany's Rachel Presti. And that'll be the first wave ridden within this heat to Carissa Moore. Waiting for those opening rides for each of our surfers within the mix. Estela Lopez residing in Chile still, where Daniela Boldini representing Italy from the Canary Islands, and Rachel Presti representing Germany, spending a lot more time there in the Olympic training facilities as of late, but originally from Florida in the United States. And these three surfers with a bit of a tough ask up against 5-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore.
Yeah, absolutely tough heat. Having a look.
Estella now up and riding. Links it into the lip line for that opening turn. Just that single maneuver, she'll put a score on the board.
2.5 for Carissa Moore. So obviously, ladies wanting to get going early, looking for the early start just takes so much pressure off. And for Estella, a 3.17, it looked like just dropped in there. So that is better than the 5-time world champs opener, so that's going to give her confidence.
It's a great bit of confidence. Daniela now on her way to likely the best wave of the exchange so far. Gets that finishing turn, and that'll seal the deal for her off the takeoff.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of owning the start. If you can get the better of that opening exchange, it sets you up for the rest of the heat, takes the pressure off a little bit. You get to that place where you only need one more ride for the rest of the 15 minutes, or whatever's left, and in this case 16:40. We see an overview of the contest site. Rustrial is that spot that we can see right there where the ladies are surfing and what we're calling the action from today.
Well, you can see that wind really whipping each of the flags down by the beach. The white caps already on the water early this morning. Anat Lelior made the best of kind of challenging conditions out in the water. She's walked away with a win and is standing by with Mitch.
Yeah, that's right. Anat Lelior, a great performance, tough conditions, but it just seems like you're right out home here in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed this heat very much. I've competed in the past with all of the competitors that I had the heat with, and I'm happy to be on top on this one.
You know, off of camera, we were talking about injuries. I got a little hip thing going right now. During Tokyo, you weren't 100%. I've seen during the off-season you've been putting in a lot of work in the gym. How important is it to be able to perform in the gym and just inside of the water too?
It's definitely it's a full package. You don't we don't always surf. I definitely put a lot of work in the gym, and I have my team with me. Din Shemesh and Lian, my masseuse and my physiotherapist. I love them very much. And yeah, it's not only you. I have a full support with me. I have a very strong country behind me. And yeah, my mom is watching with her class. Hi, Mom. And yeah, sorry. And I don't know, it's everything. It's not just surfing. It's just like your mental game, your physical game, the love that you have for yourself and for others. And I'm just feeling good. I'm here to surf, and I'm enjoying surfing more than I ever was. And yeah, I feel like I'm falling in love back with my life. And I'm stoked that everybody's able to watch it.
And a longtime member of the ISA, how cool is it having your sister in the event and your dad part of the team too?
For sure. It's been an ongoing game since 2015. We were a small team, and nowadays we're a full team with backup. Yeah, I'm just stoked to be here, honestly, since everything that's going on. I've lost friends, I've lost people of my own country, and those things seem small. Winning heats is honestly it's small because the work that people put through in the war, and having even my brother here, it's surreal. Like it was, I didn't heard of him for a long time, and now that he's here with me, it's just I'm blessed just to have the people that I love. And I just want to say Am Yisrael Chai, תודה חבר'ה, כל מי שצופה במים, ואנחנו נעבור את כל הדבר הזה, ואני שמחה לייצג את הארץ המדהימה שלנו. תודה לספונסרים שלי ותודה לנבחרת שלי. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anat.
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Anat. Spoken from the heart as she's taken a great looking win out there. She's looking just at the absolute top of her performance. As she was mentioning, just able to really start to feel herself again, coming off of the injury that she was battling through in Tokyo, then found that rehab, had that surgery, has gotten that whole kind of piece of the puzzle back together with her family and that support, with that other crew that's kind of had to build in the backing of her as one of the top athletes in the world. And I won't be surprised if we see her walk away with that Olympic qualification later this week.
Yeah, it's it's an emotional journey being a competitive surfer. Being a human these days is an emotional journey in itself, and so much going on in the world. So sending our love and respect to everyone out there. And you know, it's great that surfing can bring us all together, regardless of any of the differences that we share. Surfing is the thing that, you know, brings us all together here, and the respect we have for each other and our cultures and our differences is really an important part of making the world a better place through surfing. Here's the 5-time world champ.
Carissa Moore on her backhand. She's down in that third place position. Only had the 2.5 to start, but now starting to showcase the sort of surfing that we have come to know and love from the Olympic gold medalist. Daniela Boldini sitting up in the leading position, looking to back up the 4.83 that she opened with, and making kind of tough conditions look simple out there for the Canary Islands local.
Yeah, well, 4.83, you know, winning the opening exchange. Rachel Presti still yet to ride her opening ride. So waiting patiently with that priority, looking for something that was kind of a paddle for that one. See if she loses that priority without riding the wave, but perhaps it wasn't an convincing paddle, and there was no one there that she was blocking or considering.
Sky Brown paddling out next, bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020 in skateboarding.
Yeah.
There's a street discipline and a park discipline for skating within the Olympics. Plenty other disciplines when you're outside of the Olympic Games, but those are the two that are included, and she took out the bronze medal in park. She'll be competing for Great Britain come the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, again as a skateboarder, and now she has the hopes and dreams of competing as a surfer as well. Has some tough heats to make it through, though, in order to get there, as we see Daniela. So she's been able to drop a 3.37 for her last wave. She'll fall in this one, so it will unlikely factor into her top 2 waves on the inside section there. But she's now staying active, as Carissa Moore has dropped a 6-point ride and sets herself up back into the lead.
Yes, the only gold medalist in women's surfing at this point in time, ever. 6-point ride. Yeah, it was expected to be the best wave of the heat after we watched that surfing. Powerful, but still smooth and classy. As always, one of the greats, and 5 world titles. Could very well have been 7 with a different format. You know, she was leading those 2 years into the final 5-day. Here we go. Snaps. First turn. The wave stands up in front of her. Gets a little snap out of the top, and then the big money turn at the end. And very consistently seeing the big last turns being where the massive rewards come from. Italy. Up and riding.
Taking a look at this, so we caught the tail end of that wave before those last 2 turns. One successful, one with the fall. And so Italy will remain in that second place position, though we're still waiting for her last score to drop in. And there it is, just a 2.67 on the board. So she remains in second behind the 5-time world champion. Tyler Wright, of course, last year had a great shot at winning that world title if it was back to the original format with those kind of 2 events dropped off of the schedule. Would have had her sitting in a better position actually than Carissa coming into the end of the year. But with those format changes, Carissa has taken it all with stride, as we expect her to, as the gracious competitor and gracious person that she is. And it's exciting to see in her kind of final year officially wearing the jersey with her announcement to step away from full-time competition. Now heading into the Olympic Games with that to be her final event. As we take a look now at Rachel Presti, quick whip on her backhand, but Barton, break down, the scenario for her now, surfing only a 10-minute heat in front of her, having held priority for that long.
Yeah, literally 9 minutes now as well, sitting on the priority for 10 minutes essentially. That positioning to start your heat and being in the most dominant position opposed to the other competitors is so important. If you own the start, it just takes all the pressure off. We saw even Carissa Moore get the very first wave of this heat because she was aware of, even a 2.5 created the opportunity to be in the lead at this point because she coupled it with that 6, the second ride. So, wave selection is super important. The start, it's one of those things where it's a hard thing to know how aggressive to be at the start of the heat. But by positioning yourself, you can take an advantage that's there for anyone to take if they are willing to take that inside position and be forthright and aggressive to establish ownership of it. And sometimes people would rather sit back and let someone else sort that out. John Florence is someone like that as well, even at the top level. So, it's not unusual to see, great surfers sit back and let that priority roster sort itself out and then go to work. For me, if there was an opportunity to seize advantage, I was never letting that go. If there was an opportunity to seize advantage, I was seizing it. And that sets up. And for Daniela Baldini, the same thing is happening at this point in time in the heat too. Her second place was created by the start. And so you can't underestimate being forthright at the beginning of a heat as a long-term strategy for going all the way. Estella with first priority didn't paddle. Good positioning there too, sitting inside a little bit. She's got that 3.17, which is a solid, it's a score that could be used, could be held on to at the end of a heat, but she needs a good backup of a 5.03 to get her into a qualifying position, 3rd and 4th out of the event, because we are in the repechage, sudden death, elimination, whatever you want to call it round. Here she goes, having a look at this one. First priority going to be used.
All right, Estella now up and riding for Team Chile. Hooks it up into that first section, now wraps it around on the rail. Nice control, finds that little speed pocket for a second, and then the wave dies out for her.
Unfortunate end, things got a little bit discombobulated there.
Looked like a really fun wave with those first couple sections though, didn't it?
And I was sitting here going, great wave selection, because it stood up and it was clean and the first turn was into the lip. Carissa Moore having a look out the back.
A dig from the outside, taking off in the foam. She'll now just pump along to get out into that open face for that first turn. Finds herself with a second. Slopier conditions. It starts to bull up maybe more on the inside now as she kind of looks back to the beach. You can see with Carissa, I really always appreciate the look of kind of that intense look on her face. Like she rarely is smiling in a heat. As we take a look now at Daniela on her backhand, and she looks for that ending section, but she's unable to get it. You can see with Carissa that these heats matter so much every time she's in a jersey. Of course, if she's getting great waves, you're going to see that relaxed nature, a smile at the end of a wave, a claim occasionally, that stoke come through. But you can see how much she is honoring the rest of the women in the lineup with the effort that she's putting into this heat right now, knowing that she's maybe not super happy with where the scores are even landing, though she's sitting in that leading position.
Yeah, well, she's only ridden those 2 waves, and 100%, you can see the effort that she is putting in. Nice, beautiful wrap. You can see the style and technique of a champion here. Watch the back foot. You can see there's those little pumps and pushes up and down on the back foot, weighting and unweighting, and you see it even came off the deck pad there. Nice wave. You can say goodbye to that 2.5, that's for sure. You're going to maintain a lead, and the ask for all of the other surfers to win this heat is going to go up dramatically after that ride from her. You can see her look to the beach, and she knows it was a good one. At first I thought, oh no, she's caught it, she's too far behind the whitewater, but in real speed we can just see how she just kept fluidly racking off the turns, adding up the points all the way through to the inside.
We'll take one more look at it here. You're right, really deep on the takeoff.
And saw down the line and recognised that there was more in it than what was immediately showing us. And so great wave selection, great use of priority, and it's going to be another good score that potentially is the second best scoring wave of the heat so far.
All right, Rachel Presti, she's been quiet through this heat. Only the 2.1 for her opening wave, and just a single maneuver for that second opportunity. She's got a 4.33 on the board from the panel.
And Germany, one of those nations, as of yesterday afternoon, still tied for first with all of their surfers still in the event, which, you know, at this stage, 5 days in for Team Germany, we see them growing and improving every year, and this has been a great event for them so far, and to be up in that top 6 nations and holding on to equal first with some of the powerhouse nations just proves, is testament to the work they're doing.
Carissa now with another chance. She got a 5.77 for that last wave, sets her up with the double digits in the lead. Now blasting the tail, throwing a bit of spray into that second section. And Rachel now starting to feel that kind of eager drive. She's got a 3.88 requirement. Nice section for that first hook. Back to the rail work more in that second turn and into the section for the third. She may do it with just that 9-minute heat being surfed. She held on to priority for a long time. She's one of those surfers that was, you know, had a high potential coming into this event to gain that Olympic qualification. Like you said, Germany's been putting all that work in behind the scenes, Barton, for years now to build to this stage. They've changed some different coaches. They've gotten input from a lot of different nations, and it set them up to becoming one of those really, really standout nations within surfing.
Look at this section. Beautiful. The wave bowls up in front of her. She heads out onto the face, gets a nice snap, and then comes around thinking there's 2 in it. Has to get vertical up the wave face because the shoulder tapered off so quickly. It's got the 5.77 on the one before it. I don't see that matching though. I don't see it going into a top 2. It was a beautiful section, but the second turn kind of got caught a little bit. Rachel Presti has the potential to go into second place right now. She's looking for that 3.88. I'd say she gets it solidly with the 3-turn combination on the wave before that, and that 4.33 has thrusted her into contention. The only other score that, you know, other than Carissa Moore's rides, is the 4.83 of Daniela's, her first wave, the Italian. So as we see Janere making her way out, she's an amazing young goofy footer. I love the way that lady surfs. Judges still having a long hard think about white, Rachel Presti, because they know it's a score of consequence. It's going to change the placements in this heat at this point, and still thinking about Carissa Moore's.
That's right. That wave for Rachel, 3-turn combination. Great first section. Had some power on the finish, and there it is. It's a 4.77. She well and truly gets the requirement she needs to move up into second. That forces Italy's Daniela Boldini down into third place, chasing a 4.27. We're going to take another look at this wave from Rachel Presti, gaining her that second place position.
First snap, there was this desperate energy and enthusiasm that you could tell. She got the last turn. You watch her look to the beach. You look what you know what she's thinking. She's thinking, let's go. And she can feel the energy and the adrenaline rushing through her body because she recognized that, you know, that could be the score she needed. It was the score she needed. It was her best wave so far. Put her, you know, the 9-minute, 10-minute heat, half a heat that she has surfed, now has her in second priority. So great wave selection. The patience that she has shown finally paying off at this point with 45 seconds left.
She's one of those surfers that is so good at snapping into mode, kind of finding that aggression that she needs to in the right moment, finding that inner mongrel within her.
Yes.
If she realizes that she's got her back against the wall, she puts up a fight every single time, and that's exactly what we're seeing witnessed here.
Yeah, and it's a wonderful trait, you know. You can get cornered and some people can cower into that corner, and then other people stand up and barge out of it and do whatever they have to do to get out of the corner they find themselves in. Rachel, being one of those athletes, was so out of this heat for so long. The first half hadn't even really ridden anything, and she kept the faith, showed the determination and passion, and the judges appreciated it, as did we. Carissa Moore up and riding, making her way in.
Making her way in, already sitting on that winning heat total in the 11-point range, and she'll have a little bit more work to do throughout the week to make it back into that grand final conversation. Scenarios that we've seen surfer like Sally Fitzgibbons, championship tour level, make her way through from repechage round 2 all the way up to winning that gold medal at the end of an event. So Carissa's right there within that conversation to be that you know, one of those favorites heading into our gold medal conversation this week. Rachel Presti doing very well to find that advancing position, keeping her dreams alive as well for Team Germany. And Daniela Boldini of Italy, Estela Lopez of Chile, well done, beautifully surfed. You have bright futures ahead of you. Unfortunately, now knocked out of the event and outside of that Olympic qualification for this year's cycle, but come LA 2028, they could be right there in the conversation.
4 years is a long time, so there's a lot of opportunity to improve and a lot of ISA events to surf and keep tuning and honing the skills.
And that's exactly what we're seeing from surfers like Rachel Presti. Coming into this as opposed to Tokyo, there's that growth that we're seeing from so many surfers. Carissa Moore with the win, big smile on her face, feeling that relief for a moment, and we'll be catching up with her shortly. We've got more action to come. When we return, we will have Vahine Fierro of France, Sky Brown of Great Britain, Janire Gonzalez Esparra from Spain, and Mahina Maeda of Japan.
I'm 23 years old and I'm from Tahiti representing France. Teahupo'o is a very special place to my heart. It's a very particular wave because you can't train any other waves than that one if you want to get better. So you have to go to the Olympic qualification, and that's probably one of my biggest focus for now.
Vahine Fierro officially qualifies for Paris 2024 in El Salvador and has punched her ticket to compete at her home break of Chopo.
To have Vahine qualify at her hometown, like, I don't know if you could hold the Olympics at Chopes without her there.
It's enough to make me want to cry, to be honest. You know, she has been through an enormous amount of emotional ups and downs, you know, following this dream, chasing this dream, see her come out the other side of all of that, succeed, book her place. But that is epic, mate.
You know, I'm an Olympian now, and I just want to put all my effort in and leave it all in the ocean and just, you know, not have any regrets and just surf my heart out and try my best out there. Hard work does pay off at some point, and this point right now is like the best ever, and I'm really looking forward to, you know, putting the time in over there and figure out how I can win that gold medal.
Hard work does pay off, and we're going to get to see Vahine Fierro compete for an Olympic gold medal at her home break. It's going to be very, very exciting to see. She's currently in the lineup representing France up against Sky Brown from Great Britain, Janire Gonzalez Echevarri from Spain, and Mahina Maeda from Japan. The other three surfers in the lineup, Sky, Janire, and Mahina, all trying to get themselves a ticket to Paris. Exciting to see that Vahine has already secured that out of last year's World Surfing Games. She gained it as the highest ranked European woman in the competition, and so was able to get that on a continental slot. She'll be joined alongside her teammate Joanne Defay on the women's side and Kaoli Vast on the men's side for Team France. There is an opportunity for France to secure themselves with another man out of this event, and for their team to be able to win or take away the highest ranking positions on both the men's and women's fields. They could be looking at a couple of extra slots for the nation.
Absolutely. And Janire, off to a good start with the 5.17, young Spanish goofy footer. Vahine Fierro, Mahina Maeda, up and riding on the replay here from Mahina, representing Japan. Japanese parents, lives in Hawaii, catches a rail on the inside, 1.43 for that.
Janire with a 5.17 for her opening ride, and we'll take a look at this 4.17 of Vahine.
Nice first snap, light on the feet. Punches the lip there with a nice closeout maneuver, and make her way back out the back. Here she is again.
Up
going
and riding
to the backhand.
On the backhand. Nice seamless transition from that first turn into the second. Looking relaxed in the water today.
Always
Hungry,
looks
but relaxed.
Yeah, always looks relaxed, but she's determined to get the early start. You can tell that. That was, you know, the 4.17, then on the backhand a 4.6. So the early start achieved. She's got the lead. Great strategy. The French team have been, to this point in time, the standout team, and performing the best. So good start for the French again.
Well, Carissa Moore put on the best performance in that last heat, took away another win here at the World Surfing Games. She's down with Mitch.
That's right, looking to become a two-time gold medalist at the Olympics now, Riss. You know, from the days you started competing against the guys, you dropped a 10 at a QS at one point in your career. How cool has it been to see the progress that we've seen in surfing so far?
Oh, it's been so cool to be a part of the progression and the movement, and like just exciting to think about like how it's going to continue to rise. The women are just becoming more fearless and pushing the limits of what's possible, and it's really inspiring for myself because seeing all the girls just really send it has been like, yeah, okay, maybe I can do it too.
Can you talk to us about the great work you do with More Aloha?
No, thank you so much. I started this nonprofit, More Aloha, like in 2018, and it's all about sharing valuable tools and resources that I've gained through my own experiences with the next generation to live a positive life. And it's tricky, you know, this day and age, there's a lot of like negative stuff and things that are trying to shape us or mold us into things that we aren't. So I just want to help other girls and women stay most authentic to themselves and chase their dreams.
How do they get in touch with you?
You can check out our More Aloha Instagram. That's probably the best way, and sign up for our newsletter.
Thanks, Riss.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Quick words from the 5-time world champion, the Olympic gold medalist. And we'll take a look at Vahine now on the inside section. She already got a couple fours on the board, and she's got a smile on her face as well as she kicks out. Now, if you are going to check out More Aloha, it's spelled the same way that Carissa Moore's last name is spelled, M-O-O-R-E, Aloha. Find them on Instagram, and she puts out these great prompts, these essay prompts to girls around Hawaii. Sometimes she opens that up to girls from around the world prior to events that she's running to, write down their thoughts about something that she's kind of maybe struggling with even herself, and then goes through those essays. That's how she selects the girls that get into the program. So it's a great opportunity, a great exercise to get everyone thinking, to get a little pen and paper going, and to be able to learn and reflect with one of the world's greatest human beings.
Yeah, they ran an event at Sunset Beach recently and flew people in from around the world. I know Leilani Zorik is a young Australian girl from Byron Bay area. She got to come over and most probably 6 or 7 years ago, Leilani at Blastoff, she gave me a letter to give to Carissa because Carissa was her favourite, and I brought the letter over to an event for Carissa and gave it to her and made the connection between those two ladies. And Carissa's a massive inspiration, and love to hear those words of living your authentic self and encouraging people to be okay and live in their authentic self while there's pressure to be other things around them is a wonderful sentiment that she shared in that interview. And Mitchie has been doing a fantastic job there with the interviews and really diving deep into the emotions of the participants in this 60th anniversary.
Vahine scores a 5-point ride on this one, Barton.
The old backhand is a weapon for her. Grew up on a right hand at her home island. And Janire here, another goofy footer, pumping down the line. Look at the speed she kept through that flat section. Beautiful turn there as well. Both these ladies, 4.9. This is a really tight heat. Janire's gone into the lead.
And that was the 4.6 of Vahine. So like you said, it's super tight between first and second at the moment. Spain sitting in first with a 5.17 and a 4.90 to back it up. The 5.7 was her opener. And then Vahine sitting in that second place position. Sky Brown now getting off on her opening ride. So into that first carve, pumping through the line, setting herself up through to the inside section, but unfortunately just kind of nicks the nose and she'll go down.
Yeah, I suppose as a skateboarder, you are dealing with a constantly or a never-changing environment. It doesn't do it's just there. And so I'm sure the temperature would affect it and different things, but surfing, wave selection really is the basis of success. Vahine Fierro doing a great job of that right here. Look at this one.
There we go, into a great looking wave. Just gets a little kind of caught off the rail coming out of that first turn into the second section. She'll be late to it. Grab that board back by the leash, flip it over, get ready to duck dive the next wave that's about to break on her head. Mahina Maeda represented Japan at the Tokyo Olympics alongside Amuro Suzuki.
A lot of difficulty for the ladies timing those closeouts, and the onshore wind, you imagine that onshore wind makes the top of the wave come down faster, and it looks like it's coming down faster than being anticipated by the ladies in this heat. We saw Vahine and Mahina with exactly the same kind of problem on the closeout turn. Sky Brown feels like wave selection really might be her issue, and particularly on that first wave, that wasn't a very good one to have waited so long with the priority and go a wave like that would be disappointing for her.
10.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Mahina's chasing now an excellent score of an 8.17 to get herself into an advancing position. And Sky is chasing a 7.67 to get herself into the advancing position. This is an elimination round heat, and this is a big one. Considering the 4 names that are in the conversation, Vahine already has that qualification. So she's going to do her best to help Team France be the highest ranked women's team within the field, and of course go for that illustrious gold medal for the team medals that'll be available at the end of the week to the highest ranked overall team. And that's why we're seeing the amount of kind of energy that she's putting into each of these waves so far. Great read of the ocean from Vahine, so at the moment chasing that 5.08. But for Janire, for Mahina, and for Sky, they're all looking for that qualification. They're all those surfers that have earned those top positions to represent out of tough countries to make their teams for. And they've got that pressure mounting as we're down to the back half of this heat.
Yes, the pressure is everywhere out there, representing your nation, representing your team and your teammates, and they're all on the beach watching you. It makes competing as an individual, to a degree, for me it did anyway, it seemed easy because it was just you. And there's not this whole, you might have your support crew and your family and those sorts of things, so, which is natural. But in this environment, you're representing your nation. There's Olympic spots up for grab, and your team's results are based on your results. So they're all relying and depending on you, and then all of the infrastructure around that, while it helps you and makes it easier, it does come with pressure as well. And so it's a rad situation as an individual sport to find yourself in a team situation. It's not usual. That's the different thing about this particular event. So it's something that it takes a while to get comfortable and used to.
Coming into competition this week, we had 266 athletes that we began with, 55 nations in total represented, and by the end of competition today, we're going to have a really good look at who's still in the conversation for Olympic qualification, how many more heats maybe certain surfers need to be making it through to secure those spots, the final 6 on the men's side and the final 8 on the women's side. We're taking a look now at a potential wave as Janira had a look at that one, decided not to go. Mahina as well down the way. But a big field to start off with. We've lost a lot of countries already that have all of their surfers already eliminated. We've lost a lot of individual athletes as well. And so we're getting closer and closer to those, those kind of conversations that are going to be unfolding in front of us over the next couple of days with some huge things available for surfers when it comes to career moments. The fact that surfers can now be Olympians, which was not something to even be thought of just a few years ago for all of the surfers in the draw right now. So huge life moments unfolding here at the World Surfing Games, which is always exciting. Within the draw overall this week, we began with 9 former ISA gold medalists in the contest. We had 27 out of the 40 Olympians that competed at Tokyo 2020, and 27 of the athletes that have qualified for Paris 2024 were in the draw from the start of this week. Sky Brown has a look at that one, and that was just a wave that was never going to amount to anything.
It seems like there's a bit to learn about the wave selection, the competitive strategy, and in surfing for Sky, but this is the place to learn it.
Vahine into that first opening turn, sets it up on the second. She'd be hungry to walk away with a victory at the moment, but she's done very well with the scores to put her other 2 competitors below her in tough situations, chasing near excellent scores for each of them. Looking to see if she can build on that 4.6 behind her. Janire as well doing an excellent job with her opening 2 waves. She's now been sitting with priority, waiting patiently. And wave selection does seem to be a challenging one today. It's interesting to kind of have a look at some of those surfers that are just starting to enter the competitive conversation. So we've got a lot of surfers that have been put in a jersey, maybe by their parents, whether the kids were really interested in it or not, from 4 or 5 years old, into those little events around, their hometowns, to growing into qualifying series competitors or surfing in their national scholastics, whatever it kind of looked like. They're in the jersey all the time and they understand how to compete at, kind of across varying different levels. Mahina now up and riding. She's one of those surfers that's such an excellent competitor. She loves charging big waves as well, but her small wave surfing is all time. She goes for that final maneuver and just can't hold on to it.
Foam climb was fantastic. She got great height out of that in a difficult section. Whether she gets points for it or not, given the fact she got tangled up in the white water, whether it's considered completed, but the first 2 turns were nice. The middle turn was big, powerful, sort of ride that she needed. Only a couple of 1s so far, so that was something that she needed to do right now. There's 5 minutes to go, so still time to get another ride. Making her way back out the back from the inside. Sky Brown's now in the second priority, finding herself in a very similar position to Mahina. She needs a good wall on a wave, and we'll get to see what she's capable of. But competing in the ocean is a challenging thing. Wave selection, regardless of the quality of the waves, you can be out in absolutely perfect surf, and there is still a big difference between the good and the bad waves.
Sky Brown now up and riding, finding herself on a great looking wave into that first turn, solid. Sticks it for the second. Finally getting to showcase the surfing that we get to see through all those social media clips, through all those kind of fun environments around her. Chasing a 7.67 bar, and this could put her right back in the conversation.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's that big a score, but at this point in time, with 4 minutes and 15 seconds, it's still a 2-wave equation for her because she hasn't had a single score of consequence. Same for Mahina Maeda. As we'll look at this replay of Vahini's, it got a 4.6 for her, so wasn't included. It was equal to her second best score, didn't improve on those 2. She's just staying busy. You can see what her strategy is. This is the interesting wave. Stalls, wait for it to stand up. First nice carve back through. Beautiful section hits her. It comes to her again. She hits it beautifully. Comes through to the inside. Gets a 3rd big turn. 3 turns of consequence and 2 scores that are going to impact the position of this heat right now. It's hard to imagine that we'll see either Mahina or Sky go into a qualifying position, but they will lower the ask, get their best score without question, and be in a position where they'll be ready to challenge in these final 3 minutes. So this is going to be an exciting finish to this one.
That's right, just to be able to chip away at those big requirements. It's a 7.17 for Sky Brown, so it's not quite enough to put her into second, but now she only needs a 7.43. That's going to be a huge boost of confidence for her in the lineup right now.
2.43, yeah, correct. Only a 2.43. That's easy. Here she goes. Oh, she was paddling on the inside. I like that idea. Now's the time to just try and take that second place, put some pressure on Vahini Fierro. She's ridden a lot of waves, 3 waves since her 2 best scores, so 3 attempts without an improvement. That's got to be considered a mistake and something you could clean up. Here's the replay. First turn, lays on the back foot, drives the rail, uses the arms in a really nice individual fashion, stays back in the pocket, beautiful placement, snaps there, tight, really low, and then the final turn is a beauty as well. 3 big turns for a 7.17, exactly what she needed to do. So that's where her experience in competition and dealing with pressure is starting to show right now. Here she goes, having a look at this one, looking for a 2.43, Shannon.
2 minutes remaining on the clock, chasing a small score, and there it is as she goes up in for that single maneuver. Scoring quick from the panel, a 3.17 on the board for Sky Brown, and she takes away a leading position suddenly from 4th into 1st for the young surfer representing Great Britain. We knew the skills were there, but it's just that time now in a jersey that's going to come to fruition for her. Janire Gonzalez up and riding now. She has been so quiet in the back half of this heat. That's going to be a missed opportunity to improve her scoreline likely and hold herself back into 1st. Vahine Fierro now finds herself in a knockout position, and Mahina chasing a 5.20. Opening turn looked sharp, goes for that little foam climb on the second, and she'll have to kick out without an opportunity to just close it up with the third maneuver.
She got a 4.87 before, needs a 5.2. Vahini now needs a 5.08. And Janiro 5.18, as you can see, to go into the lead. So Sky Brown out of nowhere from 4th into the lead, and shows how tight this is. This is a really good first turn, beautiful first turn. Most probably the best turn of the heat so far as single turns go. She got the 4.87 before that, so this heat is on in these dying seconds.
Incredible. And to think of, the combination surfing that we're seeing from Sky, not that double pump in her bottom turn on that 7.17. Smaller wave now. She's looking to just increase that 3.17. Very small wave here, but she's got a little bit of work done. We'll see where the judges go with it. She is sitting in that leading position. But thinking of that 7.17, how smooth her speed carried through from that opening turn straight into the second. No effort needing to put in to generate anything because she'd already done the work in the way that her rail wrapped into that pocket on the face of the wave to be able to carry that speed for her. Taking her through with the highest wave of the heat so far. A 3.6 Spartan drops for her last wave. Has her up in that leading position even more convincingly now. And Vahine, will she have another opportunity?
She will
or is
not.
this going to be it?
She led the whole way. She was always in an advancing position until those final moments. And it would have to come down to the inability to continue to build on the scores. She was down the priority roster because of how active she was. And that meant that she was catching waves that they were good rides. They were all 4s and stuff, and she was surfing great, but it just wasn't a big, good enough wave to improve on that base that she created early, and that left the door open. Sky Brown just went flying through that door. Janire, she held on the whole way. Mahina got a 5.03. So Vahini actually ended up in 4th place at the end. 3rd and 4th still making a difference and having an impact. So for Vahini, that was a sort of a royal dumping right at the end when things felt like they were going so well for so long.
That was a shocking way to see the heat kind of finish. Incredible performance from Sky Brown, taking away that leading position in the end. Her surfing is right there. We're seeing her competitive knowledge grow in the moment. Yes. Right now, she would have learned so much from that moment, from those final 5 minutes, and now taking that into the next heat, she's going to be that much better off. Great Britain and Spain advancing through. Unfortunately, Mahina Maeda and Vahine Fierro out of the conversation for Japan and for France. We've got more action to come with Sarah Baum, Tyler Wright, Mathea Olin and Alice Barton in the lineup.
For the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games, the first qualifiers for the Paris 2024 Olympics have been announced.
Sarah, come here. Jordi, come here. I think you guys should be getting ready to go to French school because I'm going to see you next year in Tahiti.
Thank you so much. I've been feeling a lot of pressure the last week, so just been like an emotional roller coaster, and just breathing, just trying to focus on myself and trust the process, and yeah, here we are.
¿Pa' dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a que mate. Par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Massive happenings down here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Chris Cote with Otto Flores on the call. We've just seen a stunning turn of events with Sky Brown taking the last second win. But let's fill it up again with talent. Repechage for Heat 8. Sarah Baum, Tyler Wright, Mathea Olin, and Elise Barton. Great Britain, Canada, Australia, South Africa in the water. Otto, it only takes one wave to potentially change your entire life. Sky Brown, proof of that in that last repechage heat. She stays alive in this competition, but we just lost two standout surfers in Mahina Maeda, as well as Mahina Fierro. Expect the unexpected down here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
That was really unexpected, Chris. You know, Vahina was like leading the heat the whole time, had great rhythm, and like you said, one wave. Sky Brown just shoots into that first place. You know, she backed it up with a nice score. I really liked that to see that Sky Brown actually got to surf a wave with her potential. Super fluid, nice turns, really good rhythm, and yeah, 7.17. That's a really good score. And she was trailing the whole heat, and at the dying minutes of that heat, she put a combination of scores and beat the pack.
Incredibly talented. She kind of views surfing as her escape from the the stresses of competition that she usually experiences in skateboarding, but obviously it's working for her in both sports. Must be nice to be that good at so many things.
Well, I was just looking at social media, and she really loves surfing.
Oh, yeah.
She is like, you know, like the question has been asked many times, which one would you like to be in? And she's going for both.
Yeah.
She feels like she's comfortable in both areas, and obviously we know she's a tremendous skater, Olympiad medalist, and great talent. And she would love to see herself achieve it in the surfing category as well, as we see Sarah Bohm in red for South Africa.
Nicely done there. Just pure power surfing. Two big turns. To me, I'm not even going to knock on wood. It's apparent. The waves are getting better.
They are. It's getting kind of cleaner. It's. I believe that the swell's starting to fill in a bit more today. I was a bit worried when I was driving here this morning. Obviously, waves look really small in the dark because you can't see them. And yeah, it was to my surprise when we got here today. It looked a lot more contestable. It looked a bit better. It had better shape. And we've seen with the girls out in the water, it's excellent scores are out there to be had.
Quick look right there of Sky Brown, her dad Stu Brown. And full credit to all the parents, especially when you have a superstar child like Sky Brown, you know, who's been in the spotlight. She definitely, I'm sure, has a lot of requests for media attention. So great that her dad is right there by her side. You know, kid and a human being first, athlete and global superstar second. So it's really cool to see the story of Sky Brown being written as we speak. But right now, Tyler Wright putting the hammer down. great start for Tyler Wright. Again,
another superstar.
Surprising name to find in here in the repechage rounds, but do not be surprised. This is ISA competition, and the field is just littered with some of the most elite level surfers on planet Earth. 14 minutes to go here. Mateo Olin starts off with a 4.5, waiting for a score to come in for Sarah Baum. She is a Olympic qualifier. You do have to actually compete at the Olympic Games to be called an Olympian, but still being an Olympic qualifier is huge in itself. So let's hope that her path is just steady and clear as we make our way to the end of the road. Chiahopo in Tahiti, right around the corner. Will Elise Barton get the chance to compete in Tahiti? Little slidey backside snap to start this wave. Has a big section to work with. Finishes strong. Quick dismount. That'll be a good start for Elise Barton representing the Great Britain. So 12:20 to go. Surfing's Bo Jackson. Sky Brown is standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
The reference, but Sky Brown, two-time gold medalist at the X Games, bronze medalist at Tokyo 2020. That was in a different sport, though. Here in surfing now, World Surfing Games, congratulations. You make it through, and you got your 2 scores towards the end of the heat as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough heat. All the girls are ripping out there. And yeah, the waves are really tough, but I'm super stoked I got the last 2 waves at the end over there. But yeah, stoked I made it too.
And you reside in a great area of California, San Clemente. Your shaper, Matt Biolos, has done some amazing work too. I want to talk about your board. It seems like a carbon-based board, right?
Yes, this is the Black Sheep, and I've been riding this board forever now. I can't get away from this thing. It's my favorite and probably will always be my favorite board. But yeah, love it. Thank you, Matt.
So we have a lot of surfers and skaters on the broadcast crew. Any tips you would give them to kind of balance both things at the same time?
I mean, for me, it's easy because, you know, surfing and skating, it's a lifestyle for me. I, wake up in the morning, go surf, and then, do some school stuff, and then go skate in the evening, and maybe go surf again. It's really just a lifestyle, my playground, so it's pretty easy for me. But, yeah, just have fun and enjoy it.
Anything you want to say to Team GB watching at home?
Thank you so much, Team GB. Let's go. And thank you to my family watching, my friends. And, yeah, I just want to say ski.
Ski! Congrats, Sky.
She's amped. Love to see it. Sky Brown surfed her way through a tough heat right there. That's one of those heats where you feel like you get that one out of the way. Smooth sailing from here on out. So Sky Brown advancing, staying alive here in competition via the repechage round. And it's a great question there for Mitchell. How do you balance the two? And I love her honest answer. It's easy when you're Sky Brown, that is.
Oh, she seems like one of the happiest humans on earth. Super polite, super happy, and I like what you said before, a human before anything. I think she's having a ball in Puerto Rico. She's got a skate park right in front of Margata. She feels the itch to go skating. I've seen her on her skateboard as well, skating down the street. And just going back to this heat, Tyler Wright opening her campaign with a 6.17. I've noticed Tyler kind of getting her feet, getting back on her feet, looking comfortable, getting consistent, and that first wave, just an exclamation point of like, we're here to win. Doesn't matter which route we take, the long or the short. And I've seen that from a couple of the female surfers. Carissa Moore definitely putting that staple in earlier heats today. And I can't wait to see these girls just... Let's see what they do as we see the South African on screen with a great score.
Yeah, it was solid surfing for Sarah Baum. Comes through a 7.33. See this replay again. Look at just tagging that opening section, giving herself plenty of room to work with, generating speed through into the second turn. And here's the 6.17 from Tyler Wright. The Irukandjis always bring this thing. Tyler, a perennial medal threat, title threat. Anytime she enters the water, watch out, she means business.
Yeah, I like the flow that she had on that wave. Even though she got a bit stuck on that second turn, you could see here, nice little turn right there. Engages the rail, comes up here, hits it a little bit knifey on that one, but just regains her composure. And I really like Taylor's rail game. Like, she's always on the rail. I love when surfers don't really slap their board or pump it. And this is the last of Tyler Wright. their backup score. Nice little layback there to recover and just getting her rhythm, her tempo. And yeah, we're seeing Tyler Wright. We're still waiting for a second score, but winning that exchange. Sarah Bohm with that 7-3-3. Solid 2 turns, a little bit bigger of a wave. And Chris, we've been seeing over the development of this contest, over the development of this competition, the size of the wave and the fluidity, you know, speed, power, and flow are definitely influencing those judges.
Yeah, so as we get inside the 9-minute mark, some big numbers on the board. Sarah Baum sitting on that 7-3-3. Tyler Wright shows you how high her heat IQ is. She dropped the 6-1-7, literally spun it halfway back out, put up a quick placeholder, you know, most likely somewhere in the 3 to 4 range. And for her, I mean, that's exactly what she does, heat in and heat out. She goes out there, banks scores, gives herself the freedom and the luxury to shark around through the inside section and post up another solid number. And speaking of surfers that are able to post up solid numbers, are you kidding me? This next heat, men's main round, Joan Duru, Baron Mamiya, and Gabriel Medina. A classic ISA matchup between France, the USA, and Brazil. I don't even have to tell you out there not to go anywhere. We know you're going to stick around for these next heats. Biggest names in surfing enter the lineup.
Wow, Chris.
And some of them are out there right now in the repechage round. So again, the line is pretty blurry in terms of repo and main. I mean, there's so many great surfers all over the place, up and down our existing field.
Yeah, another beautiful day here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. We're stoked. Day number 6 of competition. We definitely been picking the eyes out of the lineup, you know, doing just the right time, just the right days to surf. And it seems like Tyler Wright with that 4.33 gains that leading position, putting Sarah Bohm from South Africa in second place. She only needs a 3.17 to regain the lead. Elise Barton from Great Britain has a nice score, Chris, a 5.10. She's lacking that second score. She's got a 0.50. And Matea Olin from Canada, she's got a 4.50. And I believe there's a little triangle. There might have been a paddling interference or something. Kind of missed that on the screen, but it looks like that is the case as we see a man on a mission, I would say, Gabriel Medina, looking for that 3rd Olympic spot here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico.
I want to know more about that lucky necklace.
It seemed like it had that logo, like Guaraná logo on it or something.
So another way to represent his sponsor.
I guess. Dude, these guys are just doing it. He's got plenty of stickers on his board, but he's got the technique in the necklace, as we see. South African in red, Sarah Boom, combining this one. Nice little off the top right there. Flowy little cutback. Transition move, gets the inside, and she only needs a low score, that 3.17. So this might well get her in the lead, Chris.
These waves are looking fun, and it just seems like it's getting better. There's a little bit more punch, a little bit more size as we get through to the afternoon here. It is 10:11 local time here in Puerto Rico. If you're just waking up on the west coast of the USA, get ready. You're about to watch some awesome surfing. We've got 5 minutes and 45 seconds left to go here in this repechage round. This is the interference right here. So your surfer in red has priority. Surfer in green has to give way. So a close one there, but you know, the judges, they're watching every little detail of what's happening in the lineup. So you've got to play it safe. So if the surfer in priority looks at a wave, you just got to go hands off.
Yeah, you got to give him the leeway for sure, as we see Sarah Boom combining this one again. Little transition move here. Gets that nice little turn off the bottom, and she's looking for a 3.17. We'll see what the judges award her as we see live action here. Tyler Wright working her way on the inside, just kind of grinding this one out. She's got a 7.33 on the board for her first score, so she's looking for that solid second score. We'll see what the judges do in that exchange, but I think Sarah Bohm definitely coming out with the better of that exchange, Chris.
Yeah, I love that opening snap from Tyler Wright. Second score came through for Tyler, or the third score, that was a 4.70. So So Tyler now sitting in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.7. Sarah Baum still with that 7.33, and we know that she's definitely going to get rid of that 0.87. There's Baron Mamiya, Team USA. There's a lot happening, of course, with the mathematics in terms of team contention. And this is purely hypothetical. And of course, you know, a lot of surfing yet to come. Team USA is looking like they might be in a spot of trouble for the overall team standings. However, Team Japan, who got the victory in Huntington Beach, well, they get that third spot. Now, if Team Japan wins here, the rules say that it go to Team USA and they could get that third slot, which the Team USA representatives have said will go to Baron Mamiya because of Baron's finish in Tahiti last year. So again, hypothetical, a lot of things, a lot of moving around. So that's just pure speculation there, but it just gives you a bit of a sense of all the happenings that are going on behind the scenes. And you know, every team knows the possibilities and the potentials, the percentages. You know, for Sarah Baum, she's qualified. So for her, she's just icing the cake right now. You know, an ISA gold medal, that would be a huge momentum shift. Boost her confidence levels all the way to the end of the road in Tahiti. So for Tyler Wright, Elise Spartan, Matea Olin, you know, their opportunity right now is still open. Matea, rough go with that priority. She's only going to be allowed one score, and she's currently in the combination spot, needing a 10.87 auto. That means her run is done here in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, uphill battle for her for sure. Chris, I want to mention that picture that we had of Gabrielle, Jean Duru, and Mamiya is a perfect explanation of those guys could still possibly all be in Tahiti, all capable, all amazing surfers at Chopo. And you know, I have to talk about Jean Duru, one of the most consistent guys. He opened up this competition getting super barreled at Margara, and he's plenty of experience on the championship tour, and I think that guy's one of the most consistent surfers, and no matter what waves you put him in. So Team France, pretty stacked and on a mission as well. And yeah, this next heat is going to be a banger with those three guys in the water. As we see, Matea Olin from Canada surfing this one, not really picking the eyes out of that last wave. Her body language not really into it. And the situation now as it stands, Sarah Boom in first place at that last wave of 5.93. Tyler Wright, 6.17, 4.70. So Elise Barton, who has priority right now in white representing Great Britain, she needs a 5.708. So, you know, it's anybody's game still, Chris. Possibilities are endless. Still 1 minute to go. We saw one of the last heats turn around in the dying minutes of the heat, as we see our current heat leader from South Africa, Sarah Boom. Nice turn off the top right there, connecting the section, really finding her flow. But Chris, I don't know if this one's going to come into the scoreboard, but she's comfortably in that first place with that 7.33 and backing it up with almost a 6, a 5.9.
You know, I always feel like when a heat goes by that fast, you just watch an entertaining heat. Sarah Baum came out swinging the 7.33, put her in a commanding top spot for the majority of that heat. Tyler Wright battled back, 6.17 and a 4.70. 34 seconds left. Alice Barton is out the back with priority. See if a wave comes in time. This was just great flow, power surfing, and I always like to see a nice clean floater like this.
Beautiful transition move right there just to get ahead of that wave.
Used to call that a rock and roll floater.
Yep.
A little two-stager.
Yeah, I like it when you shook the tail a little bit and kind of fakeyed it, I guess. Nice little turn off the top right there. Drifts the tail, looking forward, and I might have to eat my words. This wave might better that 5.93 that she has on the scoreboard. So, you know, comfortably in first place, the South African in red on your screen right now, and Tyler Wright following that. Minutes dying in this Reprecharge for heat number 8. Last heat of the women's Reprecharge for today, and we're going to see the men's stacked heat and that main event come back into play, Chris.
biggest names in surfing are here in Puerto Rico, part of the ISA World Surfing Games. Team South Africa flying that flag proudly. Their surfer just did them a solid. Sarah Baum surfed her way out of a tough repechage matchup. Third and fourth place surfers, the time is up here in competition in Puerto Rico. First and second place, Sarah Baum, Tyler Wright. They'll be moving through, potentially with the chance to surf their way back to the main round. We've seen surfers in the repechage go all the way through and get on that medal podium. So high hopes for Sarah Baum and Tyler Wright. As we take a quick break, we will be right back. You're not going to want to miss this next heat. Gabriel Medina is paddling out, so buckle up. You're in for a wild ride. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the opening ceremony. Bienvenido a Puerto Rico!
We are, today and every day, the United Nations of Surfing. This year we celebrate 60 years. The ISA was founded in Australia in 1964 during the first World Championships. Our credo, you probably heard it before, a better world through surfing. All of us are ambassadors of the ocean. When this event is over, we're going to be ambassadors of Puerto Rico as well, as ambassadors from the ocean. Some of you will take home medals. Some of you will take home Olympic slots, but all of you are champions for being here for this week. Good luck in the competition. I officially declare open the ISA World Surfing Games 2024 in Puerto Rico!
Great look right there at the opening ceremonies here at the ISA World Surfing Games, but we're back to business. Gabriel Medina in the green, representing Team Brazil. His Olympic dream is still alive. And his surfing right now is tack sharp, so, as usual for Gabriel Medina.
So thinking about this heat, yesterday out of 5, he landed 4. I don't know if his home spot looks like this, but this guy looks right at home here at Rastreal. As we see this current heat, Frenchman Jean Duroux representing USA, Baron Mamiya, and as you saw on screen there, for Brazil, Gabriel Medina and Chris. He looks so fluid. I kind of claimed this before the whole comp, like Arecibo just fits Gabriel Medina surfing to a T, but between yesterday and today, I'm baffled. He looks so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this is a solid opening wave. The perfect slash to do in a really nothing section. Somehow he made that section appear to have a critical element to it, and then he builds the speed, and oh, he's such a strong surfer, Otto. I mean,
he has no weaknesses.
No.
I really like the fact that he's really light on his feet and really just has, like, the chop doesn't bother him. It's just almost like he uses it in his favor as he sees his oncoming section. Perfect little rotator. Nice exclamation point to finish it. I mean, flawless. We're going to see excellent scores on this one for sure. Just variety, degree of difficulty, speed, power, flow, and just a little accent there at the end. A little sazon.
The board looks perfect, too. The board looks perfect for the conditions at hand. It's just doing everything he wants it to do. This is Jean Duroux's first wave. Does he keep the pace set by Medina?
Well, John's got a great rhythm. I like how he uses his rail. Different style of surfing, using the curb of the wave. Attacked it perfectly. I don't think that wave offered as much as Gabriel's, and you could see it up the scores. 8.67 for first of green, Gabriel Medina. But a good backup and a good start there for Jean Duroux. And I have to say, Baron needs to get a little bit quick and tight because these guys opening up on fire.
They came out swinging quick. Gabriel Medina sitting in third priority has to give way to Jean Duroux. He's up and at it on his second wave ridden. Gets around that section. Nice carving snap. Good pocket to work with for the inside here for Duru. Buries the rail on the finish. A little layback. Hung up a little bit in the whitewater there. We'll see if the judges deem that last turn complete. But either way, electrifying surfing from João Duru as well. And to me, the hunger is there. I mean, for Gabriel Medina, it almost felt like the Brazilian storm had slowed on the championship tour. They didn't have any surfers really up in that top 5 picture. Medina ranked as low as we've ever seen him for now. So I feel like Gabriel has come down to Puerto Rico with a chip on his shoulder, refreshed, re-energized. Again, that Olympic gold dream in his mind, no doubt. Here goes Baron Mamiya on his backhand.
Nice opening.
Whip snap to start. Good little section there for Mamiya, but goes down in the third turn.
Yeah, Chris, this is one of those heats where you can't commit an error. I believe that these guys are going to be on point, so Mamiya definitely has to come back with his A game.
14:38 to go here in round 4, heat 1. The main round for the men. Medina in the lead. As our surfers reset themselves in the lineup, let's go down to Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much. I'm here with Sarah Baum out of South Africa. Sarah, that was a great heat. Talk to me about opening on the 733, finishing off on a 6-point ride. How are you feeling out in the lineup?
Yeah, it was nice, really nice to start off with that 733. I've been struggling a little bit out here just to kind of find my feet, and it's the first event of the year for me, so I'm just like getting into the swing of things. And yeah, my goal going into this heat was just to like surf a good heat and just kind of relax a bit, not try to force anything. And yeah, that wave came to me, and I was like sick, like just 2 turns will get me scores to get through the heat. And yeah, it was super fun, like so sick to surf like little lefts like this on a reef break, and the wind's up a little bit, but it's just making for like really contestable waves. And yeah, I'm just having fun.
Amazing. Now I'd love to hear, as one of the surfers that qualified for the Olympics out of last year's World Surfing Games for the Africa continent, what has your year looked like in preparation? Tahiti's just around the corner. I'd love to know what you've been looking at in preparation heading into that.
Yeah, just trying to work with Graham and Geordie to get my boards ready. Obviously, Geordie's been there so many times throughout the year, so he has so much experience and so much knowledge out there. So just trying to work with them, and it's so awesome to be here with the whole team. Like it's quite rare that we're all together in one place, and yeah, we've just been sitting around the table discussing how everything's going to go over the next few months. And yeah, just been trying to train really hard in the gym, trying to train really hard mentally, prepare for the Olympics and what's to come. I haven't been to Tahiti yet, so hopefully I can get a trip there before the Olympics. And yeah, just kind of trying to do my thing and yeah, mentally prep, and yeah.
Well, that's a pretty wild thing to consider, having never even been to Tahiti or surfed there before, hopeful to get that trip in and the preparation. And how do you feel? Does that affect you kind of in your, I don't know, where's your mindset at, knowing that it's a brand new wave you're going to be competing at, and it's one that's pretty challenging?
Yeah, it's super, it's such an intimidating wave from what I've seen and what I've heard, so it is a bit daunting not having surfed there before. Financially, it's pretty hard to get over there. It's pretty expensive, and a lot of my finances go towards the Challenger Series and get ready for that. So just trying to save up enough money to get over there, and yeah, with the help of Surfing South Africa, hopefully we can get over there at some point. And yeah, just trying to take it as it comes. Obviously, just trying to sponge off Geordie and Graham and Maddie as well. So yeah, we'll see.
Well, thank you so much for sharing the insights behind the scenes for your road to Paris 2024. We'll get back to you guys.
Well, she heard right. Tahiti is gnarly, but Sarah Baum is too. I think she's got a great shot of getting on the podium in Paris 2024. Interesting note there that, yeah, this is the best job in the world, being a pro surfer. I don't see many downsides. But the idea that for surfers from South Africa, getting to Tahiti, the logistics there, the expenses, of course, the time and energy and effort, for her never having been there, I see a documentary in her future. I mean, again, the storylines that we start here, the ISA World Surfing Games, all the way, that path to Tahiti for Paris 2024 at the end of the road. I mean, the stories are being written as we speak, and Medina's writing an action-packed novel right now. You see him just hunting around for a ramp. During the interview, he flew about 8 feet in the air, full 540, nearly completed. He fell, but what we loved about that is now we see he's intent. He's ready to put on a show. He's one of surfing's greatest showmen, and he can mix that with heat IQ and a high tactical ability, and that's why he's had so much success in his career, and that's why he's always a title threat, always a medal threat. I think most surf fans in the world would love nothing more than to see Gabriel Medina competing in Paris 2024.
Yeah, and I think that's his mission. His road to the Olympics is also probably being documented step by step, and I know that the mission is clear here in Puerto Rico, and as you can see, he's busy, he's hunting, he's looking. That's a trait that he has. You know, he likes to keep busy in heats, he likes to hunt down waves, and he likes to open more possibilities than anything. And you know, he can make a 3 look like a 6 in no time, or even an excellent score. And his tactic right now is to keep busy. I think, you know, he went wide, he went to the peak.
He's all over the place.
He's all over the place, as per usual. We saw in that last Tahiti contest, he was just a machine.
Yeah, he's a tenacious competitor, and here's the potential for Gabriel Medina. Here are your men's qualification tiers. In 2023, the WSL top 10 rankings came out, and here they are. Felipe Toledo, by nation, of course, 1 through 10, starting with Toledo, all the way down to Matthew McGillivray. See Jordy Smith in the mix, Jack Robinson, João Chianca. So we have 2 Brazilians there in that top 5. So in order to get that 3rd slot, Team Brazil needs to put something together on a team basis. The qualification in 2022 at the ISA World Surfing Games went to Team Japan, who got a convincing victory there. Through the 2023 Pan American Games, Luca Macinas La Máquina got the win at Punta de Lobos. And then your qualification stories came out of the ISA World Surfing Games in 2023 from Surf City, El Salvador. Cali Vaz, Rio Inaba, Billy Stearman, and Al Cleland are gold medalists in 2023. So here are the names we will have our eyes on, or I should say the lack of names. These 6 spots up for grabs. You're going to have to earn them in a big way. And for Team Brazil, they need that high-ranking finish in order to secure the men's qualified surfer spot. And the universality place, that will not go to Team Brazil because there are hundreds of Olympic athletes from Brazil. That will go to Rising Sport Nation. And we'll see at the end of this week, we'll see who gets the universality place. And competing against Medina must be so scary because a lot of times you can look at a wave and go, that's not a 2, or that's not a 5. Go ahead. He'll make it a 9. He's that good. That one, that's not going to be a huge score for Medina, but you can just see he can do it any way he wants. He can do it with power. He can do it on an air. He can do it on a 1-foot wind slop wave. It's almost like do you ignore him? How do you compete against Medina to any type of effect in waves like this where anything's possible?
The only answer I could give you is John Duru, just consistency. You know, he's got 2 6s on the board right now. He wouldn't mind getting second. He's definitely going for first. But Medina needing a 3.50 to get the lead, has an 8.67, and he is just hunting ramps. And like I've said throughout the contest, this little wide peak is a very, very dangerous peak, and they're leaving him alone in that wide peak. So if a wave stretches out for him, it's going to be a matter of time where he can do any kind of combination, like you said, any kind of flow. And I don't think that's a high ask for Gabriel Medina. 3.50. He's got the highest scoring wave. He's looking for an excellent score again, and just, you know, like a good chess player, checkmate his competition.
If this was an F1 race, Medina would be in full DRS mode. He's got that eye of the tiger right now that is just so potent, especially in waves like this. I mean, 1 ramp, and Team Brazil will be raging on the beach right there. 6 minutes, 17 seconds to go. João Duru, steady, consistent, surfing with a lot of power, a lot of speed. Judges are liking it at 6.17 and a 6. But Medina, it's almost like his fist is cocked, right? He's ready to throw a big punch right now. It's so exciting just to even watch him paddling around
Well, look
like
at
he is right now.
Well, look at him. He's looking at that wide peak, and he knows if he gets a stretched out one at the wide peak, he's definitely going to achieve the score. Yeah, like not a lot of people have chosen that wide peak today, but we know some of the competitors in earlier heats have always gone. You know, when you don't have priority, you don't have the pressure of the crowd, and look at the distance, Chris, between him and the other competitors. And we've seen excellent waves on that wide peak, and I'm sure, you know, these guys are.
And even this, what Medina's doing right now, this is a mind game.
Of course.
This is him, you know, baiting these guys over, forcing them to change their strategy, because obviously you don't want to leave Medina alone at a completely different peak. And if he's over there, you can't help but think, well, what does he know? What's going on over here with Medina? And you can see Joan Dur is looking at him. I wonder what's going on in his mind. Going, what are you doing over here, Gabriel?
Well, he knows he's seen those little inside sections, and exciting heat, solid waves, excellent scores, 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and a little bit of a lull here. Chris, tell me how yesterday treated you. I think you guys got a little bit of a little beach day, beautiful turquoise water.
Oh yeah,
white sand, great sunset. How's Puerto Rico treating you?
Amazingly well. You know, we got the business done in the afternoon. Had a beautiful beach day. Los Tubos, great name for a spot. Fun little wave. It was nice, you know, with the positive tension we feel down here in the contest area, with all the competitors keyed up at a very high level. It was nice to just have an hour or two respite, recharge ourselves, the entire crew. Had a little Puerto Rican sun in the afternoon, and it was glorious. And, you know, we're all recharged and ready to rock here on a Thursday. We're going to go all the way through to Sunday. We continue to stack the repechage rounds with big names, as we now are in round 4, heat 1. Third place surfer will head to the repechage. First and second keep their run clean all the way to potentially get that finals day finish.
Chris, let's talk about 3 surfers in the water. Do you think that's an advantage for these competitors out there? Is that sort of a change of scenario? It probably opens up 1 degree of opportunity.
Yeah, one more wave. one more wave that's not going to be ridden by that 4th surfer. And I think for the championship tour competitors, you know, maybe just a little bit more of a wow. Big snap for Medina, big carve. So much power, so much speed,
okay,
and so many tricks available. I mean, he's got a huge menu that he can pick from. Split-second decisions made right there. He leans on kind of that power slide. I think Sky Brown said earlier, she said skirt, and that's what that sound made.
So
when he did that
while
turn.
I was looking at that wave, all I was seeing was points. First turn, 3 points. Second turn, 2 or 3 points. Look at this.
Bam.
Nice little snap off the top right there. Nice carving cut back right there in the pocket, just making really. I thought that was a transition move. No, it was a solid maneuver. I think that might even go into excellent score as well. And I told you how dangerous that wide peak is.
Oh, he's so good that even midway through the turn, he can think in his mind, let me just push a little extra harder here. Okay, boom, I made it an impactful maneuver. And I agree with you. It has to go, you know, at least well above average, because that wave was not good. He made it good. He made those sections matter. And it's almost like he was able to, again, make those each and every turn almost 2 stagers, right? He went up into the first turn, and then he just pushed a little bit harder. Second turn, slash it around. So 1 minute 41 seconds to go. The repechage round is still firing on all cylinders at the other side of the podium. Shannon Hughes is now with Felipe Toledo. Well, we know that Felipe Toledo made his way through that last heat. 1 minute 20 seconds to go here in round 4, heat 1. Joan Duru, Gabriel Medina, Baron Mamiya, all awaiting what we feel like is going to be a big number from Medina.
That was a solid wave, and I like what you said. Like, he actually came into the turn and progressed as the turn went on. Like, he's like, oh, I could push it a little more. 827.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
On a wave that was maybe a 4 for 99% of the field.
I think it was a 3, and he made it an 8.27. And I do have to say, he's just amazing at manufacturing scores.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if anybody does it better. And the proof was that last wave. There was really no, they were looking for major moves in the most critical section of the wave. I didn't see any real critical sections on that wave. But where he put his board, how far and deep he engaged his rails and then released to show a little flare with the slide.
I think he criticized that wave himself. Like, it was a 3, and he said,
humiliated that.
It was a 3, and he criticized it to an 8.27. And the danger of sitting wide at Margara just got a little bit more dangerous. As we see, Baron Mamiya with first priority, he needs a 7.50 to get into the advancing position. And Gabriel is loose. He's wide.
Time's up. Time's up in more ways than one. Gabriel Medina is on the attack. Here he goes. Victory lap. Massive frontside air 360. Gabriel Medina doing Gabriel Medina things. And we're here for it. What a show. So that's going to be it for round 4, Heat 2. Now we have the chance to catch up with Felipe Toledo and Shannon Hughes.
That's right. Well, we got to enjoy those last couple moments in the heat. Gabriel just found himself a couple of 8s. We'll catch up with him in a moment. But for right now, we've got the reigning world champion has found yourself in the repecharge rounds. Felipe, can you tell us what El Pico is like as a wave and how you're going to battle back to that main final?
Yes, it was kind of tough loss yesterday. I was trying to find myself on the better waves. I couldn't. John started really quick, and then Brian, he had all the backup from the crowd. It was really hard yesterday, but I was just like resetting, and just like, okay, what do I have to do now? And today I used a different strategy, kind of waiting a little more, waiting for the better wave. Where we surfed. It was kind of like super peaky first, turned really good, and then kind of like trying to find another section. I was able to get like a 6 and a 5 and made it to the next round. But happy that Team Brazil keep going. Everyone's ripping. Everyone's super psyched to be here. And, just keeping the vibes as we always do. And we hope to see, Team Brazil all the way up there in the finals. And super happy.
Well, you got the surfers to make it there. Thanks so much for your time. We'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Well, it's official. The most dangerous surfer in the repechage round is Felipe Toledo, showing us and telling us his intent to help get Team Brazil on top. If they do achieve status as the highest ranking team, they could get that third Olympic spot, which potentially could go to Medina. It could also go to Iago Dora. Thankfully, I'm not in the position to have to make that decision because that right there is a tough call. Here's round 4, Heat 2. More of surfing superstars take to the water. Cal Olivas, Jack Robinson, and Sebastian Williams. Team Mexico in the house, represented so well by Sebastian Williams. He has been ripping throughout this event. This is his biggest ask yet, as we see Jack Robinson, one of the best tube riders in the planet, and one of the best overall well-rounded surfers in the planet. Can do it in any type of wave. And hopefully we get Jack Robinson up in the air. Love to see him fly because he's really good at air, something that's been a little bit overshadowed by how good he is in the tube, which is a good problem to have.
Well, I think Jack has definitely worked on his smaller wave surfing a lot and has proven he is worthy of the accolades for sure. He is consistent. As we see here, the Frenchman, another consistent. We saw him do super well in...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. As said, Sebastian Williams now. Perfect back 5. Whips around that last turn. A little overcooked there, and you know that frustration is real because after you pull an air like that on the outside section, if you throw another turn on the inside, you're going to be in the excellent range, and you can tell he was feeling it. And I would say that's, Sebastian Williams doesn't have a lot of weaknesses in his surfing, but maybe right there, as he is still a young guy, kind of in between Grom and full-grown power surfer, he maybe just got a little ahead of himself right now. I'm not mad at it because it's really fun to watch, and he's still going to get a good number for that big backside air. That's how you want to start a heat. Got power, got airs. This is going to be a fun one to watch. You're about to watch a video part, people.
Yeah, you got to bring your A game here. as we see Collie Voss here. Nice rip off the top. Nice little transition turn. Strong little air right there. Really in rhythm. Nice little cutback right here, burying the rail. I believe he got a 6-point ride for that one. You see Jack right here throwing the tail release right there, looking for that oncoming section. Hits it right there. Another little tail release. Probably a nice, good backup score. And we see second from Collie Voss. We're still waiting for this one. Big wraparound. Another big wraparound. Using that rail really consistently. And I got to say, the French team is having consistency for breakfast today. Nice little spin right there. Chris, like you said, this maneuver, crucial. Would have been just a little accent right there. I think he whipped it a little too hard. But that's what you have to bring. That's the kind of game you have to bring to surf against Collie Voss and Jack Robinson.
Ali now, he has stayed very busy. Just kicks the tail out there, goes down, but he's already got a 717 and a 617. And Sebastian Williams, I mean, he's keeping the pace and some. So much electricity and fire in his surfing right now. Team Mexico represented in the main round by Sebastian Williams. As you see Jack Robbo now, nice and loose on his board. So again, all these surfers with unique, different styles. So far, I'm giving the power edge to Collie Voss. He's really activating his rails on every wave that he's ridden so far. You know, kind of just that real clean, good power surfing. He did throw that little nose pick air reverse, but you got to give that kind of progressive edge to Sebastian Williams so far with that big back five to start. Jack Robinson right in the middle there. 4.67 is his high mark so far. Collie Voss well into the lead. 14:50 to go in this video part of a heat. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Gabriel Medina.
Thanks so much. Here with a 3-time world champion. Gabriel, you took to the air to find those 2 big scores. Talk to me about how that heat went down and break it down for the audience.
It was fun. Actually, it was a slow heat, but I tried to get a lot of waves. And it's fun out there. I like this wind. And I'm trying to make the most of it because we don't have many lefts on tour, so it feels good to go left.
Find every left that you can. And how does your approach change surfing a 20-minute heat, paddling out with 4 other surfers in the lineup? Have you had that tendency to want to stay busy every single heat you paddle out in?
Yeah, this is a different contest for us. Every time 4 guys, and it's 20 minutes heat, goes so fast. And yeah, but when we started, when we were grown, you used to that, so it's good to remember the old days, you know. Just like a grown mind, you just want to surf and catch many waves. So you have opportunities, yeah, so it feels good. I'm 30, but I feel like a grown.
Well, you're surfing like a grom, that's for sure. Now, making it past main round 4 into main round 5, you're into a very important end of competition. We're just a few days away from that finals day conversation. And of course, the all-important moment for Team Brazil to have an opportunity to be the highest ranked men's team to earn that extra spot towards the Olympics, which could potentially see you in that conversation. How are you feeling with that sort of opportunity open in front of you?
I'm on a mission, you know. I just want to win this event, and whatever happens, it happens. But that's my focus.
Thanks so much for your time. Back to you guys.
The perfect answer. He's on a mission. We all see it.
Yeah.
Gabriel Medina, when he's switched on, he's nearly unbeatable. And there are not a lot of surfers on the planet like Gabriel Medina that, you know, like he said, he's having fun. He knows how important every heat is, every wave is. He's leaning in, he's kind of diving back into his grommet hood, and just everything looks like it's coming together for Gabriel Medina. That is a dangerous recipe. I would not want to be anywhere near Medina in any of these upcoming heats because he is looking like a man possessed right now.
Yeah, and it seems like that mission is very, very clear. He went public with it right now, and we see it in his body language. We see it in his intent. We all know that he wants to be part of that team, and he wants to make an exclamation point that he deserves that spot. So it's really cool to hear from one of the best surfers in the world that he's just amped to surf little lefts and rip the bag out of him. Yeah, I have some sympathy for him. I live at a place where a lot of rights, and this is one of the most rippable lefts. So Great maneuver here by Sebastian Williams, one of the most progressive surfers in the draw. Overcooks this one a little bit. But yeah, it's just from now on, Chris, exciting times. We're going to see amazing surfer, different styles. Some of them surfers trying to shave other surfers.
Exciting for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, but Calivas really impressed me in El Salvador, and I think in Puerto Rico he's going to want to make a statement to be in that finals conversation and take a medal just to reassure that position that he already achieved in the Olympics, up-and-coming Olympics in Paris 2024 in Tahiti.
Well, Calivas is up next. You know, Fatea David Poto was kind of the first big Tahitian competitive superstar. And, of course, Michel Perez proving that, you know, being born and raised in Tahiti, you're not just a great tube rider. He is an incredible power surfer, smart competitor. Now, Calivas really kind of the total package. And I think that the junior series has really helped form Calivas. Of course, you know he's going to be a great tube rider. You know, that's just something that I guess you have to be when you're from Tahiti. But he has really honed his small wave act. You know, he can do it front side, back side. He's become the complete package. I mean, he's got championship tour ability written all over, and he's obviously, as an Olympic qualifier, he's right there in the conversation as a gold medal favorite. And we're still ways away from the Olympic Games happening, but he's already probably, I would say, the biggest threat to take a gold at the end of the road, Paris 2024. Sebastian Williams now blowing the tail right there. So Sebastian does get rewarded for that big back five. He gets a 7.50, pairs that up with a 5.27. So, you know, we kind of have noticed that he's maybe over pushing on some of his turns. It's working.
Hey,
it's working.
Talk about a threat. Sebastian Williams is definitely a threat. 7.50 and a 5.27. A little right, definitely working, campaigning on a nice little backup score for him. Putting the pressure on Jack Robinson right now to get looser. Jack, obviously on that last wave, he knows he needs to go difficult right there, doing it. And I think that's a result of what he's feeling from Sebastian Williams. I really liked how he kind of got a little bit like inverted on that thing, and we'll see in the replay that was a very interesting progressive maneuver by Jack Robinson, and he knows that's where he has to go because Sebastian Williams is just going to push the envelope and not make it easy for the Australian.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing all of these surfers raising each other's levels. You get the memo that big airs are being rewarded. This right here, super different and unique look at a backside reverse. Totally upside down. They made it look so easy. Trust us, that's not an easy maneuver to do. And he gets a strong finish there, whipping the tail around.
You know what impresses me about that too is like that would be probably the only spot that he could have done that turn, and he calculated it perfectly. The wave went kind of flat after that. Nice little rail turns here, and I think this is a beautiful exclamation point, Chris. Drifts the tail, and comparing it to Sebastian's, he completed that last turn. He had 2 turns in the middle. So we're going to have to see what the judge... This is going to be a pretty interesting unfolding story here. And Jack reacting to Sebastian's 7.50.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, a backside reverse generally isn't a super difficult maneuver. But the way Jack did it, going upside down, extremely hard. And I can't talk about medal favorites at Chiahopo without mentioning Jack Robinson. If you've watched any video of him at that spot, one of the deadliest waves on the planet, Jack is, I would say, top 3 ever to surf Chiahopo. He is so good in waves of beyond consequence.
Yeah,
that, he's right there. I mean, this could be really your Olympic final.
Most definitely, as we see Sebastian looking in at this one. But going back to Jack, Jack has proven that even at Chopo at a subpar level, he can... Ow. I hope he didn't get hurt on that one. At a subpar level, Jack can will his way into perfect barrels and ultimate scores. That last win he got on the championship tour was amazing. And then even before his professional career on the championship tour, the footage that you see of Jack, how comfortable he is, he's in that same, you know, stage as John and all the great surfers, Kelly Slater, now Gabriel Medina, those people that make Chopo look easy when it's obviously not.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be in that top 5 ever conversation. So right there, back foot just got a little bit weightless, slid off the tail pad. That's one of the worst ways you can actually fall in small waves. Small waves with surfers doing big airs like that becomes more of like a skateboarding equation. It's, you know, this, I don't even want to start talking about rolled ankles and all that stuff because I don't want to put that out in the universe. But these surfers are ready for it. They're prepared for it, and they're built tough. So with 5:50 to go, Kelly Vost, the power surfing right now, reigning supreme in this heat. Sebastian Williams with that 7.50, the single highest wave score for now. Sebastian has been on an absolute tear throughout this contest. I mean, you can tell he's come here with some swagger, and he's leaning into it, and he's definitely not backing down from, you know, championship tour surfers, from previous ISA medalists. He is right there asserting his name in that conversation of potential event winners, as we see Kelly Vost now finding himself a little left-hander. Didn't like the looks of it. He's out. Sebastian Williams out the back with second priority. Jack Robinson in that top priority spot. Get excited as Jack Robinson able to fend off Sebastian Williams. Goes into a few whippy opening snaps. There's a turn of consequence there. Does get hung up and misses the opportunity for the fourth turn. So a little bit of a mistake there on that third turn from Jack Robinson. And now Sebastian Williams is out the back in that top priority spot. And I got so excited when I saw Sebastian paddling for that wave. He's such an unpredictable force. You know, will he go upside down with a backside turn? Will he throw another backside 540? You never know with this kid. He's just that good. And also, you know, you've obviously seen a lot of Jack Robinson in a jersey. You've seen a lot of Kelly Vost in a jersey throughout his junior career. Sebastian Williams, he's kind of a wild card right there in the middle. You know, if you've been following his career, his video parts are incredible. So it's pretty cool to see him able to translate free surfing into contest surfing. He's doing it in a big way right now. Coming up next, Ethan Ewing, Kehu Butler, and Rio Waida. The parade of superstars just keeps on rolling, Otto.
Just stacked heats all day long. And talking about Sebastian Williams, he had a close call, a buzzard beater to get in this heat that he's present right now, and just showing that he's not willing to give up till the last second. Sebastian Williams with the highest score of this heat thus far, and I do have to say that watching him grow, watching him surf, and the dynamic surfing that Sebastian Williams has is incredible. I believe he just won the Central American Games recently, about a year ago, and he's got a really cool team in his corner. Johnny Corso, Alan Cleland Jr., they seem like to be really tight, hang together, and you know, Alan being one of my favorite surfers, super excited to see him go to Tahiti and make that Olympic jump. So Sebastian Williams, I think he's feeling the vibe, feeling the pressure from his buddies. You know, he just feels like part of that conversation, and you know, the clock is ticking, and he's going to give it all he's got.
And I think he relishes in the idea that he might be underestimated by some of the CT surfers or some of the veterans out there, because, you know, his resume in competition isn't quite as long as a Jack Robinson or a Gabriel Medina, but do not underestimate this young surfer representing Team Mexico. He is a lethal force, especially in waves like this. And this is a skate park to Sebastian Williams. We've already seen him do one of the best airs that we've seen of this entire contest. And right now you can tell, I mean, he has a spring coiling up. And he loves to put on a show. I mean, you talked to him before and after his heats, and if he had his way, this heat would be 2 hours. And he would do 15 airs in this heat.
It would be his own expression session for sure. And yeah, just putting the pressure on Jack Robinson on this one. Clock is winding down. 1 minute and 52 seconds remaining, and it's just it's like a pressure cooker at the moment. You know, Sebastian really going to use that priority for his advantage. And like I said before, like, this is a chess game. And one thing he identified, and Gabriel said it out loud, is like, they love this wind.
Yep.
It sticks the board to their feet. They know that they feel real comfortable. And the new offshore for progressive surfing is onshore wind. So these guys are probably feeling very, very comfortable.
And he does exercise his top priority spot there, forcing Jack Robinson to pull off. Here we go. The Cobra is coiling, ready to strike. Bam! Upside down into the lip. He goes down. I'm not mad at it. I love to see progression like that, but Jack Robinson could make him pay. A 6.48 is the requirement. Rabo goes to the air as well, and he goes down. So now with 46 seconds, Sebastian Williams could have dodged a bullet right there. I love to see these surfers going full force. Shout out to Team Mexico. That uniform is pretty intimidating.
Yeah,
you ask me.
I know you like it. It looks pretty dope, doesn't it?
I'm already starting to work on some trades. I've already contacted Team Japan. Love that uniform. Of course, they can't give them up till after the Aloha party, so maybe that's my chance. Here we go. Kali Vost just puts a stamp on a solid performance with 15 seconds left. Kali Vost. Put some respect on this man's name. I know he's got a lot of it already, but he earned even more in that last heat. He outsurfed and electrified Sebastian Williams and a hard-charging Jack Robinson.
Yeah, good to see that camaraderie in that heat. And I have to give it up for Kali Vost. He wasn't even part of the conversation. He dominated that heat in every single wave he stood up on. And yeah, we just got stuck talking about Jack and Sebastian. Great move, great use of priority by Sebastian there. And this man is relentless.
Yeah.
And he'll take it up in the air to get those results.
Yeah, the elite, better get used to it. Sebastian Williams ain't going anywhere. He is right there in the conversation as a potential winner of the ISA World Surfing Games. But we got a lot more surfing to go. You're watching live from Puerto Rico, the best of the best, elite level action all day long. This is the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back with Mitchell Salazar and Barton Lynch.
Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live boricua.
Welcome back to beautiful Puerto Rico for the ISA World Surfing Games. Mitchell Salazar with 1998 ASP World Champion Barton Lynch. We got some of the best surfers in the world out there right now. Ethan Ewing, runner-up to the WSL World Championship. He's going to be in red from Australia. Kehu Butler, the proud Maori from New Zealand. He's in the blue. And Rio Waida, representing Indonesia, is in the green. BL, big heat out there. Ethan Ewing has been on a tear, but the other two guys, you better watch out for them.
Absolutely. Ethan Ewing, such beautiful style, incredible technique, a little of the old and a lot of the new coming together into one of the greatest surfers and greatest styles we've seen in a long time. And he's really put the whole world on notice that he is a contender for the world title. Rio Waida's on that World Championship tour with him. And this guy I've known since he was a little kid. Now he's a grown man ripping.
And a strong one, too. Great opening snap right there on the backhand for Kehu Butler, and a strong maneuver right there in the pocket too for the proud Kiwi. off to a stellar start right there with 18:20 on the clock right now. Good start right there for Butler. Proud Maori representing New Zealand. Billy Stearman has already qualified. Rio Waida now the Indonesian up and riding here. Also on the back end, this onshore wind just providing some good coping for these surfers.
Wow.
How's that finish right there by the Indonesian? BL, we got a heat on our hands right now.
Yeah, what an opening. Both scores of green and blue are going to be keeper type scores, aren't they, for sure? One, we saw a lot of work on it, maybe 4 or 5 maneuvers. The other just 2, but those 2 were big as well. So a couple of kind of quite equal relevant scores. Ethan Ewing
on the backhand as well, larger size wave. He's going to kick out immediately. So a small opening score for Ewing. Going to wait on the openers for both Butler and Waida. So interesting to note that you brought up the relevance of Ethan Ewing and his style. Well, we've seen a lot of the progress that, a lot of different nations around the world have put into their teams, including Mexico on screen. Sebastian Williams, he's moving through right now. But drawing back to Ewing and the way he's influenced a lot of these young surfers, he's really brought progress when it comes to using the rail, BL.
Yeah, he uses the rail so beautifully, and he's used it to such effect that he is, up there in that, number 2 in the world without going to the air. And really, that is near impossible, you would imagine, at this point in time, but it speaks to how great the rail game is, how great the style is, and when you put him on a right-hand point like Sunset Beach or Jeffreys Bay, there's remnants of past champions, people who we've looked up to that you can see in his style, and it makes him one of the greatest surfers in the world right now.
6.0 for this wave here, BL.
First turn, beautiful, slides the tail, goes a little flat and weird on the face, back into the section. Number 2, really nice one, and then back again into a little nice third, clean, big turn. So 3 big ones, couple of little chips here and there. This much simpler sort of wave, little float, little lower on the wave than he could have been, but the second turn was money, and the judges still thinking about that, but we can't wait to see where that comes in and compare the volume of those turns against the quantity of Kehu Butler's turns.
And maybe even the sections as well, right? Because you're usually qualifying the amount of turns that you're seeing based off of the section that you're seeing by these young surfers.
Yeah, and the bigger the section, the bigger the turn, the bigger the points ordinarily, and Rio Waida's section was steep and tall, and the judges love that. They don't necessarily need to see you do a gazillion turns, but as long as they're big and they've got volume and intensity to them, you'll score big. And this is the first. He drives in, goes, okay, I'm just going to float this section, gets up a little bit sort of mistimed in that floater, so that not a heap of points in that, but he gets a 6.67 has dropped. So really all of the points coming from this section and this turn, and while Kehu Butler did 3 of volume, that one has scored 0.67 better than the 3 that the Kiwi did.
I think it goes to show nowadays that even with the 6 that, even 10 years ago probably could have gone into the excellent range, there's just too many good surfers and too many heats what we're seeing from different countries around the world, BL. Ethan Ewing's one of them. He's up and riding his first wave of significance right here. Great opening carve right there on the backhand, up and over the white water right there. Into the lip line again. And he has just found his momentum on this wave. We're talking about his style. How's that finish too? Incomplete, but good stuff right there from Ethan Ewing. A little over 5 minutes have gone by in this heat. Rio Waida off to a quick start. Let's go down to Shannon Hughes with Francis Cali-Vast.
Thanks so much. Cowley, your rail surfing is all time. It's so fun to be able to see you looking loose and relaxed out in the lineup, being able to dig into it the same way that you found your Olympic qualification last year in El Salvador. Talk to me about that heat in the lineup.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared before going in the water because it was it's super windy, so it's hard to find the good ones, but there is waves. You just have to find the rhythm and yeah, to be where the waves will come, and it's like chance kind of, and yeah, I'm lucky to find 2 good ones. I tried one big air on one section, but I was scared to break the board, to hurt myself because it was a tricky section, but yeah, stoked to made it.
And talk to me about Team France behind the scenes. You've been one of those front-running nations in the conversation throughout the week to be one of those highest ranking and secure an extra spot. But you've also got 2 other men beside you that have been trying to gain those positions for themselves.
Yeah, we're a strong team. The vibe is really great with the French team, and yeah, we push each other, we keep going, and yeah, we stoked to see like nobody miss a hit of everyone, and yeah, it's just like super sick to see Marcos next. Joan was in the first heat, to see him winning and I'm next. Yeah, it was super good feeling, great.
Incredible. Now, we know your rail work is all time. We know your air game is incredible as well, but your barrel surfing is something that we've absolutely loved to see come alive in competition in the last few years. You've had those, you know, close to wins on the championship tour with those wildcard opportunities. What kind of confidence does that give you heading into surf for an Olympic gold medal at your home break in Tahiti?
Oh, there's a lot of going on. I still have to learn so much on my surfing, on my mentally, on my physique, and that's why I'm trying to do my best every time I'm traveling, I'm at home, and recently like I've been training with Jeremy and the French team at home on my rail game, and yeah, it's cool to. Yeah, there's a lot of competition coming on. Great, big objective, and I'm gonna try to do my best to make it.
We can't wait to see you here, but we also can't wait to see you at the Olympic Games. We'll get back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. Kehu Butler up and riding. Adding the finishing touches right there to his second scoring ride. Well, during the interview, score dropped. A 9.17 for Ethan Ewing. I think it's on the men's side, the highest score of the event so far. I mean, talk about a comeback right there after that initial wave where he just kicked out real quick. Straight up into first place with under 12 minutes to go, winning on the score here for Butler. But looking at the replay here, BL, what you like?
I like everything about it. First, beautiful snap. Big, broad turns, not short, flicky ones. Open, vertical into the lip. Hits this one late and flies through it. Gets it again. I'm thinking this is a 10-point ride with a completion right here. To me, if he made that, he got the 9.17 with that in completion. I still felt like it was maybe higher anyway. It was so good. Here's another angle. That first turn was lovely. The flow. And I love how much board's out in front of him. That board is a beautiful length. The speed, the technique, everything about that spoke of a perfect ride except for that little mistake right at the end. But for the Aussie, that was incredible form and really what we were talking about before he rode that wave, why he is considered one of the very best surfers in the world right now. You know, striving for a world championship and a gold medal would look right at home around his neck with the sort of surfing that he's doing right now. 7-1-0 for Kehu Butler to match with the 6. So what a heat this one is. Little quiet now for Rio Waida for the last period of time.
6.67 on his opener. Nearly halfway through the heat right now, BL. 7.1. It's a great heat total right now for Butler. 13.1, considering that he's only done it on 2 waves as well.
Yep.
9.17 for Ethan Ewing. And, you know, for Ewing, that runner-up title, what he was able to do on finals day was just sensational, spectacular. But the rebound that he had after the fracture of the vertebrae in Tahiti is even more spectacular, BL.
Yeah, he really is just gone to a whole new level. He's a conscientious young man. Yeah. He's, you know, you wouldn't see him out partying or anything like that. He's just here for the job, and he's got a dream of reaching the top, and he has got the performance to do that. And he just needs to put that performance on the right waves like he did just there. That was the best ride that I've seen of the event. No wonder that score came in, and he's just getting started in this event, really. But then, Rio Waida's on that stage with him, and Kehu Butler's of the level of ability that could be on that stage as well. So these 3-person heats in round 4 of the main round, so no one loses here. That's the great thing for us and for the event and for the surfers in the water, that whoever doesn't make this heat will go to that repechage round, have that double elimination, gives you another chance, and rightly so, because these are 3 unbelievable surfers in the water right now.
I'm a huge fan of this format too. I think going into a three-man format, past the halfway point of the event, gives an opportunity for the people that compete in this format to maybe elevate their game and elevate those around them as well.
Yeah, and you know that you can try stuff, and if it doesn't work the first time, you can go back and do it all again. We're seeing Felipe Toledo, the 2-time world champion, exactly in that position, just advanced through his repechage round, so keeping the hopes of Brazil alive to gain that third spot. And Brazil has João Chianca and Felipe Toledo qualified for the Olympics. They haven't got a goofy footer in there yet, and I'm sure they'd love to get Gabriel Medina or Iago. Whoever finishes the highest in this event would get that if Brazil was able to take it. I'm sure Australia is thinking exactly the same thing, and Ethan Ewing surfing like a man possessed.
They just lost Rabo. He's in the repechage now. Sebastian Williams had something to say about that. 8 minutes to go right here. Kehu Butler, he's been a man on a mission too. Close to qualifying last time that we had Tokyo 2020. But when it comes to the qualifying series and the Challenger series, he's been near at the top for a number of years, BL.
Yeah, I remember him coming to Australia for my Blast Off Groms event years and years ago when he was a little tacker, and now he's a big man, powerful. Look at this guy.
Rio Waida, quick surfer out of Indonesia, goes down on the second turn right there. Was only needing a 3.0 run, but that's also considering that Ethan Ewing in second place only has an 0.5 as his backup score at the moment. Still plenty of time. One of the hardest working men in the business too, Rio Waida. Had the chance to talk to him the other day, asked him about the influence that his parents have had on his life. Both of them extremely hard workers, and Waida says, I owe all of it to them, but I just want to make them proud of my performances.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I saw that interview. You're doing a great job out there with those interviews, mate, and really getting to the heart of each of the athletes we got to talk to and hear from. And Kehu Butler, back to him, he's grown so much, mate. He's the size of his dad now, and
I'd say even bigger.
Yeah, perhaps even bigger, powerful, and has all of the moves, has had for a long time, and you just need that experience. There's the qualifications for our Olympics, Paris 2020.
And New Zealand already has one spot in there, number 14 right there from last year's ISA World Surfing Games. That was Billy Stearman, a two-time Olympian now, by the way. And young Bill, a great surfer, an even better human being. Roi Nava for Japan, he's already in. Al Cleland, based off of his win. Kaoli Vast. Luca Messinas, once again, doing the near impossible down there in Chile for Santiago 2023. A two-time Pan American champion. That makes him a two-time Olympian. But looking at the CT surfers that have qualified already, Ethan Ewing, well, the number 3 to do it. João Chianca, as you mentioned. Jack Rabo, he's going to be amazing to see. What about Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray's opportunities, though?
And you know what I noticed in that top 10 from the World Surf League, or top 8 from the World Surf League, there wasn't a goofy footer in there. Every single one of those surfers who have qualified is a natural footer, and we see in the modern day that the natural footers have taken that backhand tube riding to the level where it's almost an advantage to be on your backhand. But interesting to not see a single goofy qualify from that particular channel or pipeline into the Olympics.
Well, statistically speaking, the greatest surfer ever to do it in competition there is Medina.
Yes.
I mean, he's had multiple finals, won the event, but the most important thing, always making it to finals day. Had the chance to share the final last year with Jack Robinson. He was leading for the majority of it.
Yep.
And Rabo just pulled the rabbit out of the hat at the end. And I think Gabe would have something to say about that if he were in for Paris 2024 at the end of this event. 5 minutes to go here. Waida pressuring Ethan Ewing to use his priority right here. A 3.93 is what Ethan needs to move up in a first. Just looking for a backup, though. Some solid surfing right here. Goes down at the end, but I see a goal that was accomplished right there. BL, with just under 5 minutes to go, was just looking for something to replace the 0.5 as his second best score.
3.93 still. I don't know that he gets that. It was, with the completion, he's getting it for sure. That mistake was uncharacteristic, but Rio really did put the pressure on and made him go that one. Lucky, with a 3.93, there's the score. It's a 3.6. He didn't get the score, so great play from Rio Waida to switch the priority into his favour and give himself the opportunity with 4 minutes and 25 on the clock. So some strategic surfing. Paddled for the wave. Ethan had to go because he didn't want to, he knew that time was ticking by, and that 3.93 was in that wave without a fall. So, he only needed 0.33 extra. So completion on that last turn, he was getting the score.
Look at how close Kehu Butler is to Rio Waida, though.
First priority with the Kiwi.
Little to no space. The amount of respect for not only a championship tour surfer, but somebody who has won multiple Challenger Series event too. Beautiful flag of Indonesia right there. I would have to say one of their best teams ever assembled here at the ISA World Surfing Games as well. One of the younger teams couple of their females are some of the youngest surfers in the event. Ethan Ewing up and riding, looking to replace a 3.6. That won't do it. So adjusting to the time frame here for the CT surfers, Connor O'Leary said that it's been the most difficult thing so far. But the format itself, most people have to go through a lot of events where they're surfing multiple heats during a day, and especially multiple rounds in order to make it to the finals, BL.
Oh, that was interesting. That's right. I was thinking as you said that, imagine going back to our day when it was 20-minute heats, 4 surfers, best 4 waves. You could see why there was a little cat and mouse going on, because there weren't enough waves in a heat, and whoever got in there and fought the hardest and got those waves was going to advance. Rio Waida forcing his hand with Kehu Butler. Kehu decides it's not good enough for him.
Gonna let him go. Wide up and riding, needs a 6-1-1. Throws the tail around, nearly had it. And with 2:45 on the clock, he's still gonna be needing something in the lower 6s to move up into the top 2 spots. Remember, Olympic qualification on the line right now. He has been very adamant of what his goals are this week, and Kehu Butler has played a perfect heat so far. 2 waves, has the lead, and with 2:20 to go, in first priority right now, BL, and Ethan Ewing recognizing where Rio Waida is at the moment. Both of them are going to play a smart strategy right here at the end.
You would think so. Rio's job's to kind of skulk away without drawing too much attention to himself. Just create enough distance. Ethan Ewing not reacting yet. Kehu Butler is. He's sort of going to go with him. He's in the first priority. Really, it's Ethan Ewing's job essentially, but there's those surfers. It's an interesting decision in a moment whether to focus in your own space, focus on your opponents, play offensive still or defensive. For Ethan Ewing, he knows he can improve in that 3-6, so he's just sort of still in his own, focused on his own game. Will he get another chance? Rio Waida paddling. He's going to go. The Aussie.
Ewing up and riding on the backhand again. A lot of spray off of that first snap. How's that beautiful work? Tight in the pocket, too, from Ewing. And the kid from North Stratty looking good here in round 4, heat number 3. A minute 20, a 3.93 would give him the lead, but just really looking to improve on the 3.6. Real close between those 2 scores that are looking for both improvement and the lead at the moment. The interesting situation outside, though, BL, with 60 seconds on the clock. Kehu Butler, what's he going to play right here? He's going to block. Real wide on this one.
Oh.
And it seems like he sold him a dot. 55 seconds.
The door's open. The Indonesian's got a chance. Is he going to chip in on the whitewater?
And he's going to go on this one. Double up right here for Rio. Into the lip once. What a heat.
Oh.
Up and over the section right there. And is able to get the finish. No, he is not. 35 seconds to go. And that might have been the last chance that Rio had in this heat. Ewing up and riding. He doesn't know what's going on in the water. He just wants to surf.
I feel like he gets the score on the previous ride even and maybe goes into the lead.
Well, looking for the blow tail reverse. He's going to pull it. Well, if the other one didn't improve, this one will.
Certainly will for sure. Judges considering him. A 4.53 drops really quickly for Rio Waida.
And he was on his way to that score too. And Kehu Butler, who surfed a smart heat, and he will be moving into round 5 of the main round for the men. Inside positioning right there for Kehu Butler. And he is moving through, still waiting on a few scores right here, BL. But it seems like it's going to be blue and red advancing through. A huge moment, not only for himself, but for Team New Zealand. They're looking to get a second surfer in for Paris 2024.
Great heat. He controlled it from the start, owned that inside position, got that first 6, got the 7-1, and from that point on, he really didn't do much else because he created that lead and he just managed it and made sure that his opponents didn't get anything of value. Great heat from Ethan and from Rio. That was super competitive. Judges still considering those last scores, but I don't think we see a big change, but there's a small change.
5.33, the second to last of Ethan Ewing, now waiting for his very last wave. The amount of experience is obviously noticeable by part of the runner-up to the World Championship last year on the WSL World Tour. And I'd also have to say the confidence is riding high for this young Kiwi they're looking on screen right there. Kehu Butler, he's been quiet all week long, But as surfing has been doing all the talking, Heat 4 coming up right now for the men at the ISA World Surfing Games. Be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Main round 4, heat number 4 out there in the water for the men here in beautiful Arecibo, Puerto Rico for the ISA World Surfing Games. Alonso Correa from Peru in the red. Yago Dora, Brazil's superstar, he's going to be in the blue. And Andy Creer from Spain is in the green. A great heat out there. 3 goofy footers in the water right now. We got 2 in the booth. Mitchell Salazar with 1988 ASP World Champion Barton Lynch. Andy Creer BL, he's been a 2-time national champion in France. 3 Key West wins so far. That was Santa Cruz in Portugal, Frisco Beach in Nuki, and Anglais in 2019. He's coming up against this guy, though. One of the big dogs in the event who has an incredible air game, but also radical surfing on the rail. That's Yago Dora. Father, a great surfer as well, Leandro, and this guy knows how to compete. A guy that just powers that Peruvian machine that continues to throttle a lot of great surfers onto the world stage. Alonso Correa, he's coming off of a big QS win in Señoritas right there at home in Peru.
And he is coming off an incredible Hawaiian season. He is always one of the very best. I've judged the backdoor shootout for the last 3 years. And Team Peru in that event are amazing. And Alonso leads them. He's an amazing surfer at the pipeline in big waves. And we see what he's capable of in these smaller, it's a reef break, but they are like beach break conditions. And that last turn just showed how you can turn something that's basic and quite simple into something spectacular through your energy, through your passion. I felt every moment of that. Then you spoke.
That's his first CT win. Speaking of CT wins, Ethan Ewing downstairs with Shannon Hughes.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Now, Ethan, in that heat, that 9.17, Barton Lynch was in the booth. He was calling the action, and he was just, you know how much Barton froths. He was absolutely frothing, said that that was as close to perfection as you could get. Talk to us about that wave.
Yeah, it was just a really kind of like a smooth wave. Kind of hard to pick those ones. Well, there's not many out there with this wind, but that one had a really groomed face, and yeah, I'm just having a lot of fun with my surfing, and yeah, that was a really fun wave. Unfortunately, I fell on the end, but yeah, had fun in that heat.
That was his only little note at the finish, was just that in section. But other than that, fantastic surfing. Now, talk to me about Team Australia. We've seen Morgs fall out of the draw on the men's side, but aside from that, your team's looking really strong. How important is it for you guys to be winning those gold medals and those potential third spots this week?
Yeah, it's super important, and I think everyone in the team is pretty motivated to get that spot. And yeah, it's been really fun just hanging out with everyone. Everyone's got good energy and surfing really well, so yeah, been having a lot of fun hanging with all those guys and girls.
And what are the afternoons looking like for the team when you have these kind of longer breaks before competition tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we've been surfing with each other like every afternoon. There's so many waves in Puerto Rico. We've just been finding little beach breaks, and Yeah, it's been so fun just hanging with all the crew, and yeah, it's been a real highlight for my year.
Incredible. Well, thanks so much for sharing with us. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon. And congratulations to Easy. He's doing it again and moving in to round number 5 of competition. One of the best in the world and perhaps the most stylish surfer on the planet as well. 16 minutes on the clock here. BL Alonso Correa makes something easy look difficult, drops a 6.0 on his opening ride.
Yeah, great passion from the Peruvian. You just could feel his determination. I sort of said it a couple of times. I always felt like, you imagine a judge how many waves they watch in a day. So if they're just sitting there watching you and just seeing it, it's one thing. But if you can make a connection with them, like an actor needs to with the audience in a film or in a stage show, you need to connect emotionally and energetically. This guy does it better than most.
No doubt. Speaking of emotional connection, Iago Dora, always light on his feet, great style as well, and coming from Florianópolis in the southern part of Brazil, I know you spent a good amount of time right there, BL. A place that actually resembles this kind of wind chop that we're seeing right here in Puerto Rico right now. Tends to surf a lot of beach breaks, but the kid can do it in heavier conditions too at reef breaks.
Yeah, it was one of the first places the World Tour started to go to in Brazil, Joaquina Beach there, and it was one of those places when we first started going there, the Brazilian crowds were so supportive of their local guys, and I was John Florence there preparing for an upcoming heat. There it is, next heat.
Popular surfers in the event, you would say, BL?
In the world, and one of the greatest to watch. You talk about, the emotion and passion you put into it and people feeling your turns. When John does those beautiful big arcing turns, you feel it for sure.
I asked him the other day, how many photos have you been taking so far this week? A few. A few. That was his response. Very simple guy. I'd have to say one of the greatest surfers ever to do it.
100% understated. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't know that he is so flamboyant and so colourful and so aggressive in the ocean from from the persona and the way he is on the land.
Well, he's such a cool dude.
Isn't he? What? And his brothers Nathan and Ivan. The three of them are a testament. What Nathan's doing with his own career is incredible. Winning, Surfer of the Year at Double XL, creating some of the most amazing images. And then Ivan, their younger brother, also starting to find his place at Pipeline, one of the great surfers out there, getting to the snow with his mum. They're living the dream, that family, and it's lovely to see.
Pushing the boundaries of what's possible or impossible on a wave, too.
On a skateboard, on a snowboard.
Well, here goes Spain's Andy Crier. It's a good opening snap right there. Nice and tight right there with that arc. In the pocket, too, for Andy. Woo. And razzle-dazzle right here on the inside by the Spaniard. That's a good start. It took him 7 minutes to get that wave, and now looking at Iago Dora right here. Well, we know what to expect. Goes to the air, throws the tail around. And what a heat we got on our hands right now. Correa opens up with the 6-point ride. But a good response right here by both Iago Dora and Andy Crier with just under 13 minutes to go, BL.
The Spanish surfer's wave was amazing. He just surfed it so well, and he was so patient and just stayed right in the pocket where he needed to be. Every turn that he did had consequence, was adding the points turn by turn, in contrast to Iago's, which was a much shorter wave with the one air, but he got some height on it. It wasn't one of the better airs that we've seen, but how he was able to manufacture that on kind of average sort of wave speaks to the talent of Iago Dora.
Speaking of talent, too, Prodan and I have talked about it on the lineup so far this year. Brazilian Storm on the Championship Tour. They've had a couple difficult events to start off the year. Nobody's made it to finals day. They've looked a little out of sorts so far. Not in this event, though. I feel like all three of them could easily make it all the way through and eventually win an individual gold medal. But the goal is be the highest winning team on the men's side. And it seems like Medina so far, he has looked untouchable. Same thing could be said for Iago Dora. But guess what? Andy Crier drops the highest score of the heat so far, a 6.23. Still waiting for the last of blue. Here it is.
Pumping, you see, building the speed. You said it. We knew exactly what was coming. Tail high. I think it was restricted by the type of wave in the section it was on. Look at this, straight down, beautiful first turn. gets this wrap, and see how he's just so tight and just waits patiently right there, hits it at the perfect time. And then this turn particularly, it had no right to be that good. There was so little power at that point in time, and he squared up that forehand bottom turn beautifully, hit that lip, got the highest score of the heat so far by that .23. So the goofy footers, all three of them goofies in this heat, so all going to the forehand. We might see someone try and attempt a backhand and see something different. That might be a way of, giving the judges something to digest that might, be outside of the normal of the forehand surfing. And we know the backhand attracts big points when it's done well.
Speaking out of the normal too, 35 years ago, this wouldn't have necessarily been a heat that you would have seen in international competition either.
No.
Brazil, Spain, Peru, we all know that they're great surfing nations, especially Brazil and Peru. But Spain, over the years, they've become a powerhouse too. Very well prepared.
100%. And the future for Spain with the Odriozola brothers and the young kids, and the future of Spain is powerful, mate. And that Basque coastline has incredible waves, the type of waves that you can take onto the World Tour. The experience you will get there. Then they also have access to the Canary Islands,
right,
and the kids out of there. And there's some amazing kids out of there. Makoa Gomez is one such name who we'll be hearing of in the future. The Donegan brothers. Spain's going to be a powerhouse in the very near future, just as Peru is. And this is that first wave. Nice big turn. You watch this last turn, and the power he gets here. Boom! What he made of that last turn. He added points just through the intensity of that last turn. 2-turn combination for a 6.
9 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Dora in the lead with a 4.83 and a 3.67, so his best wave with a single air reverse right there. Not bad for Dora. But Alonso Correa in second does have a 6-point ride, needing just a 2.5 to move up into first. And Spain's Andy Creer, he's needing just a 1.37 to move up into second. He does have the highest score of the heat so far, is 6.23. Seems like a couple waves coming through, nothing of consequence for these guys to make an effort to go for it. Spain on the women's side too, Janire, Annette Gonzalez, and Zavarri, those sisters are amazing. Lucia Machado, she's still in the event too.
Yep.
She's looked great. But I also think that it comes down to the older generation. Yago Dora.
There's more in this, maybe.
Spin it to win it right there. Goes for one of the most amazing airs we've seen all event long. And now Alonso right here with the answer back. That's going to be it with just the one carve. 8:45 to go. We talked about generations. Aritz Aramburu has done it for Spain on the CT before. Gondi Subizarreta, Jose Colazo. There's a ton of guys. On the women's side, we're seeing that a lot more now. Generational surfers come through. But Brazil, my goodness. Fabio Gouveia, a ton of different guys that you've seen. Wagner Pupo, Miguel and Sam's dad. But as of right now, this kid has the potential to be one of the all-time greats coming out of that South American country, BL.
He's a cool kid, so casual and relaxed. Here it is, one turn. Lands with the rotation around was so clean.
It's
There's
the angle, too.
Climb. And the 483 is definitely, that 367's gone. We figure that's better than the 483 air.
No doubt.
He's going to go into, he's in the lead already, but this will be a two-wave combination that's going to put pressure on Alonso and Andy for sure. Although they have two scores better than he's at this point in time, we anticipate that may indeed be the best score of the heat so far. Time will tell. Judges still considering it.
It's so sporadic too, and Barton, you know better than anybody. In your day, 4 days were counting. You had 20 minutes, and you needed to beat the best guys in the world over multiple events throughout a calendar year too.
Yeah.
But to maintain the creativity that these guys have nowadays and use the section available, I think is the most impressive thing about this generation right now.
100%. What was that wave that Yago was on, a 3? It wasn't a very good wave, was it? It was a closeout, essentially, that was kind of ruffled on the surface as well. And what he was able to turn it into it speaks to that talent and ability that we see every generation just getting better and better. Skateboarding, snowboarding, influencing the direction of surfing off the wave face into the air. And we just see incredible things. Andy, for Spain.
Well, he's needing an answer right here. Gets a good combination right there on the forehand. Smart surfing, nothing crazy, but in the end, just need to be able to make it through these heats. And Creer, with a lot of competitive experience coming out of Europe, he's probably put the rash guard on more than anybody else in the event right here, too. 6:25 on the clock. Correa drops a 2.13, so slightly improves. And Yago Dora gets a 6.07 right now with just over 6 minutes to go. Carrera, though, only needing a 1.9. Got to be thinking he's getting that in a bit more, BL.
Yeah, and Alonso's going, I've got to improve on that 2.13 and mount some pressure on third place. Keep advancing. Super close heat, all surfers with a 6. And it's really the battle of the backups. And you can see that Yago, the 4.83, has become quite important. So he's in the lead on 2 airs. Really hasn't been anything else, and what he scores are based on those 2 airs. So some indications to the other surfers too. So I'm not sure about Andy, but I haven't seen Alonso take to the air. You'd know better than me. Here's Yago again.
He does have the air game when he needs it.
Right.
But this guy's one of the best in the world when it comes to that. Goes for the slob. And nearly pulled it too.
Let's hope that back leg is okay. Let's see how he responds. He looks good. When that back foot slips off and the front foot stays on, that can be dangerous. I've torn my hamstring off the bone doing not an air, but just a floater and the back foot slipping off. So that's a dangerous scenario, but you can just see how capable he is. How was the speed and in that rotation was electric.
5 minutes to go. You know, the creativity that he has, the variation of maneuvers. As the last score comes in for Andy Carrera, it's a 4.97 with the slob grab, one of the most innovative maneuvers on the planet right here with the air reverse included. Looked to be the best score of the heat up until the fall, BL.
Yep, for sure it was. Look at the grab, the rotation, lands sideways, that back foot slips off. I'm just glad he's okay because those can be, you know, that type of surfing, Mitch, has really added a whole element of danger and risks to surfing. It's why we see it rewarded so highly. It's technically so difficult. It is the future of surfing. It is the now of surfing, but it can come with consequences.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen careers be ended by maneuvers like that.
World titles be lost. John Florence in Brazil with his injury to the knee when he went to the air. So there's, Yago Dora taking the risk. He's in second now. Alonso Correa just needing the 4.9, so that's a score he's so capable of. He knows he's already bettered that on his first, so he knows what to look for. He's a passionate competitor, as are all of Peru.
Oh my! It was probably one of the countries that I feared competing against the most. They were just so smart, very tactical, and most importantly, they didn't care how they won as long as they were able to win. Speaking of winning, John Florence, one of the most successful surfers of all time.
Yep.
Aaron Strong right there from Great Britain. He's coming up. A standout result for Great Britain this year, too. Nice to see Aaron Strong in there for GB Men.
He's a powerful surfer. He's got the right surname, that's for sure. Natural footer, always strong on the rail. Everything he does is big ordinarily. You know, he finds big faces, does big turns, and that's why he's still going at this point in the event.
3 minutes to go. Carrera in the lead.
Oh, here we go.
This is the guy that needs a score, though. Peru's Correa. Good start up and over the section, much better. Has a little spark right here on the inside. Is this a 5?
It's definitely a 5.
That turn might have just decided that score, and he loves it. Under 3 minutes to go. A 4.91 is what he needs. And let's consider the backup scores of both Carrera and Dora. They are almost exactly the same need that Alonso Correa is requiring right now, 2:30 on the clock.
I feel like his backup was better than the other backups. I feel like that's going to be a score of consequence. It was when he needed it, and it was beautifully selected. Great use of the priority. Yago Dora has to respond right here.
Like the sense of urgency right here by the Brazilian. Just the one and done, though. 2 minutes 15 on the clock, waiting for 2 scores right here.
Wouldn't it be incredible to see Yago go to third at this point in time? Because it felt like there was a moment where he was quite solidly in the lead. He had his 2 scores, and it was like he felt quite safe in that position. But Andy, Carrera, and Alonso Correa have not surrendered to a World Championship Tour surfer. They just see it as an opportunity to take a scalp of someone, you know, who's respected so highly. I feel like there's the score, and rightly so.
7 points for Correa, moves straight up into first place. Andy Carrera down to second. Low score for him, a 4.97. And now Yago Dora, who's, by the way, ain't just any kind of CT surfer. That was a top 10 finisher last year. He's needing a 5.14. Here's the replay, BL.
First snap. This wave is full of passion. It's a critical moment for Peru. He drives off the bottom. Vertical, beautiful, floating re-entry. Comes around the section. There was a moment when the wave ran out in front of him and you wondered what he was going to get. But he drives around this. Gets a beautiful snap. You watch the power right here. Throws the spray and it just keeps giving. Comes through to the inside, stands up again, drives out of the bottom, flares that back arm in the bottom turn, lays that back, and that was a money turn for an inside section. And then he gets one more, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. So we've seen the airs, but you can also get those big scores with, determined, passionate surfing. We see he knew he'd done good, and he had. The judges agree.
In a clutch moment of the heat, 35 seconds. Yago Dora, he's got a ramp, needs a 5.14, throws the tail around, and the section just not really there for the maneuver that he was looking for. Enough time, though, 22 seconds. Will he be able to make it just back out enough to catch another wave? Creer, it also seems like he's moved around a little bit, BL, trying to play some defense right here. 10 seconds to go, though. It seems like Mr. Clutch Alonso Correa, he's going to take the heat win right here.
Hey, hold on. 3 seconds. Oh, no, he's not getting it.
1. And it goes to the Peruvian and the Spaniard. Yago Dora, look at how close that heat was. 13, 11.2, 10.9 points. One of the most entertaining of the event so far.
Yeah, all passion on display from all three servers, and that is a result that was against the grain of popularity and what we thought might happen. So another ISA great moment.
Let's go down to Chris Cote.
Boricua represent Gian Mendez right here, Team Puerto Rico. I see you're doing a little something here that I like. You are a surf fan like the rest of us around here. You got some autographs on your jersey. Who have you met so far? Who are you inspired by in this competition?
I'm inspired by everyone, even my own team. Brian, that's going on the next heat. Biggest idol ever. I've been watching him since I was 4 years old. He's been pushing me into waves. Now I'm surfing fucking bonds with him, and it's just a pleasure and an honor being able to be here with him and be motivating him and raising the flag for him. So it's a pleasure having him and all these other CT guys that I've been watching since I was really young. And yeah, loving it.
Well, you got some autographs there. I'm going to get your autograph next. Let's see the back of this jersey. Don't forget this name right here. Gian Mendez, Team Puerto Rico. Boricua represent. Good luck to your team.
Thank you, Chris. Right there with Puerto Rico's Gian Mendez. Not a member of the team this year, but based off of what Chris was saying, probably going to be seeing him in years to come. Heat 5, round 4 for the men. John Florence, one of the all-time greats from the US of A. In the red, Cody Young, Canada's young superstar. He's in the blue. And Aaron Strong, the Brit, he's going to be in the green jersey. Mitch and BL, still here for you. John Florence, you've mentioned the injuries, how good of a surfer he is. His legacy will go untouched when he goes into the Hall of Fame. This kid, though, has been impressive all week long. And it just seems like he's not fazed by the superstars in the water. Aaron Strong off to a good start right here, looking for the closeout re-entry, though. And he's going to be able to get it right here, BL, with 18 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Getting to work quickly.
He had the inside position. He positioned perfectly for the start of that one. I think he was a little disappointed the way that those first turns all had to be wraps. He didn't really get a lip to tee off on and really get vertical and up in the lip. So that will hold that score back a bit. But any score to start with that's over a 4-point ride is something that you could look to keep for the end. And when you're against the CT surfers like John Florence, John is ordinarily sort of in the habit of letting the other guys get those first waves and waiting and sitting back in a 20-minute heat. That could be dangerous if you do that.
Well, speaking of danger, Alonso Correa is downstairs with Chris.
Well, Alonso Correa, always a steady competitor here in ISA competition. It looked like that heat right there was down to the wire all the way to the end. Do you see names that you're going up against, or do you see competitors that you have to surf your way through?
Yeah, I was pretty excited to surf against Yago. He's been an inspiration like all my life. I remember a long time ago, we were on a trip in Puerto Escondido. We were surfing this small wave, and he was like making huge airs, and I was like, whoa, that's what I gotta go against, right? So happy to compete against him, the big names. It's getting exciting. Everyone's ripping. Like, I was watching the content and I was like, whoa, this is really good surfing. So stoked to be in the mix, stoked to make it through one more round, keeping the ball rolling. So yeah, excited.
Well, you've got a big name and it's getting out there. When you take down big surfers like that throughout the competition, does it give you that extra swagger and motivation moving through into the main rounds?
For sure, mostly motivation. Excited to have my surfing there, you know, against the guys that I see on the CT. I'm sure next heat it's gonna be super heavy as well, but it's just motivation, excitement to show my surfing, to get some waves. It was really tricky, the waves, but a couple really good ones came through, so I was just waiting for them. Made a couple mistakes, went on a couple that I shouldn't have, but still happy to got that last chance, got a score and made it through.
Well, a great heat right there for Alonso Correa. I know you got a big support base here on the beach in Puerto Rico and at home. Tell them what's up.
Yeah, muchas gracias a todos los que están viendo, apoyando. Seguimos acá dándole un paso más, un hit más ahora. Vamos a seguir dándole, representando. El equipo sigue sólido. Y nada, sigan mandando la buena vibra, que acá estamos, ¿no? Gracias a todos.
Arriba Peru. Alonso Correa, he's moving through and looking great while doing so. A 13-point heat total. Mr. Clutch on his way to round number 5. During the interview, Barton, one of the all-time greats, John Florence, was up and riding. And Aaron Strong, who dropped a 3.0 on his opening ride, he's up again. Strong carve into the lip for the second one, slides the fins a little bit, and the kid has got swagger. My guy, 15 minutes to go, and he's got a couple of scores on the board.
Yeah, he was feeling it on that one. I sort of spoke after that first wave about how he didn't really get to connect with the lip. The wave itself, potentially with a different line on that wave, could have been a 5 or a 6 maybe, but the line he chose ended up being a little horizontal. He got to the top of the wave when it was a bit flat, had to do the wraps, and he really did pay with that score of a 3-point ride. Here we go, Cody Young.
Canadian up and riding. Both him and his brother Levi reside on Maui. How's that finish right there? Strong turn by Cody Young. I don't know about you, BL, but when I saw him earlier this week, I have to say he might be in the best shape he's ever been in his life. And that's saying a lot because this guy's always been one of the most fit surfers in the World Surfing Games.
Yeah, the Canadian team, they're on it. They're focused. They've been building year by year. We've been watching that. They find themselves, before today started, in 10th place. So they're right up there as a country, and Cody's flying the flag for them. He's a bit of a team leader there. As one of the most experienced, and his equipment looks fantastic underneath his feet. Really sharp, quick, responsive.
Former pro junior champion at the U.S. Open too. Been very successful here at the ISA level as well has been Cody. Coming off of a 10-point ride, I believe, at the Battle of the Bay over there on Maui too.
Wow.
Hasn't had a bad winter himself. Younger brother Levi also on the men's team, and talked about a loaded team that has slowly but surely gotten better over the years too. They had to beat out reigning WSL North America junior champion Reid Platenius to be on the team too. Wheeler Hasberg, also a member of the Canadians. But Cody, no doubt the captain of this strong force. 13 minutes to go, waiting on a couple of scores. The 3.0 of Aaron Strong. This kid is talented, but more than anything, motivating. Born with a rare disease, alpha-1 antitrypsin, a professional surfer representing Great Britain, and he does have a podcast. You can support it by using the hashtag StrongForecast. Real cool dude. Spoke to him the other day, got real emotional talking about it, and the kind of inspiration that he is providing for others with similar diseases to him. Cool stuff that we're seeing from Aaron.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't know, would you, to watch him surf? He's right up there with the best in the world. The judges had a long, hard think. They're still thinking about John's second ride. Oh, there it came in, John, 5.17 for that first ride. Would have been considerably higher if he made that last reverse attempt off the whitewater. Looked like he had it too, and then kind of caught and went under. So 5.17, Cody the 5.67. So that's got to be a confidence booster for the Canadian.
Shane Backdorian right there. Must be pretty good if they're basically naming a wave after you right there,
Shane
Backdoor.
Backdorian. That's a good one. He's, here we go. Canada up and riding, stuck behind the whitewater.
One of the first rides we've seen in a few hours right here at El Rastreal, just under 12 minutes ago. I want to go back to the topic of John starting off a little late most of the times in his heats. On the CT, you can usually do it, especially on the overlapping heat format, within the overlapping heat format, I should say. 4.0, the second of strong. Cody's a 5.67, his opener. The availability that John has with his skill set is obviously something that has gained in multiple world championships. But what about the fact that he's also gotten way better at competing over the years, too? And speaking of somebody who didn't have the most successful amateur career either, BL.
Yeah, he I remember watching the early days of his pro surfing career, and on the first couple of waves in the heat, he'd be going for big, crazy things and falling off, and by the end of it, he'd be scrambling to get a result. So I remember being on a flight from Margaret River one time, and I'd never met him, and he was in the seat behind me, so I just leant over behind the seat and said, "Hey, you don't know me, but my name's Barton, but I just wanted to offer a little piece of advice if I could." As we see Cody, go for it. Type of surfing you'd need to do on that wave. And I said, mate, if you just focus on completing the first 2 rides that you have in every heat, in every surf, and made a religion of completing the first rides in every heat to take the pressure off the back end, you'd find yourself without all of that pressure on your shoulders in heats, and you might find some consistency. And he said to me, so what, surf more conservatively? And I said, no, just complete them. I'm not telling you how to surf. I'm just saying you've got to make them. And so we've seen him grow as a competitor, win world championships, and even with the injuries that he has had, stealing some opportunities along the way for him to be even more dominant, we still all, look at him as one of the greatest surfers of all time.
I like that he had a response ready to go, too. He was like, wait, you want me to surf a little bit down tempo? Not the case for John.
Can't do it.
Good amount of flow right here on this one. BL once again having some struggles to get the finish. Debatable whether or not he fully rides out of that last one, just under 10 minutes to go. But the impact that he's had too, I think is something that goes without question, that he's pushed everybody else to be better too.
Oh, absolutely. Here we'll see the replay. First one, beautiful clean re-entry board, looking nice under his feet. Snaps easily off a flatter section, keeping the speed through the dead part of that wave. Gave that one some, relaxed a little bit early, and got caught in the whitewater again.
Aaron Strong up and riding, current heat leader. That's a good style. That's much better from Aaron. 9 minutes to go. Only looking to improve on a 3-point ride here. And just adding the finishing touches, I really like the kind of motivation that he's had throughout the event. Speaking of International Rare Disease Day, but most importantly, representing GB very proudly into round 4 of the main round. And look at the 2 guys that he's against.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that is the best wave for him of the heat, 100%. That was the type of wave that and sections that he'd missed a little bit on the first couple of rides. And so that's going to eclipse the 4 for sure, and really put this heat into a context, because he'll have the 4 as a backup. He'll have his first ride that has got to match the 5.67, the 5.17, I would think. Perhaps it surpasses those 2 scores. We'll see. We'll get a better chance here on the replay. First turn into the lip. This is the money turn. Vertical, beautiful backhand re-entry. 2 big turns. Gets a 3rd snap there, and then one last little hit here too, which had plenty in it as well. He generated plenty in it with his mechanics.
And then John's BL.
Nice first one, different angle, board. Again, like I said, these turns, it's just keeping the board moving fluidly under his feet. 5.83 for the second one of John, so a couple of strong rides there. Judges still deliberating Aaron Strong's wave. It's going to put some pressure, or more pressure, on Cody Young.
At the moment in the lead is Florence, waiting on the last of Strong. And Cody Young with really just 1 score of significance so far, a 5.67 for the young Canadian. 7 minutes 30 to go.
And it wasn't such a good wave, the 5-6-7, so there's some confidence to be taken from that because it was the surfing that got him the score. There's Aaron's score.
5.53, so his best in second. And now Cody going to use first priority right here, up and riding. Kind of a choppier wave. Good start, though, into the lip once. And a difficult finish right there. Had to come out of that turn with a different angle. And with 7 minutes to go, not needing a whole ton right here, BL. Close to a 4-point ride. You know, those different angles, obviously a way of presenting a turn, and especially with the wave as difficult as that one. Similar to what we saw from Mal Cleland last year, winning the event there at La Bocana.
Yeah, he's going to get the score, I would say, 3.86. So you go, I need a flat 4. And I think he gets it, though. Just on the... He might have got it just with the last turn alone. And... it's going to be a really interesting heat with, you know, there's still a lot of, there's been 2 scores for each surfer. This is one of the first heats we've seen where with 6.5 minutes to go, everybody's had 2. It's going to come down to the use of priority, the selection of the good ones. Cody Young, 7 points for that big closeout turn, takes him into the lead.
Yeah, straight up into first place right there. If you've never been there, Barden, I can assure you, Tofino, British Columbia, Canada, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my life.
Really, mate?
Freezing cold, though, I will say. I went in the time of the year where it was raining all day, but when the sun came out, despite it only being out for a few moments during those days, majestic. I mean, the wildlife there. Getting there might be a little bit of a difficulty depending on what time you get there for the ferry. But man, that place is just spectacular. Loaded with waves, too. People are nice, and the food is just sensational as well.
A lot of good seafood.
Oh, yeah.
A port town there, the surfing capital of Canada, right?
I would say so, yeah. But the east coast of Canada, also with some amazing waves over by Nova Scotia. Even on the islands, Newfoundland, I know, has a couple of great waves, too. A bit colder over there in the Atlantic, though.
I've been to Canada a couple of times to snowboard, and in about 3 weeks' time, I'll be going again. So maybe I'll have to pop down to Tofino on that trip and visit our friends there in Canada.
5 minutes on the clock right here. Cody Young in the lead, but priority right now with a multiple-time WSL World Champion, John Florence, and he's up. Low score of 5.17. He's got a ramp, and he's going to go for the rotor. He pulls it with ease and still has more to go right here. Nice little double up on the inside. That's going to be it for him. 4:45 on the clock. Chris Cote downstays with the Not Le Lior.
Well, it is going off down here in the competitors area. We got the men out here on the main podium, and the repechage is providing a lot of excitement as well. Not it's one thing to just squeak your way through heat, it's another thing to smash your way through the repechage. Congrats to that last performance. How does it feel to stay in contention here at the ISA World Surfing Games?
It's definitely great. I'm loving it. Sun is out. Waves are actually good. And yeah, the level is really, really high. And I'm stoked to, you know, make a good performance for everybody to watch. So yeah, stoked for that.
Anat Lelior making her way through a tough repo round, and she lives to surf another day down here in Puerto Rico. Good luck to you in the near future, Anat.
Thank you, Chris, and congratulations to Anat. Israel's hope for a gold medal here at the end of the ISA World Surfing Games and potentially Olympic qualification as well. Last of Florence comes through a 4.83, so it seems like the section wasn't really one of difficulty. BL doesn't improve on his low score of the 5.17. The good news for Aaron Strong, he does have first priority and only needing a 5.48.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, so time on his side. He's got the first priority, and he just needs Mother Nature to cooperate. He's got the backhand performance. He would love nothing more than to beat John Florence and send John into the repechage round. Great that nobody here actually loses. Oh, John's having a look. He sees a little chip on this insider.
It might be looking right. He is. Deep fade. Good slide right there at the fins to start things off. Tight in the pocket for the carve. And I mean, just continuous great surfing on this wave by John Florence. How many people do you know could be able to surf a wave like that with the degree of difficulty that he added on every single turn to just under 3 minutes, BO?
I was laughing with joy because he had no right to be able to get the board so high up onto those wave face each time. And there's Brian Toth, the local legend. He's been on fire this week.
Look at that smile, too.
He's a good man, isn't he? Yeah, we love you too, brother. have a good one out there against Marco Mignot.
And Tim Elter, too, has been on fire.
Oh, here we go.
So waiting for the last of Florence, but now strong with the answer back. Setup turn right there. Much better on the second one. Needs to ride out of it, though, and that is, unfortunately for him, incomplete. Just over 2 minutes on the clock. And waiting on the last of Florence as well. Splashes the water right there.
Pure pressure.
A missed opportunity, BL. Had the chance, had the section. And unfortunately for him, that's going to be a wave that won't go into his top 2 scores.
I mean, he's still got time with a minute 50 on the clock, but that was a priority wave. It was the sort of wave he needed at the time he needed it. He teed off on the first one, and then on the second one, 2 completions there, and there was, we saw Cody Young get the 7 for one, 2 turns, but one big one on the closeout. So that wave had the potential to give him what he needed and push John Florence down. John improves, gets a 7-4 on that right-hander on the virtue and for the power and how he extended himself into that performance. That was amazing small wave surfing from John.
And Cody Young has also surfed an outstanding heat. I mean, he's caught 4 waves, but really 2 of those 4 have just been in and outs real quick. A competitive masterclass by Cody Young, who's currently in second. It seems like this guy is finding his rhythm, though. The way he's competed throughout the event, I think speaks to how much he's developed as a competitive surfer, too. Can do it in any types of conditions now. How many people do you know have won the Eddie Aikau and been a world champion at the same time?
Yeah, and we know him for his pipeline, his chopu, his good wave surfing, and it's always been that if it got to 3 to 4 foot and smaller wave surfing that he was catchable. But what we saw from him then was some of the best small wave surfing we've ever seen. Cody Young.
Wow, throws a tail around right there.
Strong's getting another chance.
714 is the number he needs. Bowley section right here. Throws the tail around while it's complete. Wasn't great looking and kind of forces the rotation right there on the second one. Really had no other option. A great effort. You got to give it to the kid for trying. But both Young, the Canadian older brother of the 2, looking good, in fine form. Gonna move through in second place. But this heat belongs to none other than one of the all-time greats, John Florence, putting on a master class out there. 7.4 on a wave that I would say maybe 15 people in the world would be able to surf a wave like that.
It might have been a 6 at best on its own. It was the performance of John that took it up to that 7.4. Beautiful surfing from the champ.
Otto Flores, Shannon Hughes about to join the booth as Brian Toth, the local Puerto Rican, going to hit the lineup right now.
Welcome to the opening ceremony. Bienvenido a Puerto Rico!
We are, today and every day, the United Nations of Surfing. This year we celebrate 60 years. The ISA was founded in Australia in 1964 during the first World Championships. Our credo, you probably heard it before, a better world through surfing. All of us are ambassadors of the ocean. When this event is over, we're going to be ambassadors of Puerto Rico as well, as ambassadors from the ocean. Some of you will take home medals. Some of you will take home Olympic slots, but all of you are champions for being here for this week. Good luck in the competition. I officially declare open the ISA World Surfing Games 2024 in Puerto Rico!
Welcome back to Puerto Rico for the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got Brian Toth from Puerto Rico up against Marco Mignot of France and Tim Elter for Germany. Just 3 surfers in each of the heats for men's round 4. And the top 2 will be advancing through into the main round 5. Bottom surfer will be heading into the repechage round. So it's non-elimination, which takes the slightest bit of pressure off. But either way, it still feels like the pressure had just been mounting stronger and stronger throughout the day. because we know we're getting that much closer to figuring out who those 6 men and those 8 women are that are going to be taking away Olympic spots in competition. Out in the lineup, we got a quick duck dive there from Tim Elter. Shannon Hughes joining the booth alongside Otto Flores, the Puerto Rican superstar surfer, local organizing committee member now. You've been spending some time on the jet ski as well. And we've got none other than Brian Toth in the lineup. The beach has been going wild every single time he hits the water.
Well, we're certainly proud to have Brian in the water, as we see in green the German surfer Tim working this one, little right-hander. Nice little tail slide right there. Fins free on that one. Nice little spray opening his campaign. And we see a replay here of Marco Mignot. Solid, nice turn right there. Using the rail on this inside section. And yeah, we're super stoked to have Brian still on the draw. Unfortunately, a lot of our surfers have fallen from the draw. But Brian is that great white hope. Incredible surfer, a lot of experience on the WQS.
As we see him with a paddle now, up and riding for Puerto Rico. We've got scores on the board already for Marco and for Tim as Brian opens up into that first opening wrap. Snap into the section. Now lines it up on the near finish, but he can see a little bit more within this wave as he finds that 4th tag to the section. So he's going to drop a score down. We've got a 5.17 on the board already for Marco Mignot, a 4.17 on the board for Tim Elter. And that last heat was an exciting one. We've got Chris Cote standing by.
Well, I've seen John Florence come in from 15-foot pipeline with a smile on his face like a walk in the park, but he just walked up right now from Arecibo, gassed. That 20-minute heat, it takes a lot out of you, especially with so many waves surfed and obviously so much on the line. Everybody's gunning for you. What's it like to surf out here for 20 minutes and have to just push the entire time?
Yeah, the 20-minute heats are different for us. It feels a lot shorter, and especially when there's so many waves coming through. You kick out of a wave and you're trying to get back out as soon as you can, and you're just duck diving and duck diving and duck diving, and it takes a lot of energy out of you. But and just being on these, the waves are really weak right now, so it takes a lot of energy to keep speed on the wave. But I don't know, it's fun. It's fun to just to surf heats and heats and heats like this. Like I feel like a good amount of practice.
Well, part of being a surf celebrity like yourself, I know that here in Puerto Rico, this being your first time, you've got a ton of fans here. What's it like for you when you're out in the streets cruising around and surfing the local breaks? How's the Puerto Rican contingent taken to John Florence?
No, it's been awesome being here. It's so cool how stoked everyone is on surfing, and there's a lot of energy behind it. I mean, even watching Tate in this heat right now and just how stoked the whole community is behind him. I don't know, it's so fun when you go to places and you see that community support and just around what we do and the energy behind surfing. You know, surfing's such a special thing in my life, and it's cool to see it like in all these people's life.
Now, an ISA gold medal is a prize that's eluded you so far. What would that mean to you to have that draped around your neck by the end of this week?
Yeah, these events are challenging. There's a lot of surfers, a lot of heats, and a lot of different conditions, so it'd be definitely awesome to win one of these events. Just I think the amount of heats you surf is a lot.
Well, everybody's putting in work, including John Florence. Moving on through the main rounds, expect big things from Team John.
Thanks so much, Chris. Great to hear from John. Would be exciting to see him with that gold medal, but like you said, there's a few heats still ahead. Even though we're already in day 6 of competition, we're not going to be crowning champions until day 9.
I know it's a marathon, like I said before. It's not a race. It's not a sprint. I might add. And yeah, lots of heat. Doesn't matter which side of the draw you come from. And if you're in the reprecharge round, kind of doubles up on you. So a lot of surfing, but as we saw, you know, John, a world champion in his own, he says it's good practice.
Great practice. Anytime you can pull a jersey on, little challenge out in front of you. Brian Toth opened up on a 5.5, so he got the best of that opening exchange. Sitting in the lead ahead of Marco and Tim. Marco sitting with first priority for Team France. France has been on a pretty good showcase moving forward throughout competition today. And they're looking hopeful on the men's side of the draw with Joan Duroux advancing through earlier on, as well as Kali Vast, to be one of those front-running nations in hopes to win that highest-ranked men's team. Get themselves not only another surfer qualified this week, but maybe to see both Marco and Joan with an opportunity to be selected by Team France as a third surfer.
Yeah, and I think consistency is the word for France. They're being very consistent, very similar strategies to all the surfers. So I think their corner has a set plan in play, and all of the surfers really, really, really true to their technique. And we see Marco Mignot with first priority chasing this one down, doesn't give it a dig. But what I really liked about, watching Kali,
as we've got some live action here, just quickly tracking with Tim Elter on his backhand. So he's sitting on the 417 that he opened up with. Just can't quite time out the finishing maneuver. He'll bow out of that one, but got those 2 turns, as you were saying.
Yeah, I think the consistency that the French team has brought along has been very prevalent. Jean Duroux had a really, really tough heat early this morning, and Colli Vass just never even part of the conversation. As we see a replay here from the German surfer, gets a nice little turn off the top right here, follows it up, but unfortunately here it looks like the wave got pretty shallow, lack of speed, as we see Brian toss. First score of the day, and I think he got the score, the nice little mid-range score, just because variety of maneuvers, and he opened up a little bit of a hiccup right there, but always in rhythm, nice tempo, and his rail game looks on point.
Yeah, it looks really good. Like you were saying with Team France, they just seem to have the ISAs kind of worked out. They've got so many team gold medals from a variety of different types of events the ISA has won over the years, whether it's the sup and paddleboarding, the longboarding, the juniors, the parasurfing. They've been in that conversation for a very long time, and they really have that great, I think, that investment from their National Surfing Association that really highly values ISA events. And every time they turn up with a team, they've got a lot of support behind the scenes, not just the athletes with maybe a coach and a manager, but they've got a lot of crew behind them, as do more teams growing into that space now as well. A lot of the surfing power nations we'll see turn up with a pretty stacked group of, they'll have 20 people alongside their athletes potentially. But for France, it's been exciting to see that investment pay off with really solid results for their surfers outside of just the ISA events. When it comes to European regional events all the way up to the World Tour, France has been at the top of the game for a very long time.
Yeah, and I think they did their homework on this one. They invested some time. They actually picked part of their national team doing competitions against the Puerto Rican Surfing Federation. So they came early. They surfed Malgara.
So interesting. I had no idea.
In a competitive level, and I think that's why Marco Mignot and Jean Duroux are on the team. They were the 2 best surfers that did really well. Also on the feminine side, they picked their surfers, and they had like a little bit of a sparring partnership with the Surfing Federation of Puerto Rico, and it's really cool. They came down, they surfed some heats, and that was the outcome, the team that showed up.
That's an incredible bit of insight as we take a look now at Tim. So he's now sitting up in that leading position off the strength of the 307 that he dropped in, but might not be there for long with surfing like this coming through from the local Brian Toth. Looks like a great second section and finds the finish as well. So he's going to put down a backup score, only needing a 1.74 to take away that leading position. Of course, top 2 advancing through in the main round. Bottom surfer heads into repechage. These 2 then, Marco and Brian, may have had some heats together.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that sticks out, Brian's backside is amazing. He's a home break as hobos. It's a little right-hander, breaks off the rock. A bit of like the snapper rocks of Puerto Rico. And even though he's lethal in his forehand and he's totally capable, when he gets it right, you got to watch out. Multiple winner of pro events at middles from the Puerto Rican Surfing Pro Surfing Federation, the Corona Pro Surfing Circuit, and no stranger to rights. So yeah, when Brian stands up on a right, he could really damage and put some points on the board.
Waiting for that score to drop through for his last wave. Sitting on a 5.5 that he opened with. Second score. We'll likely see him up into that leading position. We do have a score to drop through for Tim Elter as well. Judges taking a little bit of time with that for the German. And for Marco, he's sitting on that 5.17 that he opened up with nice and early. Has been sitting patient with priority next to his name up until then. And we had a lot of wind earlier today. Still stuck around, but it almost seems like it's not quite as choppy out in the lineup as what we saw earlier this morning.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about Arecibo. It just has it ebb and flows, and as we've seen in the last couple of days, you'll see a windy morning just turn into this little skate park, this little playground. A couple little, what I'd like to call that little top carpet where guys like the coping. It really conducive, and we're not afraid of onshore winds in Puerto Rico as it's tropical. We surf all kinds of conditions, and this out here at Rastreal cleaning up to be pretty nice at the moment.
Pretty fun waves on offer throughout the entire day today, although more challenging conditions. It's always awesome when you actually kind of score the best of the conditions at any break around the world, and you have like a whole event that maybe happens to run with pretty good conditions, but that's usually fairly rare to actually have unfold. And having a kind of a testing ground like this, where surfers are surfing 3 different podiums throughout the week, they're getting to know different waves. They're surfing each of those podiums at different times during the day, so they're dealing with different tides, different winds, as well as, those varying swell sizes throughout the day. We're really getting to see each surfer having to showcase how well-rounded they are as we're coming towards that finals day conversation. And Tim Elder for Germany is one of those surfers, like you mentioned, Marco Mignot being selected for the team because of his performances at Magara specifically. We'll take a look at Tim now as he used his priority over Brian Toth on this wave. He's got a nice little pocket to work with, and he'll go for that rotation on the face of the wave. Marco now with a great looking left, opening up in front of him. First 2 turns straight off the bottom into the top turn. He'll kick out quickly, and he's going to put on a strong paddle to try and get the positioning over Tim. Like you said, for Marco being kind of hand-selected, knowing the type of wave, Tim was that similar selection for Team Germany, where he's representing Germany because that's where his parents are from, but he's actually born and raised in the Canary Islands. And he loves surfing slabs. Like, his perfect day is paddling out to get barreled on a sketchy slab somewhere kind of remote with only a few people out, which is the type of surfer that you want in the draw when it comes to qualifying at a heavier wave like Magara. Hopefully we get that towards finals day, and also for the Olympic venue.
Yeah, and the German team did spend a lot of time down here in Puerto Rico, and I think Tim has seen every single face of what these 3 peaks in Arecibo have to offer. German team did not one, but a couple of trips down to the island, and just, they saw it in every single situation and every single swell type. So a lot of experience in the water at the moment.
Amazing to see. Some more experience paddling out is affectionately known Pickles, Molly Picklum, heading out for Team Australia. She'll be competing against her teammate, the 3-time gold medalist in Sally Fitzgibbons, alongside Camilla Kemp and Yolanda Sakira out in the water. So that's going to be a great battle in the main round. Each of those women doing well to keep themselves in the top 2 of each heat advancing through so far. They've been able to avoid the extra few surfs having to fall out in the repechage rounds a little bit early, but we know that 2 of them will be heading there by the end of that heat.
Yeah, and as we see on the screen, I think a little bit of strategy is in play. Tim wanting to go wide, wanting to pick one of those long waves that occasionally comes. We saw Gabriel capitalize on that strategy earlier in the morning. No stranger to El Rastreal. Tim knows what he has to do. Obviously, Brian with first priority, waiting for that good set. And I do have to say that Marco has, he surfed a couple of heats here to become part of the team, and he's identified that one really good wave as we see possibly Brian Toth pick one with his first priority.
Brian now chasing a 6.08 to get himself back into the lead as Marco's taking it over, setting himself up down the line into a powerful turn to start, goes vertical on the second, just comes unstuck on the finish. What could he have done differently there?
I think he kind of got hung up on that first turn. I think he had to do more of a speed turn and really come at it at that oncoming section with a little more speed. It seems like that wave dumped pretty hard. If you could have flown off the lip, maybe touched it, maybe kind of progressed on it instead of going that vertical, that might have been. But it looks like he was waiting for the section. This was a nice section to hit right there, but unfortunately he came unstuck.
Taking one more look at it here, so it'll just be this first turn that kind of counts. Like you said, kind of had to cut it short, eyeing up that next section that was standing up pretty fast. So he's sitting in second, and we'll take a look now at the replay from Marco Mignon, who found a piece of the action as well.
Yeah, this was his 6-point ride. Really fluid, had nice maneuvers, and you could see the intent on that last one. He wanted to get back on his board and get back into that priority conversation, as we see on screen. Everybody looking at live action as we can broadcast this from isasurf.org for everybody out there. And it's awesome to see that you could just sit there on your phone, check what your peers are doing in the water. And I guarantee you there's a lot of people at work with their phones out checking this competition out.
It's so true. It's also great because you can click from podium 1 to podium 2. You can follow along with the live heats on both sides of that for your heat scores and situation updates. there is a standing broadcast for our second podium at El Pico, which is where the repecharge rounds have been running throughout today. So you're able to tune in and follow along a little bit there. So great access to be able to seeing kind of everything that's unfolding. It's a lot to track with. I actually have gotten a little bit lost within all of it to figuring out who's been advancing through today and who's been, knocked out of competition. That are some of those names that we've been really keeping a close eye on. As we see Brian now with that first big opening maneuver. So lays into the rail, sets himself up with a knifey second turn on a flatter section. You can sense that energy, that urgency really starting to come into play now because it's just a 5.66 requirement on the German and Tim Elder, and we know that he's so capable of finding that score on the right wave. Right now into a second turn, driving deep off the bottom. Tall surfer, a lot of length to him. He's feeling it, and we'll be waiting now for that exchange between Brian and Tim to drop through.
Yeah, that was clutch right there for the German. He got the wave to get more vertical. He did get that vertical snap right there. Really good fluid in the turns before. Unfortunately, Brian's wave a little more like on the flatter side of things, but really intelligent by Brian. He had third priority. He keeps it busy, and this is actually strategy. Right now, he's in second priority, and he's going to get a better pick for a better wave. So I think Brian just making it happen, keeping it busy, but that second score for the German surfer is going to be a good one. Let's see what the judges award him.
Scores to drop now for last exchange. Marco Mignot sitting in the leading position with that first priority. And results are in for Brian Toth. It doesn't factor into his top two waves. So 4.07 keeps him in that second place position. Doesn't help increase the requirement. And Tim Elter drops in a 4.91 for Team Germany. That is enough to help his situation, though it doesn't get him out of third. He's now chasing a 4.94, just basically a flat 5 to make it through in the advancing position. Top two heading into the main round, bottom surfer into repecharge, and you can see Tim is not going to have an easy shot with this last final.
With 1 minute remaining, he has two sharks or two tigers right behind him, and that's exactly where they want him, right in the middle.
They're going to give him a look at this one. He needs a 5-point ride. He's going to need to do something big. Wave shuts down in front of him, goes for one huge forehand hack. Looked great. Would he have needed more before that final maneuver?
I think with the scores that we've seen on the board, one maneuver would have to been on a bigger wave, more intensity. And I think with the experience that both Marco and Brian have, they're looking at waves of consequence. They're looking at waves that are a bit more dramatic, and that just didn't seem like one of them.
Brian Toth having a look at that wave, but kind of just eyeing up, all right, where is Tim at? Is he going to use his priority on this wave? Is he just going to kind of keep an eye? Paddling back out when he did means that he'll hold on to that priority. We've got 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and we've got Marco Mignot representing France from Sayulita, Mexico. Throws the tail out. That was a radical maneuver. Kind of skates and slides down to the face of the wave at the finish. And he'll just put together his victory lap on his way in.
I think that was a victory flip.
Definitely a flip.
I really like the sideways boogie on that last one. And I do have to take my hat off. France really sticking to their strategy, really sticking to their consistency. And that was a close one for Brian Toth too. So we'll have to see what happens.
Wowee. Well, scores look like they have come in, and we've got a 3.53 for the final score of Tim Elter out of Germany. He stays in third place, and Brian Toth holds on to second for Puerto Rico into main round 5 alongside Marco Mignot of France. Still with more opportunity as we head into finals day. Tim Elter will have more opportunity because this is a non-elimination round, and he'll be heading into the repecharge. Big celebrations to happen now for France and Puerto Rico. When we return, we're heading into our women's main round 4 heats. Paddling out right after this, Molly Picklum and Sally Fitzgibbons of Australia coming up next.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the action. Puerto Rico has just seen Brian Toth advance through in second place position just behind Marco Mignot of France. Those two staying in the main round, feeling that relief. And we'll see Tim Elder of Germany in the green jersey heading into the repechage round.
Yeah, Brian Toth really skimming on that one. Stoked he made it through, unfortunately for Tim, but he does still have another chance in that repechage round as we see all the fans, the beautiful community of Puerto Rico really chanting Brian's progression in the competition. He is our great white hope, and yeah, as part of that contingency, I'm really happy that he made it through that one.
Yeah, that was some solid surfing that he had to perform in kind of challenging conditions. Waves were looking a little bit flat and hard to find those stand-up sections. We're about to see 4 of the best women in the world battling out for those top 2 positions. Portugal, Germany up against 2 Australians in Molly Picklum and Sally Fitzgibbons, Yolanda Sekira and Camilla Kemp in the lineup. And each of these women have huge accomplishments to their names already. For Camilla, the most of the underdog story within the water right now, someone that has had huge results within the European kind of qualifying series world and also in the ISA World Surfing Games in the past. But she's up against a few Olympians. Yolanda Sekira into that opening section. Nice 2-turn combination to start. Will she hold on to the finish? She tries to, but just gets bumped off of her board. That's going to hurt off of the start. And she'll just have the single maneuver to count on. She was an Olympian from Tokyo 2020. She's now trying to get herself into the top 8 women here of eligibility to find herself a 2-time Olympian heading into Paris. Molly Picklum and Sally Fitzgibbons, both having incredible careers to their names so far. But we'll get back to that because we can hear the cheers down on the beach, and we've just seen Marco Mignot of France take away a heat win.
An interesting situation right now. You've got the loudest crowd ever going off for Brian Toth, who just got second right there. Does that affect you when you're in the lineup to hear the beach erupt for every other wave that's ridden, or do you just got to keep your head on steady and surf the heat that you want to surf?
I mean, I don't let nothing external infiltrate my internal dialogue. So for me, it's like, but it's beautiful at the same time, you know, like that kind of support is amazing to see. The Puerto Rican support, I was like, I didn't know it was this amazing. And like, before even him standing up in the wave, it was like the whole beach was screaming. So it was beautiful to see, you know. For me, it's like, it's mostly beautiful.
I want to talk a little bit about the emotions that you experience in the span of a 20-minute heat. I can imagine anxiety, fear, excitement, and joy. What was going through your mind at an emotional level during that 20-minute battle?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, I started my heat with a 5, which is pretty good. But after like for almost 11 minutes, I couldn't find a backup. So I was like, okay, I'm feeling a bit stressed out. I got to back it up because they all had a 5. And luckily the wave came to me. I backed it up with a 6, so I felt pretty safe. And then it was pretty much controlling the heat from there. So I'm trying to stay calm. But of course, the pressure comes to you, but it's all about how you deal with it.
The man is a consummate professional. Nome Mignot moves through in the main round. Congratulations and good luck moving forward.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Marco, and kind of, you know, having to stick to his own game plan, but also appreciating the support anytime you're in the lineup.
That was beautiful words, because it was very professional what he said. You know, external stuff does not affect my internal, but he also turned it around and just accoladed what the Puerto Rican public is doing. I actually got to give kudos to Chris, because Marco was moving and Chris was just following him to the microphone. So a lot of expertise right now. And talking about expertise, Yolanda, she's winning this heat right now. She's got a 4.67 and a 4.0. And this surfer has impressed me the most. Reckless abandon. She'll do whatever it takes to take a heat down as we see live action.
So true. Camila Kemp now throwing her reckless abandon into that ending section. She's going to put her first score down, but that's a great way to describe Yolanda. She really just looks for anything that's kind of deadly. The type of surfing we saw Molly Picklum put on display at Sunset Beach just a few weeks ago with that near perfect, should have been a perfect ride. There's no way it shouldn't have been a 10. That's the sort of surfing that Yolanda brings when she hits the lineup 99% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, she said it in an interview. She's like, I'll do whatever it takes to take the lead, to take that win, and she's shown it. One thing that I really loved about what she said is she trusts her equipment so much. She doesn't even need to ride a board. If she likes how it feels, she likes how it, she likes the touch, she's ready to go out there and be confident, and that says a lot about your equipment.
Yeah, just that synced in to what she's riding, being able to have all that feeling. As we see Costa Rica supporting Leilani McGonigal. She'll be heading out in the next heat. That'll be an exciting heat to see witness. She'll be in the water up against Nadia Erostarbe of Spain, Tatiana Weston-Webb of Brazil, and Teresa Bombolo of Portugal. So at the moment, it's Yolanda sitting in that leading position with a couple fours she opened with. Molly Picklum has 3 one-point rides to her name, so 3 attempts, hasn't been able to make anything of them. Sally Fitzgibbons with a 1 and a 0.5, but she has a score to drop as well as a score for Camila Kemp. So we'll have a look at those in a moment, and we'll get a feeling for how this heat is kind of starting to unfold as we approach the back half of it. There you can see Molly holding on to that first priority next to her name. Now Molly, of the women in the lineup, has already qualified for Paris 2024 Olympics out of her results on the Women's Championship Tour for the WSL last year. She'll be joined by Tyler Wright, and should the women's team for Australia earn an extra spot, it could be a Sally Fitzgibbons that we get to see compete in Tahiti as we take a look at her on her backhand here on her opening ride.
Nice little ride right there, vertical off the top, really fitting in the pocket. I really like how her boards look under her feet. Just really poised right there, a little bit of a chip in, nice bottom turn, hits that oncoming section, a little bit of a nice little floater, and this is another wave for Sally Fitzgibbons. So she's got a nice couple of waves, still waiting for the scores. 4.90 for that first one, and we still have to see what the judges award her for that last one.
Now, according to Bede Durbridge, who's the Australian coach, in an interview on Ain't That Swell, a podcast that Vaughn Blakey, one of the voices of Australian surfing, they had an interview just a couple days ago that got published, and Bede was explaining that the selection process, should there be a third spot awarded out of the highest ranking teams for men or women, there's actually a board, a selected group of people that are making that decision, and they've got all sorts of names in the mix. So they haven't given an official, it's based off of your ranking from last year on the CT, anything like that we've seen from some other nations making that decision already, being the United States. Team Australia is looking at, who is going to be their best hope of getting a gold medal, specifically in Tahiti, for someone that they would select should they have the opportunity.
Yeah, that's a very objective conversation. I mean, the expertise in Tahiti, obviously we know Molly Picklum is one of those people that are aspiring to surf there. But it is a great conversation to see who that third person, if the case were to come up, would be, and who surfing would better suit Tahiti in conditions and consequence. And the highlight, I have no knowledge of what the format is going to be, a waiting period or not, but essentially they're going to be surfing Tahiti at its ultimate level, at the ultimate stage of the Olympics. So it's going to be an interesting conversation, and what's going to unfold here is going to be the start of that conversation in a whole.
That's right. It's very exciting to see that sort of start to unfold as we head towards late July when that window will open. Great decision as well, knowing that that's when we could see it, in its prime. It's that time of the year where that swell is going to be there. It's when those big events tend to run. Instead of having the Olympics hosted on, the coastline of France, the Atlantic coast, where it's midsummer time. It could be fun. It could be flat. So they opted to go with the opportunity to put the surfers in a French territory that being Tahiti, and surf some waves that they know are going to be pretty good. There we saw Shane Dorian coaching for Team USA on screen. But out in the lineup, it's the Australian Sally Fitzgibbons, who's found herself in a leading position. She got a 5.33 on the board to improve on her 4.9. Yolanda down into second. Molly still hasn't been able to find anything besides those 1-point rides. And Camilla with a 2.93 is sitting in that third place position. We're down to 9 minutes on the clock. Sally Fitzgibbons, the 3-time gold medalist for the ISAs. An excellent decision anytime an ISA event runs to put Sally Fitzgibbons on Team Australia, because she has, she's got the energy, she's got the Grom froth levels to keep up with all of the youngsters within the conversation, and she is competing better than ever. She's surfing better than she ever has before, potentially, and to be able to have her in that conversation, she's a huge threat for another gold medal here.
Most definitely. I mean, she has a lot of experience in this format. She loves it. I think she actually craves this format, as we see Yolanda live action right here.
Great looking backhand attack into that first turn, finds the second one as well. She's looking for a 5.56 auto to be able to take that leading position again.
Yeah, surfing really consistent, looking for those scores as we see our current heat leader.
Sal now up and riding, setting herself up down the line into that first check. Now drives off the bottom and squares it off the top as well. Foam climb, looking for one more section to hit, and she'll be able to tap it close. Just takes a little stumble on the end there, but a nice back and forth between Yolanda and Sally.
Well, I think, Shannon, it's evident that she got the best section right there, so I think that might have been one of the best waves of the heat.
Well, we'll have a look at those replays in a moment, but we hear that Brian Toth is on the beach with Chris Cote, so we got to hear from the local legend.
Well, there are a lot of surfing superstars in the area, but no one gets a bigger crowd response than this guy right here, Brian Toth, Boricua, all day long. Great job out there. Thanks. Another advancing finish in that heat. And it looks like you're having the time of your life, but you're also putting in work. How much does it mean to you to have the surfing world fully focused on Puerto Rico?
Oh, it's amazing, man. The sport's incredible. You hear about it in the water and all around the world. I've been getting texts from all over the place, all over the world, just congratulating me. People I haven't seen in many, many years are like, oh, you still surf? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. But it's incredible, man. The crowd can't be better. You got whales like you're talking about, breaching. Stingray just jumped right now, probably getting chased by a shark. Sharks in and out of the water. But talent here is amazing as well. I love these ISA games. It's just a world joy of fun, you know?
I know this is a respite from your normal day job, so what does it mean to you to technically be on vacation? But again, the hard work has just begun. We got John Florence, Gabriel Medina, the biggest names in surf. How are you going to be on that podium at the end of this week?
Yeah, man, they're hungry. You can tell it in their surfing and stuff and their scores that are dropping. I'm just doing my game plan, and it's been working out, so if we're all on the podium, I know we're just going to laugh and have a great time. I've had a couple of heats with a couple of them already, and it's been nothing but joy out in the water, laughing, high fives and stuff like that. But obviously when the wave comes, we're going to do our job as we need to. So it's all fun and games and serious at the same time.
Well, you've been a great event host, and you've been an amazing surfer in the water, and what a representative of the Boricua culture. Thank you, Brian Toth.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Chris. Great insights from Brian, hearing from the heart of Puerto Rico's surfing community. As we go back to live action, we've got 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Sally holding on to that lead and increasing it. She got a 5.33 for her previous wave. A 5.83 for that last one drops through and solidifies her in first. But Yolanda Sequeira drops in a 6.10 for her last wave. Comes through as the highest of the heat so far. And with that, it puts a big requirement in front of Camilla Kemp of Germany and Molly Picklum of Australia into the high 7s and 9-point range.
Yeah, and that exchange was definitely won by the Portuguese surfer, as we see Camilla on screen.
Big requirement in front of her, a 7.84. She still has time as she just nails those first couple of turns to chip away at that score in a couple of bites rather than just one single maneuver, one single wave.
Yeah, very impressed that Molly Picklum is so silent. She's definitely waiting for that priority to kick in and to give her that excellent wave, lottery as we kind of see it. Days like today, you have to be patient, but you also have to be quick. Time is winding down, a bit over 4 minutes and 24 seconds remaining, and she's got a pair of ones, and not the norm for our current world number 1 on the championship tour.
So true. We'll see how she goes with the final 4 minutes of this heat. Piling out next, we've got Teresa Bombolo of Portugal in the white jersey up against Tatiana Weston Webb for Brazil, the reigning gold medalist from last year's World Surfing Games. And they will be in the water against Spain's Nadia Arecibo and Costa Rica's Leilani McGonigal. So that's going to be a great heat to stay tuned for. Just 4 heats within this round, so we're only going to be finishing that out and calling it quits for the rest of the day, which means that in heat 3 and 4, our last 2 heats of the day, we're going to see names like Brisa Hennessy, Caroline Marks, Joanne DeFay hitting the lineup, as well as those that are hopeful to find qualification. So that's going to be exciting to stay tuned with. Molly Picklum, though, as you're saying, you know, those couple of ones next to her name, it's like she's sat anchor and is waiting down in the booth really well, where, you know, you kind of, I get a little bit like, oh man, they need to catch some waves, you know? But actually looking at the scores falling through, there's a lot of waves that have been ridden that had 0 scoring potential. There's a whole lot of 1s, 2s, maybe a 3 or something in the mix, but with the heat totals that we're seeing now for first and second, you're going to need something outside of those 4-point rides in order to be making it through. So for someone like Molly, she's sat anchor waiting for that big wave to come through because she knows there hasn't been a whole lot of scoring potential outside of that.
Well, at this point, you know, with 2 minutes remaining, that 2-wave conversation becomes a bit unrealistic with 4 people in the water. So strategy comes into play. Your opponents are going to really, really calculate everything that happens around you. And as you know, in the dying moments.
There we go. Well, Yolanda kind of allowing Camilla to go on that one, but with that higher priority, she also knew that it wasn't going to be risky at all with that single maneuver.
Yeah, so that strategy, as I was saying, comes into play, and they're going to pick the eyes out of the lineup. They're going to know exactly what waves they can go on as we see Molly Picklum.
All right, Pickles up and riding into that first big opening turn, sets her rail here as she drives off the line, ditches the fins, but can't hold on to the nose for the finish. Quick paddle there, and you kind of felt like she knew she had to go huge on that final turn.
Well, she had to go big, she had to go excellent, and then just paddle her way back and try to get anything she could. As you see, the clock is winding down, and strategy and 4 people in the water, you know, 3 people are going to definitely pinpoint everything you do. She's going to have 4th priority. All the girls are going to know exactly who to go after, and as you can see on screen right now, Camilla and Yolanda having a very close proximity.
Yeah, Yolanda's got first priority, and she is now going to be very aware of anything that Camilla has a look at.
Yeah, that 5.91 could happen at any second. And going back to that conversation about Tahiti, I think it's a great opportunity for the sport. I think as fans, we're all really excited about seeing surfing in the best stage possible, and I think it's a beautiful opportunity for women's surfing as well.
So much excitement this year. Camilla has a look at that wave, is unable to get into it for our Portuguese-raised German surfer. She lives in Cascais, has a great bit of waves back at home, some wild ocean with the Atlantic. Sometimes getting to surf in warmer weather, but oftentimes just charging in a full wetsuit, full winter gear in those colder days, and now up and riding, just trying to get herself away from Yolanda. She's going to find a bit of space here. That could be what she needs with 40 seconds on the clock.
Great strategy there by the German surfer. Obviously wants to get away from Yolanda, and Yolanda just chasing her down. Right now, look at this. She got herself in position, got a left, needs a 5.91, hits that one. Multiple maneuvers could get this. Let's see what the judges award Camilla.
Incredible strategy for her to be able to take off on that smaller wave that Yolanda was obviously going to let her go on because it didn't have scoring potential. We've got Molly Picklum kicking out. She was under priority of Yolanda, who with first priority decides to just put the nail in the coffin on one last wave on her way in. Molly sitting way down with the scores, with the priority on the roster. So even if there's an interference, Molly wasn't going to be making it through anyways. But well done to Yolanda for just playing that strategic game down to the finish and holding on to that second place position.
Well, like you said, Molly didn't have anything to lose. She had to take that chance. Had Yolanda let her go, that would have been leaving the door wide open for that small score that she needed. But unfortunately, Molly falling on that last wave it just didn't look like a good alternative.
That's right. Well, a 4.33 came for the wave just before for Molly, so she chipped away and only had a 6.44 requirement. We'll take another look here just to see how this went down. So Molly had third priority. It was Yolanda with a higher priority over Molly, which is why Molly had to kick out of that wave. Technically, usually, if the surfer crosses the line of the surfer with priority, there could be an interference called.
Yeah, it also didn't impede what Yolanda was doing, so we'll have to leave that one for the judges. Very interesting strategy, and like I said, at the dying minutes, these girls were going to pick the eyes out of the situation, react on it, and it just unfolded in front of our eyes.
That's right. Another incredible women's heat here at the ISA World Surfing Games has unfolded. We do have some final scores to drop through. We're waiting on a score of Camilla Kemp, which needs to be a 5.91 or higher to get her the advancing position. Sally Fitzgibbons will hold on to the win, and we'll find out between that third and second place position when we return. More action right after this.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother, would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Well, welcome back to the World Surfing Games. We've got the current women's heat in the lineup that's just headed there on hold because scores are still dropping in from that last exchange on the finish. Now, Yolanda found herself with one final wave, and it came through as a 6.33 for the Portuguese surfer. She's jumped into the leading position over Sally Fitzgibbons. We are still waiting for the final score of Camilla Kemp, which this is our previous heat that we're kind of breaking down here before we go into the next one. Camilla's score just dropped in. It's a 4.17. Her requirement also had grown to a 6.29. So Camilla, unfortunately from Germany, alongside Molly Picklum from Australia, will be heading into the repechage round after a pretty gnarly opening heat for women's round 4. We'll now be into our second heat of the round as the Australians can take a deep breath knowing at least one of their surfers is still in the main round, but the other still has a repechage round.
Wow, it's a long road ahead as we see Leilani Margano-Gil representing Costa Rica, Nadia Estrabe for Spain, Tatiana Weston-Webb for Brazil, and Teresa Benlevot for Portugal. Stacked heats, Shannon. They just keep coming.
That's right, as we take a look now at Leilani. On her backhand, drives off the opening turn. Beautiful combination. Quick off the buzzer and getting those first two turns thrown together. Tatiana's going to have to give way to Teresa Bonvalot on this wave. One hit. Can see that kind of tall stance, stare back, no claim from the opening turn of the Portuguese competitor. And that's going to leave Tatiana Weston-Webb with priority, which leads me to feel like Nadia Erostabe also got a wave off the start because we see that priority next to Tatiana's wave. Next to Tatiana's name. And we'll have some scores to come through from this opening exchange.
Yeah, pretty stacked heat here. The European contingency, Nadia, a super consistent surfer from Spain, from the Basque Country, and Teresa showing on that last wave her intent. Very emotional heat yesterday for Teresa. She made it through. And Leilani having a great stacked heat as we see winner of that last heat, Sally Fitzgibbons, and a very happy Australian corner at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we did just see that change on the end. So Yolanda Secura ended up taking the win. Sally Fitzgibbons walks away with that second place position, as we can see the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, there. But actually, very smart decision for Yolanda Sequeira to go on that last wave because it had the scoring potential that Molly Picklum needed. As we take a look now at Tatiana, just stuck behind the section, she'll have to duck out. So had Yolanda not gone on that final wave, it had every possibility to give that score straight to Molly Picklum because her scoreline had chipped away with the requirements into the 6-point range, and we could have seen 2 Australians advancing through. Well played from our eventual heat winner in Yolanda.
Well, the strategy came into play. Australia put the cards up, and Yolanda just had the winning hand for sure on that one. So really, really good, and showing what she said in her interview. I'll do whatever it takes to take that win, and she came out on top. Sally Fitzgibbons had the lead the whole time, but Yolanda at the end took it out for Portugal.
Took it out. We'll hear from her shortly. We're down to 17 minutes in the current heat with Nadia out of Spain dropping a 3.87 for her opening ride. We got a paddle now from Leilani sitting with priority, and we're still waiting for her opening right-hander as she then just throws the tail out on the left on her forehand for her second ride. We got a 5.5 that's dropped in for that single turn of Teresa out of Portugal. That was a nice looking section. She'll be pleased with that score. Tatiana now up and riding, and she's going to answer back similar to the opener of Teresa.
I really like Tatiana's turn. Maybe not on a bigger wave, but I think she had a lot more control. Drifted the tail a little bit, looked really smooth, and I think this is another wave that suits Tatiana's surfing as we see live action from Teresa.
Teresa just caught behind, unfortunately. That had a lot of potential in it should she have been able to just sneak around. Well, 16 minutes on the clock, and as we see Portugal leading the current heat, we've got a Portuguese surfer in Yolanda Sequeira who's just taken out a win down on the beach with Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. The team is on fire, and Yolanda, you're leading the charge. So you went out into one of the toughest heats we've seen of the day, but I've never seen you back down since I become a Yolanda Sequeira fan. What do you tell yourself before going out into the water with Sally Fitzgibbons, with Molly Picklum, with a lineup like that?
That they're not going to get me, and I'm going to give everything to beat them. I know, like, the whole heat, there was very good competitors in it. I knew it was going to be tough, especially with the conditions. I made a couple mistakes straight away in the beginning, but I do not like to give up, and me and my coach were like quite the same, and so our strategy is like the heat is not over until the hooter goes. Even if I have to paddle to the other side of the beach, I'm gonna follow her and block her, whatever I have to do.
Now, we learn a lot from losses, but there's something extra special about learning from a win. What are you gonna take away from that?
Probably talk about the mistakes I did and just like go through it. It always feels way better to win and fix the mistakes than lose and then having to fix it after. Yeah, I just think we're gonna just try to perfect it for the next heat and just keep on going.
Searching for perfection and finding it with every heat she surfs. Yolanda Sequeira has entered the chat.
So stoked to see Yolanda up on top, and I mean, she's so well-spoken in that sense that she knows exactly what she needs to do when she hits the water, and she is not afraid to go for it.
And being here at the webcast, I've seen her multiple times on that interview square. So doing a great job for Portugal, Yolanda, and really using that corner to her advantage. The strategy all the way to the end and taking the win for Portugal.
Now, she's a hopeful to find qualification for Paris Olympics out of this event this week. Her teammate, Teresa Bonvolo, who's in the water, already has that qualification after her championship tour results last year. But both of them were present in Tokyo 2020. Teresa had a 9th place finish overall, but Yolanda walked away with a quarterfinal finish. And that was an incredible result for her. You know, she had her eyes on those medal matches, that bronze medal, that silver, that gold, of course. But to walk away a quarterfinalist at the Olympics was an incredible result.
Well, I think she has her eyes on the prize this year and definitely taking it one heat at a time, but taking every single heat super seriously. As we see Tatiana Weston-Webb on screen there takes the lead with a 3.10 as her second score, and Leilani on the replay right here, Shannon.
Yeah, great looking wave. What are your thoughts on those first two turns?
I really like the way she glided through that wave. This is that big turn for Yolanda. You could see her for Teresa. You could see her body language really confident, and here is that nice little tail waft right there by Tatiana. So great exchanges going on, and Tatiana Western Webb representing Brazil coming out on top.
There we go. So it's a 5.27 for the opening wave of Tatiana up against the 5.5 of Teresa's opening turn. So both of them just those single turns. Teresa just narrowly getting the nod from the judging panel. We've got a 6-point ride on the board for Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica for her opener, which was that 2-turn combination on her backhand. Backhand continuing to kind of get the nod from the judges throughout this event, as we're seeing. And it's a 3.83 for the opener of Nadia Aristabe of Spain. A 3.1 to back up Tatiana's 5.27 sees the Brazilian sitting in that first place position. And we got another set approaching here. We've got first priority sitting with our 4th place surfer, and we'll track with our heat leader at the moment in Tatiana. Just a quick in and out, as she didn't like the way that wave was looking down the line. Everyone's sitting kind of spread out on the couple different peaks that we have here at Rastreal. Sol Aguirre from Peru will be paddling out against Taina Hickel from Brazil, Brisa Hennessy of Costa Rica, and Lucia Machado from Spain. And wow, Sol had an incredible heat yesterday, scored an 8-point ride on her opening wave, and took away the win over Caroline Marks and Carissa Moore.
Yeah, that was a great heat, and I think she made a statement with that 8-point ride right at the start, followed it up with a nice wave, taking that win. Caroline Marks actually had the highest score in wave of the heat, but I think it's a statement when you start with an 8, you put pressure against your competitors. She got a nice score to back it up and took down Carissa, who was actually surfing pretty good as well, and surprisingly enough couldn't get the score.
Just couldn't quite get there. 11 minutes on the clock, and we'll track with live action as we see Nadia just driving back into that first turn. Big horizontal cutback, looking to dig that rail in a little bit deeper on the second, and then goes vertical on that third turn. Tries to hold on to it, might find the completion. Tatiana comes blaring into our vision with a solid forehand hit. Teresa now up and riding, and she's got a great looking section in front of her. She doesn't make the finish, potentially. So we've got scores to drop through across the board, and that was an exciting run of waves. As we wait for those scores to drop in, let's go down to the beach to check in with Cote and Fernando Aguirre.
Well, I found at ISA El Presidente Fernando Aguirre. Fernando, we're getting to the point of the week where when the competitors start to see you walk in here, there's some big expectations. The golden tickets are here in Puerto Rico. You have the best job in the world, making Olympic dreams come true. Where are the tickets, and when can we expect to see them?
I can tell you, look at me, camera down, here. They are not here, empty pockets. No, the tickets are they're in the vault. They're very safe. But I think for me, it's one of the, I love the World Surfing Games, of course, from start to end. But what we introduced, which is the awarding of the actual ticket certificates for the Olympians as soon as they come out of the water, is very emotional for me. It's delivering the best news of an athlete. What is the best news if you are a real athlete focused on being at the very top of the sports world? You are in the Olympic Games. So that's like.
When do we expect to see these golden tickets come out into the daylight?
Most likely, maybe starting tomorrow. So we're ready. So we'll have them for tomorrow. And we like to do them in a way that is completely like underground. So I move around, people see me. So today, normally I don't move around a lot. I'm working, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. But today I start moving around, and people wonder what's gonna happen. Because I don't bring them in my hands, they're hidden. That's the way they are.
All right, in the next few days, Olympic dreams will be coming true. Thank you, Fernando.
Adios.
Well, keep your eyes on this man. He'll have some golden tickets eventually. The Willy Wonka of ISA Surfing. We'll be handing out some tickets to Paris 2024.
And we're really excited that they're being handed out here on the coastline of the North Shore of Puerto Rico, here in Arecibo. Such a pleasure to have the whole world converge and hang out and feel the culture, feel the vibe, feel el sabor, feel that flavor, that sazon as we call it. And talking about sazon, I think that exchange, that last exchange, definitely had something to do with that flavor that we're talking about. Still waiting for scores to drop as we see the Spanish surfer.
Yeah, Nadia into that opening section. Had a lot of speed as she hit the foam. Teresa just sliding through. Her rail work has just grown into such a powerful part of her repertoire over the last couple of seasons. It's been exciting to see her continue to grow. She's one of those surfers that from a young age had a lot of opportunities develop for her. She had a lot of wild card opportunities into championship tour events. She kind of was that surfer out of Portugal that was getting given heaps of opportunity, which was exciting to see, but a lot to take on as a young surfer. Now she's starting to really come into that. In the last 3 to 4 years, we're really seeing her walk into that place that's kind of been paved ahead of her, and to be able to see her surfing become really defined, really world-class, and absolutely deserving of being on that top elite stage.
Well, we've seen Portugal pave the way for their surfers, you know, starting with Tiago Pereira and then Federico Moraes. Like, you know, there is a lot of backing. A beautiful country that believes in surfing, believes to be a surfing destination, more than a surfing destination, a beautiful gastronomic destination. And it just seems like a lot of work is going into their athletes.
Nadia now for Spain into a huge hook under the lip. She'll ride out, chasing a 5.48. Now, we've seen a couple fives already thrown down for those big single maneuvers.
Yeah, that one was vertical. There was definitely some tail free action on that one. Solid section, and I think definitely this wave is going to come in her scoreline. She's looking to eliminate that 3.83, and Nadia is one of those surfers that has impressed me a lot. A lot of really good results in the WQS. You know, one of those surfers is like on the edge of qualifying, and it's very interesting to see what the Spanish community and the backing and how good the surfing is developing for the Spanish team.
That's right. It's come leaps and bounds. We've seen some great heats from Janire, also from Team Spain throughout the morning. And now Nadia waiting to hear if she'll get that 5.48 for that single maneuver, or if she'll need to find another score to put herself into that top 2 position. Top 2 surfers will be heading into main round 5. Bottom 2 surfers out of the draw and eliminated. Coming up in main round 5, we're actually down to just 8 surfers being in that top round of competition. Now, we still have the rep charge to take into consideration, but that's where Fernando was sharing with us that by tomorrow afternoon, we could be seeing those first few surfers finding out that they're qualified for the Olympics, given how far we are in the draw.
Yeah, and I'm sure the teams are doing their calculations, and a lot of the strategy is coming into play. I think moving on in the competition, as the competition shrinks, we're going to pick one podium for all the competitors, as the heats are just coming into a lesser draw, and it will be interesting. You know, after the contest, we're going to deliberate where the best waves are going to be, what the best opportunities are going to be for the surfers, and hopefully the swell will kick up, and we'll see, you know, heading into that finals day, heading into the medals day, and unfolding all these Olympic hopefuls.
Well, at the moment, we got 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Tatiana has dropped a 6.33 for her last wave, so she's sitting in a more significant leading position. Teresa chasing down a 6.11 to take away first. A 5.48 still has that requirement for Nadia. We're waiting for that score to come through. And Leilani has put down a 6-point ride, which is the second highest of the heat. She's holding on to first priority, and she only needs, at the moment, a 3.9 to make a difference and take the top 2 positions. But she's been quiet for a long time. It's been kind of a slow heat for her with only those 2 opportunities, a 1-point ride as her backup. Let's take a look at some replays. This was the 6.33.
I really like how fast she hit that section. Really nice and fluid. It almost looks like she was going to stick her board in, but really well done. Nadia just throwing the tail right there, redirecting, and very consistent surfing by the Europeans in this heat. Teresa also gets a nice little section right there. This wave a bit flattens out for her, and that's why the exchange went how it went. Very good combination by Teresa, and I think it's anybody's heat with that last, as we see Nadia with this big bash off the top, goes tail free, and that last exchange really kind of put a statement on what's going to happen.
Well, there it is. So the last wave of Teresa wasn't enough for her to improve her situation. It was a 4.27, but Nadia Arecibo out of Spain drops a 5.57 for her last wave, takes her up into that second place position, pushes Portugal down into third, and increases the requirement now to a 4-point ride for Leilani McGonigal as she goes down in the opening section. So that's going to feel a bit frustrating. She held on to priority for a long time coming into that moment.
Yeah, she was waiting for that good wave. She waited a couple of minutes for it. Just let the clock wind down. And Leilani really hoping for a nice open face. As she has that 6-point ride, she's waiting for that consistent wave. And unfortunately, that one just didn't open up for her, Shannon.
Wow, 3 minutes on the clock. And every single surfer has had equal opportunity within this. Looking at those 5.5s to that 6.33, essentially the same kind of wave can get you that score. Just depends on the performance across it. So it's exciting to see that even matchup. It's just been the backup scores that have really been coming into factor for those results.
Well, like you said, I think that backup score is going to determine the heat. And actually, if looking at the numbers, it's anybody's game. If somebody, one of these surfers, goes into that excellent score, they're going to run right up to the top. So I think strategy's in play, and Tatiana's playing her cards right, as she has the 2 highest scores, but she also has priority.
We could see the same thing happen that we did in that previous heat where Yolanda was, down. She was in second, but on the finishing wave, she actually took away the lead. It bumped everything kind of down the way. It threw Sally into second instead of first because those requirements are not huge across the board.
Yeah, and it's anybody's game. That backup score is really important, and if somebody actually captures that excellent score, it could run him right to the top. Leilani right there, a little bit of frustration. You could see it. Clock is winding down, 1 minute and 50 seconds. And she is in 4th priority.
Both Leilani and Teresa were present for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Can sense that little bit of urgency within them right now, feeling like, they'd love to be making it through in the main round to be that much closer, have an easier step. They're not going to be out of that conversation to find themselves with a second chance to be an Olympian. But there's not that much time remaining. 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock as we see Tati now up and riding. Smile on her face as she's just wrapping it around for that first section. She'll kick out knowing that she doesn't have anything that she can really improve on, maybe with that wave. And that's going to hand 1st priority to Teresa, 3rd priority to Leilani McGonigal.
Yeah, and Teresa only needs a 4.51. Very obtainable. 1 minute remaining. I mean, I know for a fact they're trying to will a set in to see a beautiful exchange as you see Leilani and Nadia paddling east, trying to get that wide wave.
Now Nadia's going to apply the pressure here. She has 2nd priority over Leilani in 3rd, so she has the option to go on this wave, but we can see a set behind. So Nadia wanting to improve on the 4.43. Nice 2-turn combination to put more pressure on the rest of the field. Leilani chasing a 4-point ride. Nice little tail slide for that single maneuver, and we'll see where Teresa is in the lineup. So we're going to have a score to drop for a completed 2-turn combination of Nadia. A score to drop for Leilani as well off of that 1 turn. And now Teresa flipping here, chasing a 4.51. She's got a nice section for that opening turn, sets it with a little snap off the lip and into another, but she doesn't push through it, and she knows that she blew it in that moment, needing to push through that final turn. Tatiana on a bit of a victory lap here, but also just putting together some great surfing, knowing that with other surfers up and riding on those waves at the end, those situations could change across the entire board.
Looking at the screen right now, I think Teresa was 1 turn away from making this heat. It was very crucial that she did that. She had a good flow. She had multiple maneuvers. She was actually gliding really well through that wave, and I think that was the deciding factor. We're not judges. We don't get to call that. Thankfully, that's got to be the hardest job in the world.
Yeah,
let's see what the judges deliberate for Teresa, but a great opportunity. Let's see if it pans out for her, or that last turn was really the decisive moment.
Well, let's pick it apart. She's chasing a 4.51.
Yeah, she got that first turn really nice. 2nd turn in, and I think she just got stuck up top, and she just felt it right there. And I feel for her because it looked like that opportunity was well on its way to being an advancement in the heat.
So we've got a score still to come for her. The last wave of Leilani McGonigal was just a 2.23, so that wasn't enough for her to move out of 4th. And Tatiana drops a 4.67, doesn't factor into her top 2. She remains in the lead with the same scores. Nadia also did not improve with her last wave being just a 3.6, so the entire question mark is sitting on the shoulders of Teresa Bombalo. Will she get the 4.51 for that first turn? Needed to maybe complete the turn on the 2nd. We'll see where it's at with the judges. And there it is. It's just shy. Had she ridden out of that, it would have been more than enough for that score. It's a 3.93. She'll hear that from the panel now. and know that it was just that slip up on the finishing section to not project out of that turn that will see her falling into the repecharge round alongside of Leilani McGonigal. Your reigning gold medalist from the ISA World Surfing Games in 2023 takes away a win in Tatiana Weston-Webb. Nadia Arecibo of Spain also keeping her Olympic qualification hopes alive by heading into main round 5 tomorrow.
We're here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Back in La Isla del Encanto here in beautiful Puerto Rico for the ISA World Surfing Games. Mitchell Salazar with 17-time victorious on the championship tour. Barton Lynch, 1988 world champion. Guess what, Barton?
Yes,
got another great heat. Round 4 for the women, heat number 3. Tainá Henkel from Brazil. Sol Aguirre from Peru is in the blue. Brisa Hennessy, standout on the CT this year from Costa Rica, is in the green. And Lucia Machado from Spain is in the white. The sole goofy footer out there is Machado. The other 3 are regulars. Barton, looking like fun conditions out there this afternoon. A little tricky with the slight breeze we have on the textured waves, but nonetheless very competitive.
Yeah, and that wind has kind of held off, hasn't it, really? You know, you would expect as the land heats up, that sea breeze, onshore sea breeze would have picked up as well. It's most probably less of it than there was this morning. So you can see in that shot, still, there's a ruffle from the breeze, but still pretty clean conditions. Someone having a look here, that was Brisa. Desperate for an early start, as they all are. Just takes the pressure off if you can get some waves. And I just wish I could pronounce some of those words with that Spanish beauty that you have, my friend. The way you roll those R's, it's something I'm going to work on, I think.
I'm going to teach you.
Yes,
throughout the
please.
course of the event, the next 4 days, we're going to get to work on it. Nearly 3 minutes have gone by, and a few surfers already with a few waves under their belt. Sol Aguirre with a 4.4. She's been a great surfer throughout the last few years. Here's Lucia Machado, and she is coming out of the Canary Islands with a lot of style. Only 19 years of age. She's from Las Palmas in the Gran Canary. Silver medalist at the ISA Juniors in 2022. Loves to skate and read as well. And as you can tell right there, well, has a great forehand snap too. When the section really does offer up, Barton.
Absolutely. And then Sol Aguirre, we've seen the good starts yesterday afternoon. Early start gave her the advantage over some sort of fancied rivals in that heat. And now getting the better of the opening exchange as well here. So she's got those starts wired.
Lots of time on the clock, 16:30. Chris with Tati.
Thank you, Mitchell. We like to call this out of the fire and into the frying pan. The stresses of the championship tour, not with right now, but now we enter a different type of tension. ISA competition is somewhere you've always thrived. Is it a different mindset for you, or do you keep that same competitive head on your shoulders in ISA competition?
I think ISA is really special because it's just really great practice, you know, like hardly on tour do we ever surf 20-minute heats, but a lot of the times we're put in those situations where waves don't come in the first 10 minutes and you need to perform under a 20-minute time period. So I think I just use it as motivation to continue to get better at my heat strategy, and also just same time just having fun. Like, I'm super stoked that we get to surf fun little running lefts. Obviously I'm a goofy footer, so yeah. Love me a little left.
Well, there's a lot of inspiration all around you, your team, of course, the beauty of Puerto Rico. Tell me, what is inspiring Tatiana Weston-Webb today?
Just to be a better person every day, be a better athlete, and yeah, I just want to be able to make Jesus proud and yeah, put my best foot forward every day.
I know you got a lot of fans out there that would love to hear from you. Tatiana, give it to them.
Oi todo mundo no Brasil que tá torcendo, muito obrigada. A gente tá sempre juntos, né? E bora torcer pra todo mundo.
Thanks and congrats.
Obrigado, Chris. Parabéns, Tati. Also have to say a big hello to her husband, the incredible Jesse Mendez, too. Great surfer. Also works with us on the broadcast every now and then as well. So, he's watching out there in the virtual world. Back to the heat. Taina Henkel, Tati's teammate. She's looking good and with not a whole lot to lose either, Barton, and a lot to gain here at this event. Opening up with the 4.17. We haven't talked about her too much. Backs it up with the 3.4. She is immediately into the lead. And Lucia Machado with the pair of 3.33s in second right now. But Brisa Hennessy, we've talked about her and her start of the year so far. She's looked incredible, still with just an 0.5 as her only score.
It's been interesting to watch the development of Brazilian female surfing. It was the case that in the 80s, the majority of Brazilian women bodyboarded, and there was an influx of Brazilian bodyboard ladies to the North Shore of Oahu. They were charging the big waves over there, and it seemed like that's where the Brazilian males surf boards and the Brazilian women surf the bodyboards.
Right.
And we've watched that change over the years, and now Brazil has got some incredible high-ranking females challenging at the top there, led by Tatiana. And this will be Sol Aguirre's first wave, Mitchie. Nice re-entry there. Got around that section into a final lovely turn there. She's only had the 4.4, so that must have been that ride. Good wave, good surfing. Great way to start. And
then,
that's... Yeah, sorry, mate, go.
That seemed like the 4.17 right there
Yes.
for Taina Henkel. And then Lucia has a couple of 3.33 singular turn waves, each of them that has her in second place at the moment. Sol Aguirre, she's up and riding again, BL. 4.4 on her opener, second generation pro. Father Herman, also a great surfer himself. A couple of searing snaps right here on the backhand, and she is just a competitive machine. Semi-final finish at the WSL World Pro Juniors in January. A lot of people thought she was going to win the event. All of last year, she was basically injured in every single one of the major events that she surfed. She is very happy to be injury-free right now, traveling with her mom and the rest of the team. Older sister Leilani, a great surfer, and she is from an incredible part of Peru, Los Órganos in the northern part. Some amazing waves over there, Bart.
Couple of left points, I hear. As
Just
we
a
see,
few.
I've got to go ride them. We see the replay drives down to the bottom. Beautiful snap. Another beautiful snap. There's a section that comes up right there that she kind of rode around. That'll most probably take a little bit off that score because it was a conservative line. But at that point in time, I'm sure she felt like the work was done. She didn't want to fall at that point in time by forcing something. She already had some great moves. So there she kind of went around it, conservative line. But to get the completion, 5.43 drops as the best wave of this heat so far.
Did you ever feel a difficulty in holding back every now and then? Case in point, in a section like that right there?
Well, I suppose it's always dependent on the situation you're in and what you need and
You're right.
where things are poised. You always feel bad. It's like the ones you pull back on, and the minute you pull back, you're like, oh, I should have gone that. Maybe I could have. And it always plagues you. And it's amazing. I've ridden a lot of waves in my life, but you still remember the ones you blew. You might even go for a great surf and have some great waves and mess one up, but it's the one you messed up that you go home with in your head, driving you to that next level. So it's always there. You're always wanting to keep pushing yourself. But I'm at that point. I've had a lot of injuries of late or over the last couple of decades, and I'm at the same point as Sol, where I understand that you want to stay healthy, you don't want to get hurt, and so that compromise and that control that it makes you find within yourself can be a very good thing for a competitor, because the ego can be the thing that drives you to try too hard in moments and blow sections where if you had a little composure and control over yourself and your emotions, you can bank that moment, and a lot of the time you don't need to try as hard as you think you do.
That's a great point. Machado, she has just an amazing style, and case in point right there. Strong combo at the beginning of this wave. Wanting to improve on a 3.33, and no doubt going to be able to do that right there. Needs a 4.24 or better to move up into the top two. Last time Aguirre comes through, it's a 5.43. She's up into first place. Hinkle down to second, and Hennessy with just the one wave ridden so far, needing a 7.07. That is before the last of Machado You know, and circling back to your point about the waves that you didn't catch are the ones that you usually remember the most.
Yeah.
I almost think it's the same thing for heats. You usually remember the ones that you lost rather than the ones that you won.
100%. And there's learning in all of it, but that heartache of failure and the fear of failure itself is such a powerful influencing energy that you really need to be aware of that, work with it, and try and get yourself to that point where you don't carry fear of failure and walk into those next moments free of that. And ordinarily it's a hard thing to do without failing enough to be comfortable with it. And so we, you know, as competitors, we all spend a lot of time, much more time. Even Kelly Slater, for example, spent a lot of time losing, and as long as you're learning, it's not a loss.
Brisa up and riding, surfer from Matapalo, Costa Rica, splits her time between the beautiful Central American country and Fiji. That's where her dad Mike is right now. No doubt going to be her best ride with just over 9 minutes to go, needing a 7:07 at the moment or better for the top 2 spots. Waiting on the last of Machado. It seems like somebody had a look towards the right. Might have been Aguirre. She's looking to improve on a 4.4. You know, the diversity of the lineups nowadays is just incredible as we look at last year's WSL World Champion. Have to say one of the most influential surfers of the era too, Caroline Marks. He's coming up in our last heat of the day. Nearly went excellent in her heat total yesterday, BL. She's looking good within the event. Scores through for Machado. It's a 4.87. Moves her up into second place now, waiting for the second wave of Brisa Hennessy and the last of Aguirre. You know, while I have you here in the brilliant mind that is yours, how do you set somebody up to prepare for failure?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things that there's a lot in the surrender in moments that you learn. China represented there.
Yang Suchi.
Yep. Getting ready against Caroline Marks, the world champ. That's going to be a great heat. Yeah, so ordinarily it just takes exposure to that emotion to the point we go, I can live through this. I've lived with it. Oh, look at this big wall.
Lucia up and riding. Going for the strong top turn right there. Incomplete for Machado. Looking to improve on a 3.33.
And then you've just got to believe in your destiny and have that faith that, you know, you're a good person and that you're always striving to grow and be kind and sincere and generous and then bank in that goodwill and that the old karma sends some goodness your way for the good you give.
Oh, speaking of good you're giving.
Yeah, there you go.
Brisa right there with a 3-turn combo. Won't be able to ride out of the last one though. But she is slowly and surely getting her best scores out of the way, needing a 5.17 now as her previous dropped in as a 3.03, just over 7 minutes to go. There's Manu Selman. Obviously the way that we've prepared as athletes too has come a very long way, BL. Back in your day, I don't even think anybody was even thinking about that.
No, there was no idea that you'd be doing something like that. And, you know, there were no coaches. There wasn't coaches, you know, and in those early days of the tour, there wasn't a single parent around. There was no coaches, no training staff, as we see Manuel Selman there getting the reflexes going, tuning the mind and the body. So there's lots of ways that people use. You know, for me, the easiest way to accept is through meditation. And in that surrender to a moment where you stop trying and you just sit and live with your mind and your thoughts and your breath, you're able to kind of find how to surrender and how to stay present in a more stressful moment by doing it, you know, religiously on a daily basis. So we see Team France there as well, getting Joanne Defay ready.
An awesome surfer. Coming from a beautiful place too in Reunion Island.
Didn't they outlaw surfing there for a little while because the sharks were so out of control and there were people getting attacked so consistently?
Yeah.
We used to go there for a WCT, one of our favourite locations because it was just so beautiful, and the left points and the natural geography of that place. It's a very special island.
Saint-Lô?
Saint-Lô,
yeah.
Exactly.
Amazing
Left-hand
spot.
point. Kind of grew as it went down, had a big end section.
Weather very similar to Puerto Rico too.
Yeah.
Tropical place in the middle of the ocean.
Off Africa there, near Mauritius.
Yeah. Some great waves too and some outstanding surfers. I mean, I'd have to say two of the best surfers to ever do it representing France have actually come from there. Joanne and Jeremy.
Yep, exactly. and that familiarity with reef breaks is invaluable that they get there. Joanne, she's fantastic. We saw her win at Uluwatu for her first victory, quite a few years ago now. And she's so comfortable in these type of conditions, has a great backhand as well. So she'll be dangerous out there.
Can't even begin to explain what Jeremy did over his great career, too. That guy was amazing. Now actually one of the coaches for Team France, too, and a former multi-time medalist here at the World Games.
And I feel like Team France, with his inclusion on that coaching staff, I feel a maturity and a confidence that I didn't see in that team before his addition to it as coaching staff. I've seen the impact on Vahini Fierro and her career from working with him. So, so much experience. He was a child prodigy, the first sort of European child prodigy to come onto the scene. He dealt with a lot of pressure, had all those ups and downs of the surfing career, learned to surrender and got beat around a lot through the highs and lows, and has a lot of experience to bring to that team. And I think we can see that in the consistency and the confidence that they've displayed this week.
Handled the pressure super well, too. Don't think you ever wanted to draw him in a heat, I can tell you that. Just under 4 minutes to go, Sol Aguirre in the lead with a 5.43 and a 4.4. Lucia Machado in second has a 4.87 and 3.33. Hennessy got her top two on her last two rides, a 4.6 and a 3.03, needing a 3.61. And Hinkle, who was momentarily in the lead during the heat with first priority BL, needing a 4.04, just 3.5 on the clock.
Yeah, that middle 10 minutes just flew by without really any opportunities for our surfers. So the start was what set things up.
And Brees up and riding here. Not much doing there.
That was a terrible looking wave, wasn't it? You could see that lump in front of it. The whitewater was always going to ride onto the back of that, down to fourth priority.
Doesn't really have another option right now, though.
No.
Machado up and riding. She's just looking to defend that second spot.
In and out.
Quick one, too. 3 minutes to go, and, the experience of Hennessy right now could be paying off. She broke away, BL, but Hinkle right now, only 20 years of age. She's from Guarda do Embaú in Santa Catarina, same state as Florianopolis. Loves foot volley and Muay Thai, so you know that she has no fear in going for things and putting her body on the line. Unfortunately for her, in surfing, the ocean dictates what you're going to do. She has 2 minutes and 35. She's up and riding, though, and finds some open face. 4.04 is what she needs. Looking for a strong finish right here, though, maybe getting a double up. And she does. Loves it as well. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Might just be doing what she was requiring.
I think she gets the score. There was a real deliberate intent to not rush the last turn, wait for the wave to stand up properly in front of us so it could be big. We know the judges love those closeout turns, and she did it beautifully, completed it. A 4.04. Brisa Hennessy looking for a 3.61 to go into the second as well. Super tight heat again. Look at that, 7.57, 7.63, 8.20. So second to fourth, really close. Judges deliberating that score. No other scores being considered at this point in time. So Tanya Hinkle is the only person who can change things at this point. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Brisa's having a look.
And it seems like she's going to be going left again. That's been mainly the option in this heat for her. So some good work right there. Not a lot of open face, but did the best she could with the opportunity that she has, and scores in for Hinkle. It's enough for second place, a 4.97. A minute 10 right here. Machado down to third, needing a 4.28. And Brisa Hennessy from Costa Rica needing a 4.55. Her last comes through as a 3.53. It's not enough. And the last 60 seconds, BL, if you're Sol Aguirre and if you're Hinkle, you're playing the smart game, not even touching double digits. You want to be on top of the other two surfers.
Yeah, I'd be talking to, if I was Tanya, I'd be talking to Sol and going, hey, you take care of Lucia, I'll go take care of Brisa, split the duties and try and sit with one of them each, and then just play out this last 35 seconds. Here goes Tanya heading down this way. She's surfed a great heat under pressure. There's so much pressure in these sorts of competitions. Look at the paddle from Sol Aguirre. That's determination. You can tell that this is an important moment for Peru. Here we go. Third place, up and riding.
Lucia needs a 4.28. That's a good start right there. Needs a strong finish. Slides the fins again. And this wave fading out. So was it enough on the open face right there? This heat's counting down right now. Seemed like Hennessy might have been up and riding on a wave too. Gonna wait for a few scores right here at the end.
Oh yeah, she's inside there.
That wave after the buzzer for Sol. Initial reaction, Barton? What you thinking off of that wave right there for Lucia?
I thought the surfing was amazing. Like the way she made that board squirt and speed through those turns. It was a flatter face. She doesn't get the score because it was never maybe in that wave,
right.
You know? It wasn't such a great wave. The surfing was incredible. It showed the desperation. She did surf the way you need to surf at that point in time. I just feel like if it doesn't get there, it'll be the quality of the wave and the fact that there was no lip hits. They were just raps and snaps. So that might be what holds it down.
And it's a 3-1-7, not enough. And the last of Hennessy, a 3-4-3.
Wow.
So it's the two South Americans, Sol Aguirre from Peru and Tainá Henkel from Brazil, moving on to main round 5 and keeping their hopes alive for Olympic qualification as well. Sol Aguirre has been extremely close, and she is looking to be one of the youngest surfers in Paris 2024. We got one more heat to go on day number 6 of competition here at the ISA World Surfing Bays, and Caroline Marks about to hit the water.
I think a strong junior and amateur career is huge. You know, if you really look at like the history of everyone that's done good as an amateur and a junior, you know, almost all of them are on the tour right now or world champion even. You know, when I won the ISA, I think what made it so special is that the whole team was behind me and I won. And my brother was on the team with me, which was so sick. And him and my dad carried me up the beach and got a gold medal and they raised that flag. And that was pretty amazing.
Right out of the gates, Caroline Marks, one of the standouts yesterday on day 1. She had the highest 2-wave total.
When I went to Japan with the team, it was really cool because we were there all day supporting everyone. And I think that gets you really, really excited because you're like rooting for your friends, but you're also trying to win too and flying the flag. And it just like gets you kind of like really psyched. The ISA opening ceremony was super cool. I've never done something like that. And, you know, everyone there was saying, like, little taste of what the Olympics is like, which is so crazy because I got the chills. It was seeing all the teams and things like that was, like, so amazing.
Caroline Marks, one of the all-time greats on the female side, a former ISA gold medalist, and the current WSL world champion out there in the water right now. She's going to be a 2-time Olympian by the time Paris 2024 comes around. That's Yang Su-chi, our Chinese competitor in the green jersey. Caroline Marks in the red from the US of A. Maya Mateja from Mexico in the blue. You have Yang Su-chi in the green from China, and also Joanne Defay from France in the white. All international heat, all international booth in here. Mitchell Salazar with the pride of Sydney, Australia. Barton Lynch, 1988 world champion. You know, the way China has developed their surfers over the last few years, given that they've only been in ISA competition just a few years too,
Yeah.
Barton, pretty impressive what Yang Su-chi has been able to do so far. As we look at Joanne Defay, current world number 6, and seems like she's riding an older board, but a very dependable board underneath her feet right now. And now the answer by Caroline. Oh, really just another day where she's originally from in Melbourne Beach, Florida. Kind of a good day, you'd be saying to yourself right now, getting all stoked and motivated. Done this many times before.
Made it look real easy on that one too. No nerves at all. Insight, just fluid. Small wave surfing. Linked all the dots. Maya.
Yeah, and she is just a force to be reckoned with. Only 15 years of age, from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca.
Yeah.
Father from New Zealand, mother from Puerto Escondido. She likes drawing and art. Favorite spot is Barra de la Cruz, one of the best right-hand point breaks in the world.
Yep.
She was the Open Women's National Champion in New Zealand too. This young lady just turned 15, BL.
Wow, amazing future ahead. And Mexico in general, they've just seen them going from strength to strength. Must make you proud, mate, as someone, a Mexican, and who has had so much to do with Mexican surfing over the years.
You know, from going to ISA events without a uniform to now having a full team and a ton of different resources now.
Yeah.
Big thank you to Poli Sierra for what she's done. I think it's going to be a bright future for Mexico. Chris Cote downstairs with Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, thank you so much. The hits just keep on coming for Team Peru. So when I see you on land, I see that smile. You're always very calm, friendly to everybody. But things change when you hit the water. What motivates you to compete like that? You were grinding that one out all the way through that 20-minute heat.
Wow, I don't know. I just, I remind myself to keep that smile inside of me when I'm competing. But, like, the rest, it's like full, I don't know, just go kill everyone, but kindly. And I don't know, I am so happy to make it through.
Kill them with kindness. I love to hear it. Now, I know you have big goals and dreams, not just here in ISA competition, but for the entirety of your surf career. But let's talk about the next few days. Where do you see Sol Aguirre come finals day on Sunday?
I don't want to think too much, but I would love to make it to the final in ISA. I think it's been my dream to bring home a medal, and I would love to be world champion here. It's amazing. Yeah, just having that goal makes me want to keep moving and just not think about any other thing that is on the table. Yeah.
Well, you know that Peru is watching. What do you have to tell them?
Gracias a todos por ver, estoy súper feliz de pasar. Ha sido un paso grande, gracias por todas las vibras, a todos mis auspiciadores, a mi familia que me está viendo, a Lana, a mi papá Leilani, a mis abuelas y a toda la familia Irre Vizquerra, y gracias a todos. Vamos por más.
Congratulations, Sol. Moving on through.
Well, she killed me with kindness during that interview, but make no mistake, underneath that smile is one of the deadliest competitors in the draw. On her board, she had rema fuerte, compromiso garra, paddle strong, and commit to these waves. Sol Aguirre, she is looking mighty well into round number 5 of competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games for Team Peru. Back to the heat during the interview, Joanna Fay had a strong turn, but it does seem like it might be incomplete for the French woman, Caroline Marks. Her second score comes through as a 4.43. And the opener, Maya Mateja, a 2.17. For Yang Soo Chi, it's a 3.0. And now just waiting on the last of DeFay. But in the first 6.5 minutes, Joanne nearly touching double digits, BL.
Yeah, and that 5.67, the best wave, the 4.43 is most probably the only other score that you would hope to, you could hold on to at the end. You'd hope not to, I imagine. Joanne having a quick little look in and out there. So really the 5.67, the only score of consequence. Joanne in a strong place down the priority roster in 4th, so able to catch other things and just try and manufacture a score there on a wave that the other surfers leave or don't want. And it's great distance she has between her and the priority surfers. They couldn't do anything to stop her if they wanted to.
Yeah, and Joanne DeFay, number 6 in the world at the moment. She's had multiple top 5 finishes too. Underrated no more. Remember that name. 5.67 right here for the French woman.
Beautiful re-entry, drives off the bottom. The wave separates. You see a rib went through the middle of it. She chose the high line and it was the right way to go. Gave her the closeout turn and the best score of the heat so far. Beautiful turn. This is the one we watched. And then you just saw the chop get the board and wobble underneath her feet. She leant over too far to the side. One more turn there. That was going to be maybe the best wave of the heat because it was a really beautiful first turn.
No doubt. A couple of the great locals here in Puerto Rico. I will say, out of the entire amount of places that I've been to due to my job, due to traveling just for surfing in general, Puerto Rico might have the friendliest people in the world.
Super friendly. And the thing that I've noticed, in my mind, I sort of felt like Puerto Rico was kind of a newer surfing destination because as an Australian, it wasn't something that you really was ever on your map. But since coming here, I've realised and recognised how old and established the surf culture is here, because there's a lot of old boys my age who are just stoked to see you and stoked to have us all in town. And obviously from 1968 through to now, there's been world-class competitions here And Joanne Defay's having a look at this right hand.
Yeah, and she's up and riding again. I mean, she has been active in this heat too. Strong carve into the lip once again, and she just looks comfortable out there right now. 9 minutes have gone by. She's going to throw away a 3.93 and going to touch double digits and maybe even get the best score of the heat too. Yang Su-Chi right here. Strong combo right there by the surfer representing China. Needs a 1.94 for second place. And given that, once again, we've only seen them for a few years, she's dropped a 6.0 just based off of one turn early in the event too. She's in round 4 with the chance to go all the way to round 5 at least.
Main round, so nobody in this main round will be eliminated. Third and fourth to the repechage, so that's always nice to have in the back pocket. Not that you want to think about it. Joanne Defay, I feel like, oh, there it is. I was about to say it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Judges drop a big score.
And there's Team Mexico. Al Cleland Jr., he's already qualified for Paris 24. Last year's ISA gold medalist in the men's division. Johnny Corso, it all started with him. 2017, won this event when he was just 18 years of age in Biarritz, France. And Joanne Defay, once again, I mean, she
hold on,
is a woman on a mission right now. 5.67 is her low score, and I just feel like her last 3 waves, she has looked untouchable. Yang now. Wow! Answering back, a froth your wave. Couple of big fans right there on the backhand. Fits in 3 in a tight space.
Caroline Marks is in trouble. The world champ is being threatened and challenged right now. Joanne Defay obviously is in a strong position. Yang Su-Chi just went to town on that one. That was a really difficult wave to surf with all that white water on it, and the way she stayed light on the board but still powerful, engaged the rail, flared the tail. It was a beautiful ride. She's got 2 scores to drop. That'd be interesting.
Back to back too.
Mm-hmm.
That's the interesting thing about a lot of reef breaks that tend to act like beach breaks like this. The frothier ones seem like they're going to be the worst ones out of the set. They end up being the better double ups out there right now.
And I've seen it at Cloud Break and seen it at other places too. Look at that beautiful first turn. Drives off the bottom. You see the hand go into the wave. Great technique. 3 money turns, one after another. And here's Joanne's straight down. Beautiful. Only 2 on this one, but exactly the 2 that counted. They were critical, tight to the pocket. Judges are going to love that. I feel like her 5, 6, 7, Joanne's second scores, most probably going to be eclipsed by that 2-turn combination on the backhand. There's a 4, 5, 7 for the previous of Yang, representing China. And this one's most probably a better score than that. So the 4, 4, 3 maybe for Caroline Marks might be lower than anything that our Chinese surfer will be counting on their best 2 waves.
Just under 8 minutes to go. We got a good piece of Yang Su-Chi to show you.
To be in an era where surfing is becoming so global, you know, it's so cool to see all these different unique faces, unique people, you know, and then seeing a country like, for example, like China. They, you know, it's not their first year at the ISA, but it's been, you know, a couple of years now. But to see how strong they are and to see how good the surfers are improving, they're not only participating, but they're now a threat to look out for.
Some strong words right there from a former gold medalist, one of the best in the world, and a former silver medalist at the Olympic Games too, Kano Igarashi from Team Japan, with some high praise right there for Yang Su-Chi. Drops a 6.77 and solidifies her second place position. Joanne Defay is just having a great day of surfing right now in this heat. A couple of 7s for her. And now Maya Mateja, the surfer from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca, just looking to get back into the heat. Much better right there for Maya. And a strong finish, too, for the 15-year-old. That's more like it for her. Still has 6.5 on the clock, BL, and a big answer back at this point of the heat.
Absolutely. We'll be seeing her in the juniors as well, I'm sure, in El Salvador in May. Great scores for China, 6.77, 4.57. Now we look at the current world champion from the WSL with a 4.93. 4.43 is her only score so far. Look how shallow the reef is in there.
Yeah.
Got to watch your fingertips when you're paddling.
Got to watch the nose of your board, too.
Yeah.
Make sure that you're not scraping anything sharp. And got to watch out for the urchins more than anything.
Oh, you look at all those little round dark holes. They look like holes, but they're filled with urchins. That's one of the great risks about surfing in these locations. Score comes in. Caroline Marks is down to 4th. Mexico, the 3 and a 2.17. Really only one ride for Caroline Michie, and that 4.43. Not as good as anything that the top 2 surfers are counting at this point. So work to be done.
And Caroline had to give way to Young. And a real strong start right there. Probably won't improve anything, but
she could have let Caroline go, right?
Proof is in the pudding, though. I mean, how
beautiful
much work?
Yeah, the board looks amazing. The surfing standard is incredible. You know, fair to say we're seeing the best surfing ever from a Chinese surfer at this event. And in this heat in particular, really starting to find form. The champion's second priority, Caroline now. Joanne Defay with the first.
Exponentially better, though. And not just in China. You were talking about Mexico.
Yep.
You know, there were times where we'd come to events with a good amount of surfers, maybe not a full team, a ton of great surfers, but not a huge amount of experience competing outside of the country either. And that's why these events were always so impactful for not only myself, a lot of the guys that are still on the team right now. Caroline up and riding, needs close to a 7. It's a good start for her. Pulls it a bit short, much better there on the second. Commits to the lip line and gets a strong finish too. I mean, a couple of searing consecutive maneuvers right there by Marks, hitting a 6.91, 4 minutes to go. And the good thing about the conditions right now, BL, is that you can make it back out real quick, and there's still going to be at least one more opportunity in the time span that we have left in this heat.
And given the quality of surfing on that wave, as you said in the live call, the first term, it was cut short and it wasn't really of consequence as much as it could have or should have been. We'll see it here from the drone angle. It's just kind of, see how she didn't go all the way back to the pocket. It's kind of a half turn. Things started to get better there. And then the speed and the flow and just a couple of quick jabs. Boom, boom there. And looking for a 6.91, so let's round it off at a 7. This turn could have been better, and there was time for it to be better. Another snap, but this is really where the points will come from, that speed and flow in those two. There's a possibility she gets a 7 for that and just does it in one wave, because she has got that 4.43. See that beautiful turn, great technique and control from China. But I bet China was hoping that they let, you know, imagine we switch the roles. Caroline Marks takes that wave, doesn't get a score, and Yang gets the one that Caroline got and improves on her situation. That, depending on where this score comes in, that could have been a critical priority and mistake for China that could cost them dearly, send them into the repechage round, but only time will tell.
And speaking of technique, I mean, here in the slow-mo BL, Luke Egan, the entire coaching staff for Team USA, what they have allowed Caroline to do with her surfing the last few years has been nothing short of incredible. The timing on that last turn, impeccable stuff.
Judges still thinking about it, which is an indication that it's a ride of significance. It's going to have an impact. China. Oh, another up and out. She had second priority at that point in time too. Didn't need to go that one. Need to have a look at those waves more carefully before you commit to paddling for them, and let your opponent go if it's not going to be the score they need.
Still a very young surfer in her mid-teens, and you saw Caroline look and paddle for that wave too. Some pressure right there, and that's what a world champion does. Former gold medalist here in the juniors too is Caroline Marks. She won in the Azores in 2016. I believe it was one of the first years that Ryan Simmons had control of the team for the juniors.
Well, there it is.
6.93 for Caroline Marks. Just enough.
0.02 enough.
So Yang Soo Chi now needing a 4.6 in third, and Maya Mateja, she is needing an 8.36. 90 seconds on the clock. It's been a few minutes since we've spoken of Joanne Defay, but she has just had a stellar heat. 14.94, nearly 15 points on the board for her. and quietly gone under the radar. And that's another thing too. When you don't need to be involved in the big picture, stay out of it.
Yeah, under the radar's good. Save it for the times when you need it. For Mexico and for China. Time's ticking away, 1 minute.
I like how serious Caroline's taking this right now too.
Oh, sitting right on Young. Here we go, they're looking around. Young's use of priority was not as experienced as Caroline's is right now. Made the mistake before. Took a wave that didn't improve her situation. Allowed Caroline to get the one behind and turn the heat. Put herself into an advancing position. So really for Yang Suchi, she can. There's a lot to learn there in that use of priority.
22 seconds. And the good thing for both Yang and Mateja is that this is the main round. They're still going to have a chance in the repechage. But the two Championship Tour surfers, the two more experienced surfers in the heat, will be moving through into main round 5 with another stellar performance by both Joanne Defay and Caroline Marks. In this CPL, experience prevailed, and it was noticeable from the get-go by Joanne Defay.
Oh yeah, she was in total control as she rides this one in. Caroline Marks wasn't the case though. She found herself in 4th place at a while back there and fought her way back seriously to get that qualifying position. So congratulations to Yang Suchi and Maya Mateja for putting pressure on the world champion, making the world champ dig deep to qualify and advance through. And these two young ladies have got another heat in that repechage round, so it's going to be great to watch. They're still alive.
So day 6 highlights coming up, and we'll be right back with the interview with Joanne Defay after the break. Day 6 has been nothing but epic so far, and guess what? We still have to hear from Joanne Defay, our winner of the last heat, and just an awesome day of competition, some great waves, and Arecibo once again demonstrating why it is playing host to this year's Olympic qualifier, the ISA World Surfing Games. Mitch and Barton and BL, an amazing day, and guess what? We got Joanne Defay down there with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Mitchell. Joanne, you have a sense of relief coming in from a big heat win like that, but you've also got the ace in your pocket knowing you're still in the main round. You've dodged the repo for now. How does it feel to know you kind of have that second chance just in case you need it?
Yeah, it's less stressful, I guess, for sure. On the CTs, like do or die, all challenger series and stuff. So it's definitely like a little stress reduction for the ISA, but happy to be in the main event. Definitely you have a bit less heat, and it's just nice to be, I don't know, I just took it like a training. I felt like last year with the injury and stuff, I didn't do so many heats. only at that ISA actually, and then this year, same, I'm getting back into the rhythm and stuff, so it feels good to get a couple of wins.
Now, I know you've surfed against Caroline a bunch of times. You've had some great battles with her. But tell us about surfing against some of the new faces like Xixi from China and Maya from Team Mexico. Are you kind of doing a little bit of a scouting report, remembering them for future events against them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed by the China girl. I can't remember her name, but she's so good. Like, her backside is like such a lethal attack, and yeah, so impressed by all the female and, you know, like the bunch of girls that have a good surfing and skills and also want to compete and to fight for themselves, and I don't know, it's just super refreshing to be around here and to see new faces.
Well, Team France is looking amazing with Joanne Defay leading the charge. Congratulations moving on through.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you.
That she is, Chris. That she is looking amazing. And, you know, BL, awesome day. We saw the men compete. We saw the women compete out there, especially in these last few heats where we saw a lot of the higher seeded surfers make it through as well. Mitch and 1988 ASP World Champion Barton Lynch. But anything that really stood out to you besides that?
Well, that highlight package said it all. You see the quality of surfing, Kylie Vast, Gabrielle Medina, and then, you know, Sol Aguirre's been super impressive as well as a lesser-known, younger young lady. So that's the great thing about this event is you've got those superstars and then the developing nations and younger surfers. They're all in there together, and it means that there's surprises all around. So I expect a lot more surprises before the end of this. 3 more days to go of amazing surfing, and today was a beauty.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing with the 917Q. Keep watching the highlights. See you tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. start with men's Rapid Charge round 6.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.